Say it clear. Say it right. Say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. We FBAs, foundational Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Yeah. They wanna be us, from the style to the hair, from the lips to the hips, body shaped in our glare. They cross borders, profit off the fight, civil rights paid in blood just to stand in this light. Asia to Africa, you walk through the door, but this land got a history you can't ignore. FBI fought and still fighting today, made room in the system that kept us away. You praise the same power that never chose you, turn your back on the ones that broke chains just to move you. Say we don't know where we come from, that's wild. North to the south, this land raised my child. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. You benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBA, foundation law, Black American. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. We were renowned, check the globe for proof. Streetwear in Japan still mirror our roots. K-pop chase the cadence, study how we move. Rapper world language, everybody fluent. From Atlanta blocks to Mumbai lanes, Heinemann kind spitting bars, connected to the flame. That ain't hate, that's impact, that's reach. Culture travel worldwide when the source run deep. They copy the look, they borrow the sound, but skip the respect when we still hold the ground. Love the rhythm, ignore the pain, celebrate the wave, don't say the name. This was home. Before permission, before approval, say our name. Built this nation with our bodies and brains. We benefit, don't give us credit, say our name. Say our name, say our name, say our name. We FBAs, foundation law, Black Americans. You want us to fight every time you in pain, but when it's time to vote for, silence remains. Say our name, say our name, say our name. 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 Don't need your respect. Never needed permission. We built everything when we weren't even seen as human. Biting the hand that fed you. Surviving on scraps. FBA stopped begging. We learned to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Learn to build from scratch. Say our name. Say our name.
Y'all don't hear us. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen. Pull up a seat and motherfucking listen.
Pack your bag, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our grind, we outside on it. While y'all fools on the outside looking, y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave. Hey.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, take your digits, make it just fly on.
You landed on the tarmac, fresh off the boat. Talking about y'all building nothing, man, you choking on the note. My ancestors the reason that this country even breathes. Picked the cotton, built the White House, planted the seed. Jim Crow laws, redlined the map, we was the target. You think that struggle's a costume, man, you can't mark it. We fought the wars, we bled the blood, we died for our future's chance. And you come here and give our legacy a side eye while throwing shade on the guard. While you benefit from doors we kicked down with our last breath. Now you spit on the architects who stared down death. Disrespectful, that's Disrespectful, ungrateful, a slap in the face to only people who gave a fuck. So let me show your ungrateful ass to the right place.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
Talking crazy on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
This our ground and we outside on it. Why y'all fools on the outside looking? Y'all show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, take your disrespect just like home.
Y'all don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out America, take your disrespect just like home.
Passport, the visa, the privilege to be here. Cause my grandma did march for y'all, so disappear from our land. You cosplaying our pain. Think it's a trend you can borrow, but you ain't inherit the ghosts of our sorrow. We the foundation, the bedrock, the soil, and the root. You not no branch on our tree, and unproductive people always cosplaying me.
Talking about we ain't do nothing, you lost your mind. We built this from nothing, time after time.
From the beginning to now, we've been the backbone and muscle. Why you look down on the struggle and cause a whole tussle? The energy sky was discussing it's whack. So let's make it clear, there's no turning back.
This land is paid for in full.
In blood, sweat, and tears, and dreams deferred.
You don't get to come into a house we built from the dirt and telling Black America y'all ain't worth nothing. That's a violation. Facts.
Pack your bags, time to go home.
It's our soil on our soil where our blood and bones grown.
Show respect, this our ground. Y'all just tenants on a leash.
Or get the step.
Show no respect to Black America, so leave.
Oh, don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business second just like home.
Don't get it, so it's time to go home.
Get the hell up out of America, taking your business second just like home.
Yeah, fly little birdies.
Fly on back to where you came from.
This ain't for you. The soil is sacred.
We said what we said.
It's time
For y'all to go home. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. So fly a little birdies fly. Fly far, far away from here. Bye bye, little birds.
They thought we forgot, but we never forget. This one's for the rules. We built this land from dust and tears, 400 years, and we still here. They write new rules, but they don't see. Every freedom they got came off you and me. We planted seeds, they took the bloom. We lit the flame, they left the room. But we back now, no disguise. The spirit's woke, we realize. All we want is what we earn. That sweat and blood, yeah, that table turn. You can't buy culture, can't fake that fight. This is our day, this is our ride. We FBAs. Say it loud, say it strong. We the heartbeat that's been here all along. Foundation of Black Americans, stand tall. We ain't begging for nothing, we built that all. Born from pain and grace, you can see the truth written in our face. We the soul, the sound, the fight, the flame. Foundational Black Americans, say our name. They love our rhythm, but they dodge our blues. Use our voice when it fits their news. They take our sound, but scars. We the backbone, we the stars. Now the veil is gone, the mask is clear. We see the game, we know what's here. No more silence, no more lies. We lift that flag and watch it rise. Rise up, rise up. We the ones that made this nation breathe. Our veins are power, our roots are trees. We know world is rhythm and grace now, and now we're reclaiming our rightful place. Can't copy courage, can't steal pain. You can't inherit soul by changing names. Our story ain't done, it's the revival. We guard the gate, it's about survival. We FBA, say it proud, say it loud. The world dances on what we vow. Foundational Black Americans. Still we stand, still we fight, still we demand. Every block, every song, we've been right here all along. The soul of a people strong and free. Foundational Black Americans. We the first, we the root, we the fire. Still rising, still here. Foundational Black American.
We set the tone and they copy the cadence. Dance to our drums and deny the foundation. Wear the style but don't honor the source. Smile in the crowd and you distance and force. Say you not us but you rap like we breathe. Take the rhythm, then fuse the receipts. I ain't mad, I'm just holding the glass. Showing the mirror, now answer it back. I ain't here to cancel nobody. Just keep it honest, keep it solid. If you eat from the table we built, don't act surprised when we guard it. Do you like that? Do you like that? When I flip your sound and I ride like that. Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Cause that's how it feel when you borrow my culture. Then act like we never mattered. Hip-hop.
Mike Larry. Now this shit here is what see it is. We're not fighting your battles. We're not carrying your fear. We're not lending our history to people who erased us while we were here. Just cause you're born here, don't make you a FBA. That makes you a citizen, learn the difference today. This is lineage, not a look you can wear. Not a costume you borrow when it benefits you there. You used our culture like an access card, backstage pass, a straight facade. But now the mirror's in your face, no disguise. And you're uncomfortable looking truth in the eyes. We didn't leave our land to beg for a chance. We stayed, we fought, we took every advance. That's the separation, that's the line you cross. We paid the price, you learned the cost. You waving your flag on our soil, but fighting not to go back home. Waving your flag on our soil, building comfort on a foundation you didn't own. We waving our flag, red, black, and gold. Stood our ground, never sold. You waving your flag on our soil, but scared to build what you claim you love. Our humor, our style, the way we move, the smoothness, the sound, the things we prove. Music we birth, language we shape, innovation forged under constant escape. Warrior spirit means stay and defend, not flee your land and rewrite the end. You call it success, but don't confuse the two. Ease came after what we went through. You abandoned your land and called it strategy. You waved that flag loud, but won't return to build your legacy. That contradiction tells the story for you. You
You waving your flag on our soil, or fighting not to go back home. We waving ours where we were forged, every inch earned, every brick known. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We can't be deported, and that truth changes everything. We know who we are, and now we see who you are too. Just because y'all born here doesn't make you FBA at all. It makes you an American citizen. It's biologically impossible to be us, because it's a lineage, not some damn costume you can just put on to look cool. You immigrants and immigrant Americans has used our culture as an access card, a backstage pass to our culture. Now y'all have to look in the mirror. Our sense of humor, the aesthetics, mannerisms, the style of dress, the smoothness, the creativity, our genres of music, innovativeness, our slang, our warrior spirit by staying on our homeland and fighting and not fleeing to somebody else's land to beg for a better life and shit on the very people who fought to have us there. That's who we are. And we know who the hell y'all are waving your flag on our soil and fighting to make sure y'all don't go back.
You can't leech off our culture anymore. Beat it!
Mike Larry, man, you did it again. We really making history. Let's go. Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it loud, don't walk it back. Do you like that?
Do you like that?
You grew up mimicking us, now y'all switch it up. Turn the carbon copy, y'all ain't black, what the fuck? It's funny y'all connecting to our culture like it's Wi-Fi. Surfing on our waves of our culture, no more agua. Still in my culture for all these years. Look how time flies, all these colonizers in disguise. Y'all hate, y'all still hate us outside. Study dope, drip vampires, it's the blood of our guilt. They copy the flavor, sip the juice, love the results, hate the truth. Who? Do you like that? Do you like that? Do you like that? Flip your sound, how you like that? Do you like that? Democratic shields, talking points, the road they fill. Fish and chips, agent on the mic, judging FBAs, but ain't you half white? Talking like you one of us, we need a poo face. The agent type with a prune face, like 50 and Jim, it's a cold game. Throwing stones cause we built our own lane. I'm joking, kinda, but I mean, smile calm, pressure intact. Y'all proud where y'all from, where they flag, beat they drum. But when it's us, tone switch fast. Same pride, but it's too much. FBA pride, lineage solid, you can't put this on, can't try it on. Built here, stayed and fought, that's the difference. That's the car. Do you like that? Do you like that? Say it clear, don't twist the facts. Do you like that? Yeah. Do you like that? Do you like that? Point made. No edit. No care.
You know, erasing history is something that you have to do when it comes to conquest, domination, and destroying a people. If people knew who they were, what they were, and what they were capable of in the past, they will understand what they have a possibility or a likelihood of doing in the future.
Foundation of Black Americans, we've always had a culture of resistance. We cultivated a culture of resistance on this land, and we've been resisting ever since we've encountered European domination.
But nothing was really popping in Europe until the transatlantic slave trade, and that's where they amassed a lot of wealth.
One thing that I think is unique about our culture as far as how we resist, how we fight back, is just the environment we were put in from day one. Being only 13% of the population, the white supremacists were very meticulous about keeping that population at a certain amount.
There's never a period when we did not resist the encroachment of the white man.
They have a natural behavior of authority no matter where they go. That's why they'll step up in front of us in the line at the store. We're not important. They don't even see us.
We've never been able to excel. We've never been able to relax. We've never been able to just be, which means that existence is resistance.
It must be something in our DNA, our historical background, to when something doesn't sit right with us, especially spiritually, in our souls and in our spirit, we just say no.
We live resistance. From the moment we're born, we're in resistance. And it's handed down generation to generation.
And so I think that cultural resistance is actually in our DNA, in our epigenetics, and then it blossoms out into the culture.
So there's almost nothing in America that we do, from song to dance to politics to the way we talk, the way we dress, having coded languages considered to be slang today. Everything about Black American culture is a form of resistance.
Of course, they want to always downplay our contributions to the global tapestry because they continue to act like our number one export in this country is not Black innovation.
Everyone understands that our resistance has been the cornerstone of what foundational Black Americans have always done. We are the life that breathes everything into this nation.
The further back you go, the further Black you go. It's just simple like that, brother.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
Greetings, Black family, greetings, and thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Shane Krumer. Correspondent Shabaka. Greetings, Shabaka. We've been missing you the past 2 days.
Yeah, greetings, Shabaka.
Yeah, I've been out of it, man. They just catching up with me, man. Plus, I'm going through a lot of personal shit, you know what I'm saying? And what have you. Okay, it's very interesting that I saw off here in one of the comments of a Black police officer reported misconduct and got fired, if I understood the message correctly.
Yep, that was a black police woman. I think it happened in 2006. So she and her partner responded to a potential domestic violence, right?
Yeah,
and
but I need to continue the intro on my show. So
go ahead. Sorry. Let me talk later. My fault. I was just responding to Sabaka. Apologize.
So we got on the season 6, episode 33, part 3, part 3 of the Frontline Black News. We'll be discussing several topics we didn't get to in part 2, and that is Black teen vanishes during July 4th boat trip with white friends. Black history was removed from the official American 250th anniversary in D.C. Black Americans should be alarmed at Democrats bragging about hijacking birthright citizenship. Ashley Tetne, I forgot how to say her last name, but she's a Haitian Tether, is trying to speak for Black voters. More proof we are not African. Our FBAs, the most patriotic Americans. Did this Caucasian caller just say welfare is FBA reparations? The caudacity. Did Trump and MAGA really blame geoengineering for ruining July 4th? Apparently they did. Reparations efforts sweeping the country despite DOJ attack on Evanston, Illinois. Groundbreaking program. Rebels with a cause, the Black Panther Party and Socialism in practice. Rebecca Briscoe can't believe HISD didn't protect her child from a violent security guard. The Supreme Court debate explodes. Birthright citizenship takes another turn. Haitians, TPS status. Deportations are heating up. Tether Babble. That's what I'm going to call that. And then why Nigeria has 46 million people without a working toilet. In our Unhoused neighbor news, our local Denver news, and Aurora news. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. We get the news from a frontline and Black first perspective. We are signal boosters of the New Black Media. And members of the New Black Media, we have been around for 6 seasons now and counting, and have several platforms that are part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News is the first one we started back in 2020, 2021. Please make sure y'all like and share the broadcast. Oh, yes. And join us tomorrow for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is based off the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio back in 2016 and have been around for 12 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. It is also part of the Frontline campaign and has recently, within the last 2 to 3 years, moved from Blog Talk Radio to StreamYard. Please make sure y'all like and share the broadcast, family. Remember, family, hit that like, share, and subscribe button. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description. That's right, fresh, the New Black Media. We got Frontline Black News, the main channel. Make sure y'all sub to that. Then we got the backup channel for Frontline Black News, Frontline Black News 2. And the link to that is also in the description. Please make sure y'all sub to that just in case it's hard to take Frontline Black News down again. Then we got my personal page, Jesse Parrish, aka Etienne Kruma. That's how we stream all the city council meetings for Denver and Aurora, the local Denver and Aurora Black events, and the Sunday morning food bank, which I've been doing for the past 10 years via Occupy Denver. So you'll find all that streamed over there. So make sure y'all sub up over there at Jesse Parrish 5280. Then we got Lady Chase backup channel, Seduction Dawn. Make sure y'all sub to that as well. So she'll start going live on YouTube on that channel. Then we got her main channel, The Revolutionary Agenda. Make sure y'all sub to that if you haven't already. The link is in the description, and she just dropped the RBA a couple of days ago, so make sure y'all check that out. Then we got Shabaka's YouTube channel, Jeanette 1. Make sure y'all sub to Shabaka's channel. I believe you need like 6 more subscribers, Shabaka. I think you only need like 6 more subscribers. Let me double check.
Okay.
You need 7 more subscribers. And we can start going live on YouTube again. Then we got our cousin, our local out the Bay Area, Jay Militant. Make sure y'all subscribe to Cuz channel, What's Cracking TV with Jay Militant. The link to his channel is also in the description. Then we got our brother Cookies out the Mile High, out the Bell side, Montbello to be exact. And he came up with the FBA culture reports. You'll see him on TikTok and YouTube and probably Facebook. I haven't been on Facebook in a minute, so he might be putting them up there too. But make sure y'all check him out.
You ain't missing nothing.
Cookies 5100. And he's also a dope MC / rap artist out the Mile High. So definitely check him out. He used to do the intro track too for Frontline Black News. Cut the damn check. Then we got Amaru. Hey Amaru. You want a YouTube channel too?
Yeah, have a YouTube channel for Amaru.
Amaru's so big ass.
Hey Amaru.
Yeah, Amaru getting big.
Yes, he is.
Man, she's getting big like a dog.
Amaru full-fledged cat.
Yeah, he's one now. Him and
he's a full-fledged cat.
Yeah, he's full grown now. Yeah, Amaru. Yeah. Then we got our other brother from another mother, Breeze Omega. Make sure y'all check him out. That's our brother who's originally from Hempstead, Long Island, but is now in Leesburg, Virginia. Make sure y'all check him out. He was live earlier.
How's he doing with the heat?
He seemed to be keeping cool. He said he got central air, so.
All right. Yeah, I was over at a relative's house today, and their air conditioning went out.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, they got it squared away. You know what I mean?
Yeah, fuck Facebook uptight. To hell with that shit. They took me down because I was going in on Command Me.
Yeah.
And then we got Brother Church of Black Power who joined us last night. Shabaka, I wish he would have been there. But Brother Church joined us last night. Briefly, to go off about the Lego video I was playing. But shout out to Church. He has a YouTube channel as well. He was live earlier as well. He just ended his live like a couple hours ago. We usually listen to the playback before we start this. But and make sure y'all check out our brother Church. He's originally from Watts, California, but is now in Houston, Texas. And the link to his channel was in the description. Then we got our brother Torian Rain Reloaded, who's been around for a decade plus and actually put Lisa Cabrera on. I just found out recently. Shout out to Torian. He came up with the We Fought Back series and several other series. So he's very heavy with the content, so check him out. And then I hate to say it like this, but honorable mentions. Our brother Black Alpha Network. Make sure y'all sub to his channel. Brother Afro Elite Out the Shy. Make sure y'all sub to his channel. Our brother Sincere Love to God and his co-host Nicety Girl. Make sure y'all sub to them as well. Then we got ZZ Rants, Lisa Cabrera, our sister out here, Vicky Dillard, and our brother Chase McGee. And last but certainly not least, our brother Black Truth United came with the B1 Rolodex, which is a modern day green book for FBA and B1 businesses. And we have the FBA threat report as well, or threat database. So this lets you know what areas we are not welcome, which if you ask me, that's the whole planet. But he has it in real time on the Google Maps. So make sure y'all check him out. The link to the FBA threat database is in the description. The link to submit your business or FBA business of your choosing is also in the description. And the link to the Rolodex, which yours truly is in it. For my political work, the B1 Rolodex. The link to that is also in the description. Then we got the Reparations or Freedmen Reparations Party merch. We got the merch. Thanks to Church. So make sure y'all check that out as well. The link is in the description. Then we got Council of the Congressional Black Caucus and create a foundational Black American Caucus. The link to that is also in the description. Then we got Take Action Now, Sister Brooks Call to Action, which is over now, unfortunately, but you can check her out at Brooks. The link to her channel is also in the description. Then we got the and shout out to the U.S. Freedmen Project as well. Our brother Divine, our brother Melrose. That's the one that told the Democrats where they can go at the beginning of the year at the NAACP meeting. Shout out to him. Shout out to Sister BX, and shout out to there's one more from over there. That's a content creator. So check them out. They're heavy with the content as well. Then we got the Reparations Act. Make sure y'all sign that. The link to the petition is in the description. Then we got Lady Chase GoFundMe. Donate to that if you haven't already. Then we got our brother Joshua Fox, who put hands and feet all over that white supremacist Nabisco. Chad the Bussy, Chad the Builder, Dalton Etherly, who's in a jail cell right now. Donate to our brother Joshua Fox GoFundMe if you haven't already. The link is in the description. All these links are in the description. Then we got to stop Netflix from releasing. Hold on, Shabaki. Stop Netflix from releasing damaging docu-series about Michael Jackson.
I saw it today.
It's in the description. Oh, Lord. We're going to have to do a whole show on that. Lord. Okay. Shout out to Dr. Randy Short for putting that together. Then we got myself, as you can tell from the background, and Alma Rose meowing. I am a candidate on the ballot for House District 8 here in the state of Colorado. And the link to my website is in the description. Then we got copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. And I do not own the rights to the music. And if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, which is the only racism that exists on this planet and in this realm, what it is and how it works, everything else that you think you understand will only confuse you. In all 9 or 10 areas of human and people activity, yes, Amaru, we all hear you. Economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And some say health and nutrition. In all 9 or 10 areas of human or people activity, and that was by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., who transitioned last year at the age of 95, producejustice.com. And when you, a black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court, also by Mr. Neely Fuller Jr., producejustice.com. And yes, Amaru, last but certainly not least, we got racism, white supremacy, which again is the only racism and the only the form of that type of discrimination on the planet. Racism, white supremacy, which is a global system, is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. And that was by the late great master teacher, Dr. Francis Cress Wilson, who transitioned exactly 10 years ago at the age of 80 and would have been 90 as of 2 months ago. Excuse me. I have to yawn. And shout out to our FBA brother Tariq Nasheed for paying for her funeral, along with several others. So those are the topics. Make sure y'all hit that like and subscribe button. All right, Shabaki, say what you need to say before we get to the black teen that vanishes.
Okay.
during July 4th boat trip with white friends.
Wow. Okay. Also, too, ladies and gentlemen, as you do know, on the 4th of July, 1910, in Reno, Nevada, Jack Johnson kicked the living dog shit out of James J. Jeffries.
Thank you, Chris.
Okay. Of James J. Jeffries on the 4th of July, 1910 in Reno, Nevada. I suggest if you're ever through the great city of Reno, Nevada, please go visit the site because I love looking at that fight of how Jack Johnson beats the living dog shit out of the great White Hope.
Right.
Battered him to a pulp. Do you know what I'm saying? And love it.
And that's what happened, especially in the film district. San Francisco witnessed an entire neighborhoods transform within a single generation.
Would that be the Fillmore district, Michael?
Oh, it's a list of cities.
Yeah, cities that were gentrified since 1980.
Oh, since okay.
Yeah.
All right.
This is, I'm just quoting Naheem Way.
What did Naheem?
Oh.
What did? Oh, Naheem said what?
Said as hundreds of freedom communities across the country have been gentrified since 1980, more than 500,000 freedmen families have been pushed from their homes. Those same neighborhoods have seen more than 3 million new Latino, Asian, and white residents. So cities like Atlanta, Boston, New York, San Francisco, and the entire neighborhoods transformed within a single.
Denver, Colorado.
Yep, Denver, Colorado too. Yep.
And Los Angeles, California.
Yep, Los Angeles. So yeah, basically saying it's been a decades in the making.
Okay, but also too, keep in mind any cities that we just mentioned, that the majority of those who are homeless are Black folk.
That's every city, Shabbat.
Every city, yep.
The great white dope. Oh yeah, uptight. I love watching that fight, man. You know what I'm saying? I love watching it. Nabisco's wanted to argue with me. Do you know what I'm saying? And you're right, never go on an all-white trip if you're Black. Because this would be the 4th or 5th incident that I know of, Brother Che, of what you're telling me about a young woman missing.
Remember when I took that trip down to New Orleans, Shabaki?
Yeah.
It was only like 3 Black people on that trip.
Okay. Well, it just goes to show is just like how after the July 4th, 1910, you know, how white folks or white mobs were attacking Black people, Black families, and what have you. Say, and we're losing consciousness of this bullshit that they do to us with this all-inclusive shit.
Well, that's the South. That's why he keeps telling you to go back to the South, because that's where we're more concentrated at.
And then too, Black family, if you go on said trips and you're the only Black one there, be sure to take you some power tools with you and keep them clandestine.
Without a doubt.
If you pull it, use it. That's it. If you pull it, use it. So what it is that these cluxes probably been having their little meetings, and I've argued with one of these troglodyte.
They just marched in D.C. yesterday. They was on transit and everything. You didn't hear about that, Shabaki?
No, man. No.
The Patriot Front was marching through D.C. yesterday. I thought I told you.
Okay, you talking about them dumpsters, the ones who tried to intimidate the little Black girl?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I saw a photo where this little Black girl was by herself, young woman that is, you know, she wasn't a juvenile, but young woman. And then all these Nabiscos with their mask on got all around her.
Yeah, that's the ones. That's the Patriot Front.
Yeah. Okay, I got something for their front. A fucking right cross. Right straight to his motherfucking grill.
That's why when they were around, there was no black men around. And they stayed in the safe areas. They didn't go to Southeast. They damn sure didn't go to Berry Farms.
Yeah.
They wanted to find some black people, especially some black men, to bring that shit too. They would have did that. They went to the safe areas. That was in Northwest DC.
Going to soft targets. Yeah. Yeah. And we supposed to love these motherfuckers? I'm not stupid.
Yeah. And by the way, Sabaka, they went to the African American Museum.
Wait a minute.
That was the funniest part. That was the funniest part.
Hold it. Stop right there. These Nabiscos went to the African American Museum and none of these motherfuckers were stretched?
Yeah, to get shelter because it was so hot outside.
Hold it. The Nabiscos. Yeah. Hold on now. Let me make sure I understand this. So the Nabiscos, with their sun-dodging, troglodyte, nasty, funky, stinking asses, felt it was okay for them to go to a shelter or something that is mostly black, and they figure with their white privilege that we're supposed to sit there and say, yeah, come on in, I told you.
Basically,
No. Now, let me tell you something about Shabaka people. Shabaka had been there, and they came off into there, bad, broke, no, man, no. One of them motherfuckers about to eat these right hands. You see what I'm saying? No. And I would tell a motherfucker, hey, Metcalf, this ain't your area.
Oh, Sabaka, they invited them in, said, hey, this is
stop.
You're going to go to shelter. You got
them in, sir.
You got 2 or 3 places to go to. One of them is the African American History Museum.
Yep.
Okay, hold it. So these white individuals with their Nabisco asses, I want to make sure I'm understanding this here because this has thoroughly got me fucked up. Okay, you're telling me that these mighty whites took it upon themselves to just go to the Afro-American Museum, right? To get out the heat.
Soft targets because they
hold it. And you mean to tell me there were no soldiers there to tell them that you're not welcome here up under this tent?
No.
Is what I'm being told?
Yes, Sabaka.
But here's the thing, until Sabaka, those Nabiscos, they were supposed to take off their mask at the African American Museum.
I thought it was hilarious because they talk all that shit about black fatigue and how they can't stand black people, but they have to evacuate.
Nobody. Wait a minute. You mean to tell me that no football player-sized brother went up there and stepped to the first peckerwood with his funky, stinking, nasty ass and says, "Look, man, you shake the spot and keep it moving"?
No,
nobody did that.
They were sitting on the floor.
On the floor. Like getting seeking
man,
shelter.
I don't give a fuck if they were sitting on the toilet, man. Not in the Afro-American Museum. You go sit over there with Metcalf.
In the African American
Museum in DC.
Not Africa.
No. That's unacceptable.
Yeah. Very unacceptable.
That's unacceptable.
Right.
I thought it was hilarious. They asked the son to go to our museum.
Whoa, wait a minute. And this is on the 4th of their lives, correct?
So, 4th of their lives, yep.
You just disrespected the memory of Jack Johnson.
Yeah.
I mean, they were supposed to be walking out of there like James J. Jeffries, knocked the fuck out, sitting on their ass, looking like they panhandling.
Yeah.
Oh, hell no.
Yeah, because no white museums wanted to give their own people shelter in DC.
All right. Yeah. So didn't somebody think to pull a dick out and piss on them or something like that, to throw food on them and basically just go up there and smack the shit out of them?
Yeah.
that I've heard of, Shabaka. I haven't seen no video or footage of any of that.
Bro, I just don't know what the fuck to say on that.
I
just don't know what to say.
I don't. Who was it that ordered it? Was it the president that ordered them to go? It was somebody.
To the African American Museum?
Yeah.
I think so, Trump. I think Trump said seek shelter Americans because it's going to get really hot. He said any museums, including African American museums.
Oh, okay, Michael.
Yeah, I'm here.
Nobody had a set of balls to say, hey, man, check this out. You're not welcomed in this tent. That's what I would have said. I would have said, you're not welcomed in this tent. Go to Metcalf for shelter.
Exactly. Yeah. I don't think an employee at
That's
the
what I would have told
said that.
And then once the fuck again, yours truly be zip, hooked and booked.
Yep. I think Professor Always is correct. It's probably like the Democrats at the white museums kick out the Nabiscos.
Michael.
Yeah, I'm here, Sabaka.
What they just did with them lame ass motherfuckers letting them troglodytes come in and sit there, right? They disrespected every black man and woman that was violated on a plantation. They disrespected every black man and woman that came off those slave ships. They disrespected every Black Panther. They disrespected every civil rights worker. Just that act alone spoke 1,000 words to me, if I'm understanding this.
Right. You understand? Yep. You understand this correctly. Yes.
Okay. And when that motherfucker would have said, well, brother, we're all the same. Go stand out there in that sun, man, for about an hour.
Yeah.
But you cannot have no water. And then, when you hit the ground, I might, go up there, pull my Johnson out and piss on you. You know what I'm saying? For a man who was killed by Daniel Penny. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I definitely understand what you're saying, for sure, 100%. And you're right, Sabaka, that the employee at the African American Museum didn't have the balls to stand up to Nabisco and say, hey, Nabiscos, you guys are not welcome into the African American
go sit out in the sun.
Right.
Go sit out in the sun, motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Because
sitting out in the sun, it got so it was like thousands of them passing out and shit. They was sitting out.
That's great news.
Yeah.
Doing all of that. They were
we are the children of the sun. See, the sun is looking out for us. So
like
you just disrespected the sun.
They said we can't do it no more. It's 110 degrees in the shade. We can't do this no more.
And what the fuck that got to do with me?
And we got this strange storm that's just coming out of nowhere. We don't know where the storm just came from.
Mm-hmm. That's the ancestors, Brother Che. That's the ancestors.
Yeah, we know that. We know that, Shabaka, but where this storm comes, it's a freak storm. Where did it come from? We have to evacuate.
Mm-hmm.
We have to stop everything we're doing and evacuate. The dump was 90 minutes late on his speech.
Well, son of a bitch is probably up there cooling off. You know what I'm saying? you know what I mean? And this great, beautiful desert out here, this big, beautiful desert, hit 115 degrees today. Because I went over my relative.
Yeah, 120 of them this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then I did look at the Michael Jackson movie in question.
Jesus. It was 97
I saw that shit. Yep. Damn. Yeah. And the dude who they have who played Joe Jackson, man, that motherfucker looked like he was from Mars. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, dude looks straight like a fucking Martian for real. You know what I mean? But, and it kind of like brought back memories, with his Thriller, with his Human Nature, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
To the early, then of course, when they showed them starting off when they did I Want You Back, you know what I'm saying? When they got the job with Motown, then they went out there to LA and all that. You see, what's happening is, Black family, it is very, very important, rather if you want to call yourself a diasporic African, rather if you want to call yourself FBA, rather if you want to just call yourself a Black man or Black woman in America, it's very, very important to let the Nabiscos know what the fuck they are. Because the day of the Yassa boss, the ass scratching, driving Miss Daisy, Uncle Tim Scott, that bullshit is over. Even Amaru knows that.
That's why the delineation is in full effect, Shabaka. You're right. Them days are over. And delineation
That shit is over. Oh, we just the same, man. No, motherfucker, we ain't the same. We ain't the same. Just don't mean I hate you, but I be goddamned, and I hate using this language, that you're gonna be at a Black History Museum, and you're gonna bring your fat, pot gut, redneck, stars and bars, hillbilly, funky asses.
The video of them sitting on the floor. I think I am gonna play the video of them sitting on the floor.
Wait a minute. Well, hold on. Stop. Okay. The Nabiscos were sitting on the floor, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Then they should have got the shitty mop water and start mopping the floor.
They were seeking shelter.
You know what it is? You know, yeah. You know, like what Philip Scott says. Philip Scott
remember how you used to have the bomb drill shelters in school?
Yeah, I remember that shit. Yeah, I remember doing that shit there up in school, where you got to put your head between the knees. Yeah. Okay, 2,000 a day dying in Europe. Fuck around and find out. Okay, that's great news.
Yeah,
that's great news.
Fry Nabisco fry.
Yeah.
Fry Nabisco's fry. Fry. Fry Nabisco fry.
It's a bucket. You know what Philip Scott said?
Sit there and say, well, Missy Ann, I'm driving Miss Daisy with balls. We sick balls. We too hot balls.
Hey, Sabaka. It's like what Philip Scott said. Like how the Karens don't like FBAs, right? But the Karens are so attached to FBAs, like a magnetic, like a magnetic resonance. You know what I mean? Magnetic energy.
Okay, Michael.
Yeah.
The reason why the Karens hate the Black woman, Michael, have you ever seen a well-built Black woman, man, with her clothes off?
I don't think so. I'll let you comment on that.
Brother, it will make you melt.
It
will make you melt. One sister, I said that too. I said, oh, God. And you know what she says? Well, you're right. That she is God. You see what I'm saying? And why do you think these Nabisco women want to go get these augmented surgeries at Fredericks of Hollywood, Beverly Hills, UCLA? You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So where's our hate mailers in there? Because I want to argue with some of them hate mailer motherfuckers up there on that one, man.
Oh Lord.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I don't know what the fuck that I enjoy most. Telling them motherfuckers, get your troglodyte ass back out there in that sun, or watching Jack Johnson beating a living dog shit out that motherfucker Jeffries. Oh yeah.
They were both lovely.
Oh yeah. and then, Brother Che, I know that there were some Yassa bosses who will get up there and says, well, we're gonna ask the Black community to stand down. And every time I think of little Mia, well, her own daddy got up there and said at the MacArthur BART station. You remember, Brother Che, when I did the live feed from there? Oh, we're asking the Black community to stand down.
That's when we started the rule. We were not gonna put on the cape for any of these ambulances.
We can't do it.
If the parents or the family came out and said, we forgive. We learned that after Stephante Clark.
Oh, yeah.
Do you love me? Hold a whole brick of money. Do you love me? Do you love me?
Yeah.
Man, that's funny how Karen says it. Oh my god.
And his brother was saying the most idiotic stuff about black people on his social media.
Oh my God. Oh my God. My goodness.
They was protesting for like a month in Sacramento behind that shit.
Oh man. Were they on the Capitol Mall doing it?
Yeah, the Shabaka. They was doing the most.
Oh man.
So from that day forward, we said we're not caping for none of these cases. If these people
we can't do it.
We seen that with Bolton John's family up there hugging the killer, and the judge sitting up there giving her a hug too, caressing her and shit.
I remember 2019.
Yeah.
We
Even a police
killed the
officer
man in his own house.
Yeah.
I just want to give you. His brother was sitting up there talking about, I just want to give you a hug.
Yep. And even a police officer was patting down the defendant's hair like a pet.
The judge. The mammy judge.
Yeah, and the police officer
a black
too,
judge. And
the bailiff.
Looking at it. And the bailiff. And I see, okay, how could I tell you this here, people? When I look at guys who sacrificed the prime of their careers like Muhammad Ali, like Colin Kaepernick, what happened to Emmett Till,
Authorities in Mississippi have located
the civil rights workers, that is an insult to their memories when we do asinine shit like that.
We've come to find out, Shabaki, a lot of them people was not us. That's why we're delineating. And people from the Caribbean and Al-Kibalon, they come over here with a whole different mindset than what we got going on over here.
God damn.
We've wasted 60 plus years trying to get them on code. And they just basically told us, to hell with you, Akata. I do what I want to do. You can't tell me nothing.
It sounds like an Indian accent to me.
Yeah, and then and I'd have to leave that motherfucker out there, like you said, Brother Che, in this desert dying of thirst too.
Yeah. So we can't do
because
it.
Motherfucker, you use a, what did the white folks call them motherfuckers? Turncoats, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you're doing.
We're the only ones that got a culture of checking turncoats.
Oh my goodness. You know? Yeah.
So, had another unfortunate situation, black family. Stop hanging out with white people is the moral of this story. Definitely don't go hunting on a camping trip with them. Don't go on no trip with them. Don't go anywhere with them. Let alone for a secluded area.
Yeah, and travel in pairs, traveling in threes, traveling fours.
So body found search for Mississippi teen missing since July 4th. They found them and it's not good.
a body they believe likely belongs to a teen missing since the 4th of July. 18-year-old Nolan Wells was last seen on Horn Island Saturday. The Barrier Island is a popular vacation spot. The local sheriff's office says Wells was there with friends for the holiday when he was reported missing. ABC's Alex Perez is following this case for us. And Alex, great to see you. What's the latest with this?
Yeah, Stephanie, officials unfortunately say it appears we're dealing with a tragic ending in this case after beloved 18-year-old Nolan Wells disappeared July 4th after going on a boating trip with friends. Now, sadly, officials say a body matching the description of the 18-year-old was recovered about 8:45 this morning just off the shore of Horn Island, a popular holiday destination about 10 miles off the Mississippi Gulf Coast. Now, the teen and friends reportedly took a boat trip to the Barrier Island for the 4th of July holiday. He was last seen on Saturday at about 3 p.m. After he vanished, his family and friends making an emotional plea for help, flooding social media with pictures of the outing showing Wells and a group of friends on a boat. The 18-year-old seen holding what appears to be a hard or alcohol seltzer in his hand. The Jackson County Sheriff's Department, the Cajun Navy, and many volunteers spending much of the weekend searching for Wells. It remains unclear what exactly happened to him. Authorities say they are still working to figure out what exactly went wrong here as his community now
They got him
grieves.
drunk and they killed him.
So tragic. Our hearts are with his family. Alex, thank you very much.
Yeah. Lady, you full of shit.
Well, you know they're gonna put that spin on it. But now we're gonna get our perspective on it. Start with the Democratic Shield.
Black teen goes completely missing while hanging out with white friends. This was during the 4th of July celebration. We have questions. Put up the picture full mass.
Please. Yeah.
This is according to Atlanta Black Star. They did a great job reporting on this story. Authorities in Mississippi have now found a body after searching for a missing black teen who was last seen on the Gulf Coast with friends celebrating the 4th of July. While the identity of the body has not been officially confirmed, officials searching for the 18-year-old Nolan Xavier Wells, who was last seen around 3 p.m. on Horn Island near Ocean Springs wearing blue swim trunks, no shirt, and sunglasses. He is described as 6 feet 1 inch tall, weighing 180 pounds. Jackson County Sheriff John Ledbetter told the Post that the body was found at about 8:45 a.m. Monday. And that, quote, it does match the description, according to the sheriff. Quote, the body was found in the water just offshore, just off the west end of the Horn Island, the sheriff revealed. Cajun Navy Incident Commander, Josh Gill, said in the video posted on Facebook early Saturday, quote, he was last talking to a girl on that north end. He went out to Horn Island with some buddies yesterday on the boat, and he has not been heard from in 24 hours. End quote. It's unclear if the teen, who's a wide receiver at Southwest Mississippi Community College, ever made it back to mainland. Quote, damn. There were some people that thought he might have wandered off to the middle of the island, maybe into the lake.
Yeah, it is number one.
Brian Trasher with the United Caucasian Navy told WLOX, there's cactuses, which is cacti is what he means, and a lot of thorny bush. He would not have comfortably been able to make it to the middle of the island. He probably would have turned around and went back to the beach. End quote. Nolan's mother pleaded on Facebook, quote, his father, Elmore Wansley, and I are not okay. We have so many questions. Our hearts are breaking. We keep waiting for Nolan to walk through that door with this beautiful smile and a joke, of course. We just pray our son is alive and safe. Again, we are looking for any pictures, video footage around 4:30 p.m. or later. Please only DM me if you have information. Quote, bring home Nolan. We want to help this family. If it's information they need and you have some of that information, perhaps you saw something that they currently do not have at the sheriff's office. If you have any information, call the Jackson County Sheriff's Department at 228-769-3745. 3036. Some questions that come up, obviously. One is an athlete. Is an athlete and happens to be an athlete at the collegiate level. So you have a sharp mind. You have an able-bodied individual. And naturally, because of some of the racial tensions we've seen, given circumstances like this, where a group, an interracial group, let's put it that way, will go out, water is involved, or some type of scenario where they're away from the beaten path. And all of a sudden, somebody doesn't come back. The family wants answers. We have questions that are indisputable. We don't have all the pieces of the information. We don't. The sheriff's office, they seem to have concluded based on some of the preliminary responses from the sheriff. We take that with a grain of salt until there's an official conclusion of the investigation, or at least a conclusion that we're satisfied with. So if you have any information, please make sure you contact that local office. Our hearts and prayers are with the family and friends of this young man.
Lord. Like I said, don't go nowhere with them folks.
Even the cops said it's a suicidal result.
The search is on for a missing
foul play was involved.
in
How
Jackson
fucking
County. 18-year-old Nolan Xavier was last seen yesterday afternoon around 3 o'clock on Horn Island. Jackson County Sheriff's Office is currently searching for the missing teen with the help of DMR and the Coast Guard. The United Cajun Navy is also aiding in the search. Now, if you saw Wells yesterday at the island, give Jackson County deputies a call. They're telling us that your information could help narrow their search for this missing teen.
Deuteronomy 7:2-3 says, and when the Lord your God gives them over to you and you defeat them, then you must devote them to complete destruction. You shall make no covenant with them and show no mercy to them. You shall not intermarry with them, giving your daughters to their sons or taking their daughters for your sons. Peace and blessings. Peace and blessings, all praises due to the Most High. And this is Xavier Nolan Wells, who went missing on July 4th after a boat trip with these gentlemen, these three Caucasian gentlemen that you see right here on the boat. And here are some other pictures of him on Horn Island with his Caucasoid friend.
Yeah.
And there are more pictures of him on the boat. And there he is as well.
And
now, sometimes during that interaction, they're saying that Nolan somehow went missing.
Alcohol
he was last seen at about 3 o'clock p.m. And they said that he was talking to a girl on the north tip of the island. And this is what they're saying about the girl that he was talking to. As you see, it says, at some point he was seen with a girl named Katie. This is what her family had to say. Katie had a conversation and assumed that Nolan was getting ready to get on the boat he came out in. Katie made it home because she was on another boat and with different people. Katie was safe because my brother and sister-in-law went and got her. Katie assumed the quote-unquote friends telling him to get on the boat wouldn't have left him. Me and my family have talked, called, and are sending prayers up to bring Nolan home. We have given all answers we can to his mom and the authorities. So that is what the mother of the girl who he was last seen with are saying. Now, keep in mind, they're saying that somehow during the trip, he got separated from his phone. Now, what does that mean? Anybody knows a teenager and their phone, it's like their heartbeat. Like taking a phone or separating a teenager from their phone is like taking their heart out of their body. So that is a very vague statement. Did he lose the phone? Was it an iPhone? Did he have Find My Phone? Or was his phone taken from him? And they're saying that the friends was asking him to get back in the boat. But how did his body get found on the island? Yes, a body was found as of early this morning, and they're saying that it has not been identified, but if they've been looking for this young man for the past couple of days and a body is found on the island, mind you, not in the water, you're going to read this article, then of course we would assume that it is the body of 18-year-old Nolan Xavier Wells. Just watch this article as they begin the search. But I'm going to show you at the beginning of this article, they say a body was found. Now, you see the title of the article. It says, body found on Horn Island during search for missing 18-year-old Nolan Wells. Officials have not confirmed the identity of the person found. Now, let's listen to what they have to say.
A desperate search continues for a teen reported missing from Horn Island. 18-year-old Nolan Xavier Wells was last seen Saturday, which was the 4th of July, that afternoon on the northeast tip end of Horn Island. Joining us live is Will Polston with some details on this ongoing investigation. Good morning to you, Will.
Good morning, Brandy. We're here at Lake Mars Pier in Jackson County, where you can see here over my shoulder, it looks like the teams are getting ready and prepared to take to the water. I see 4 different boats here, some of them saying state law enforcement, one just pulling up that says Harrison County on it. So there's going to be quite a bit of a presence out in the water today that's going to be looking for Nolan Wells. Wells is 18 years old, comes in about 6'1" and 180 pounds. Last seen with no shirt on, wearing blue swim trunks and sunglasses on the 4th of July out at Horn Island, somewhere around 3 p.m. Now, right now, the United Cajun Navy is also taking planes up in the air to assist with the search, and the Jackson County Sheriff's Department is asking for any help with pictures or videos that you may have from Horn Island on Independence Day that could help pinpoint maybe where or when Nolan went missing. Now, he is also a football player at Southwest Mississippi Community College, and they put out a statement today saying that the SMCC family is praying for the beloved football player Nolan Wells, his loved ones, and everyone involved in the search. We ask our community to join us in praying for Nolan's safe return. And again, if you have anything from Independence Day that could help pinpoint where or when Nolan went missing, please send that in to the Jackson County Sheriff's Office. In Jackson County, Will Polston, WLOX News Now.
And, you know, even in that search party, it's very vague, right? Where are the friends, the 3 men that were on the boat? Why are they not testifying and distraught and giving their versions of, you know, please find Nolan, if you're out there, come on. Because everybody probably knows what happened to that young black man on Horns Island, which I've never heard of. Even I was just in Mississippi, Senatobia, Mississippi, and I've been to Jackson, Mississippi, which has a large black population, but I've never heard of Horns Island. So y'all tell me if y'all watching from Mississippi, do black people even go to Horns Island? Because I know we have a place in North Carolina called the Outer Banks, and that a lot of white people always go to, but actually blacks were historically prohibited from even going to some of those islands out on the coast. And so I don't know if this is one of those situations, but it seems very strange to me that this man can get on the boat with 4 white guys, take pictures on the island with 4 white guys, and then all of a sudden comes up missing and nobody knows a thing. Now, like I told you before, a body was found this morning. Let me show you that article. And you see it right here. Body found in Jackson County, identification underway. Now, this was at 10:20 a.m. on July the 6th. A body was found on Monday morning near Horn Island in Jackson County. The Jackson County Sheriff said a body was found around 8:45 a.m. today near the same location where 18-year-old Nolan Wells went missing on Saturday. The Jackson coroner is on site attempting to identify the body. And that's it. So a body was found, and we're going to just assume that it's the body of the missing teen, Nolan Wells. But my question is, what happened to Nolan Wells? Where is this alleged woman named Katie, whom he was talking to? Where are his 3 white friends that he was seen on the boat with? And does the island have cameras? Like, it reminds me of the black lady, and I think her name is Langsford or something like that, who went to an all-white sleepover in Georgia, and she fell off the balcony and broke her neck, and nobody knows what happened to her. You know, she ends up dead at a sleepover, and she's the only black woman there, and nobody knows what happened to her. So this has become all too commonplace, where black friends go out on boats with their white friends, and then they end up not coming back. And we all know the ritualistic nature of, you know, the evil white supremacists who perform these rituals on days such as July 4th. We all saw the sister was hung during Juneteenth down there in Florida, and there are several other things that they do to conjure up the spirit of evil during these evil times. And so, you know, once again, I always caution and advise people, you know, be careful when you're getting into those spaces where you are the only one. You know, and you know, that is something that a lot of people realize and are saying in some of these comments, like, don't be the only one. You know, they're giving testimonies where their parents told them, nah, you can't go there because, you know, you're going to be the only one. And, you know, that's what I've had to tell my daughter a few times, because, you know, she doesn't see, you know, she has a very kind and loving heart. So it's easy for her to see the good in people until that good becomes bad. And so just take a look at a couple of more of these pictures from the Facebook page. There's the Jackson office release, and that was yesterday. And this is him. I assume that is, I think, his mother. Yes, so that is his mother and his father.
His parents.
And that is him. You know, I guess he was a high school student then. This is Nolan's mother. She has been asking anyone who may know anything to DM or contact the police department. And once again, that is our dear brother, Nolan Wells. So hopefully, you know, the information will come out. But as we've seen a lot of times in these situations, that everybody is involved, the police, the coroner, the search teams, the investigators, the families, you know, somebody knows somebody, and, you know, they're going to protect their children at all costs, when, you know, they possibly may have had something to do with his demise. So rest in peace to the young brother, and hopefully the truth will come out. But as the scripture says, come ye out from among them. And that's, you know, what I advise people to do, especially in these situations where, once again, you are the only one. Y'all let me know what y'all think about this video in the comments. Y'all see the number 919-587-7782. Thank y'all for liking, watching, sharing, and subscribing to this channel. And as always, I pray you have peace and blessings. And as the scripture says, all things that are hidden shall be revealed, and those things done in secret shall be exposed on the mountaintop.
Let's go, Rich. Be watching Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. Give me the truth before the hate news go mud in it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune in to Telehouse Publishing, Telehouse Publishing, breaking news coverage. The propaganda grammar don't believe none of it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune in to Telehouse Publishing. Who keep the people informed? The stories abroad from literary work, where the narrative's wrong. The research is always on point. The commentary is hard. It's Rich Teller raising the bar. Follow along.
I think we had a special gift on Blog Talk one time.
And all my black families is three sides to all stories. Which one you gonna believe? We run down on the false prophets when it comes to 400% urban world news, current events. We don't like them lies. Media is biased. We got God inside us. Ladies and gents is power. If you don't know by now, look around. We the darkest hours. Cops squeezing hammers. They don't understand. We stop and freeze with our hands and kill us off like cancer. Don't speculate before the facts on the case. Tell our house, set them straight. From the rich investigators. You got your Telehouse Publishing. And breaking news coverage. Give you the truth before fake news go mud in it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune in to Telehouse Publishing. Telehouse Publishing. Breaking news coverage. The propaganda grammar don't believe none of it. Before the jury decide and the judge discover it. You should tune in to Telehouse Publishing.
Negroes have listened to the trickery and the lies and the false
I was at that speech.
demonstrations in the black community that makes the black community throughout America today more explosive than all of the atomic bombs the Russians could ever
Oh, my. My.
To Nolan.
Yeah, and people, black people.
I can say with confidence that you are not African American.
That's the next topic. What are your thoughts on brother
on young man?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not surprised. Okay. But there's definitely some foul play. And then you can see that they were drinking, you see. And alcohol is not allowed in my house. You know what I'm saying? I said, Babble, come on, have a drink, man, you know. And it's going to be like this. Hey, my man, if you want to get drunk, you're going to have to step on the other side of my front door and then keep it moving. Then they want to get ignorant. Well, man, what you mean, man? You saying you too good to take a drink? Bruh, I'm going to ask you to leave. And what's going to happen, man, in my next 3 sentences, man, you're going to be needing a fucking ambulance to get you the fuck up out of here. Okay? Now, I don't knock what nobody do. Okay? But we are letting our guards down, young black men. You guys are letting your guards down. They hate you even more today than when I was coming up. They hate you even more because you're getting innovative. You're showing strength. A lot of you brothers is trying to do the right thing, trying to build up, you know, community coalitions, you know, with the different sets. You see what I'm saying? They're afraid of that, black family. So most definitely our hearts go out. Hey, Val, our hearts go out to his family. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And keep in mind, and as you know, Brother Che, I've been behind enemy lines. You know what I'm saying? Okay. And when you're behind enemy lines, you got to keep your head on a motherfucking swivel. You got to keep your power tools at the ready. Young man had youth on his side. He was in shape. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
They caught him slipping. And I bet you, you know, they lured him with a Becky.
Yep. That Katie chick.
Let's look at what they did to our girl down there in Tijuana, Mexico. Had 20 grand with her. Take her white friends to Mexico. And they unalive her and rob her.
Her black friends.
Black friends, yeah.
Yeah. And what it is, people, this ain't no fucking joke, okay? Because you see, family, I'm on my way out. The only thing that I could do, okay, the only thing I could do is lay this knowledge down. You see what I'm saying? Please don't repeat these mistakes, okay? Please don't repeat these mistakes, you know?
Camera, I guess.
They hate us because they cannot be us.
Jesus.
This ain't hatred. Anything dealing with your self-preservation, black family, is not hatred. Hell, even Amaru knows right there when a motherfucker trying to do it, man. That's why God gave him claws and them chompers.
Right.
You see? And that's what I'm saying. Although Amaru was full kitty, but Amaru knows how to use them claws.
Yes, he do.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
See, and I feel so very, very sorry for the young man right there. I feel sorry for his family. You assholes who inbox me, you know, you the big ups. You know what I'm saying? Oh, and by the way, Jesse, I got 2 more death threats. You know what I'm saying? They're supposed to be coming out here to fuck me up. You know what I'm saying? I ain't worried about it, man. I told the motherfuckers, I hope your goddamn life insurance is paid up.
You sound like you're underwater, Shabaki.
You know?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. It's this ragged ass. Hold on. Okay, I got to make an adjustment. Okay, hold on. Bear with me.
Let me check what are your thoughts. What are your thoughts on Nolan getting unalived while on that boating trip?
It's just bullshit. After the, you know, these things on the news, it's even worse.
Mic check.
Yes.
You sound clear, Shabaki.
It's bullshit.
Okay, yeah. The Bluetooth, you know, is out of gas, you know. Oh boy. Would you say uptight it's the Ghana broadband? No, actually, man, that headset, man, was made in China. Okay.
Yeah, cheap product in China. The product's not that great in China compared to Japan.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and then keep in mind the damn thing is over 5 years old anyway, so it's probably fried. Yeah, Val. Poor Nolan. He thought he could trust him, and as you could see, Val, he was having alcohol in his hand. And this is what I always said, that when they hit Africa, the first thing they came was that goddamn alcohol. And that's why I'm pissed off at them motherfuckers sitting there allowing themselves to get drunk and mugged. We're going to get them drunk and mug them. Same thing happened with young man right here. You know what I'm saying? Same thing that happened with young man right there. Now, I'm not saying don't have friends from other groups or what have you. You see, because you could learn. And then and then over the course of my lifetime, you know, speaking to other groups of people, they would ask about the Black experience, and fuck it, I go on and tell them. And then you know what a lot of them would say? I'm talking about the ones with some sense. Man, I didn't know it was like that. I says, I know, but you just learned something. You see what I'm saying? You know? Like Muhammad Ali said, if I'm up there with 1,000 snakes and 2 or 3 of them is good, does that take my mind off of the other 995 that want to kill me?
No, hell no.
Right.
You'd be a fool.
Yeah, and that's what he said. I'm not that kind of a fool.
Right.
And the interesting thing about Ali, people, is that sometimes he'll get up there, they'll assume that he was clowning or whatever. But a whole lot of times, Mr. Ali got up there and he checked them Nabiscos. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, exactly, Michael. They should have vetted his friends before taking the trip. You know? They should have vetted him. You see?
Absolutely.
Yeah, but they got this Metcalfitis. You see what I'm saying? And George Wallace syndrome. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. Uptight, they straight don't give a fuck. You know? They know their history. You see? You know?
Yeah, they don't want
just
us
like the shit. Yeah, and just like the shit that comes through my like page. You know what I'm saying? You're a black racist, you black son of a bitch. Okay, motherfucker. If I'm a black racist, tell me what tech giant companies I control. Tell me what police departments I control. Tell me what major power grids that I control.
Like zero.
What plumbing infrastructures. Exactly, Michael. Move to the head of the class, young man. That's precisely my point. And I say this here too, Michael, without using that one cuss word, because as you know, I'm quite capable of cussing. I don't like doing it. You see what I'm saying?
I understand, Sabaka. Hey, I understand. As long as you make a point, you're good.
Yeah. And then some of them says, well, that was so long time ago. But I says, but your gross national product still benefits off of it, just off the concept of reinvestment. And you want to hear something funny?
What's that?
White fella, business administration major at UCLA came up on my wall. You're right. I had never looked at it like that. I said, yeah, man, this is why the fucking reparations are a debt that is owed, is because off of our picking that cotton for your Johnny Walker, your old granddad, and your drunk ass Jack Daniels. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Off the sugar cane. This contributed greatly to your gross national product. And you motherfuckers kept reinvesting it. That's why the reparations are owed. Well, you wasn't a slave. And I tell them, take your ass there to Los Angeles. Okay, now uptight. You say that you are hardcore racist when it comes to defending FBA. Sir, that's not racism. What you are doing, sir, is protecting your self-interest. That's not racism. Okay. And then Val says, even Dr. Anderson said, yeah, Dr. Claude Anderson said, we have to control some of those things to have the power. That is a fucking fact.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? You got to control some infrastructures. This isn't hatred. Loving yourself, black man and woman, is not hatred of any other group. You know what I mean?
Right.
Hell, look at Muhammad Ali. When he was in his heyday, he signed autographs for everybody. You know, for everybody.
Yeah.
For everybody.
Everybody. Yeah. Oh, Jesse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. So about that clip, you know, Nolan's parents, right? Yeah. I'm definitely not surprised that the police, you know, didn't take the investigation very seriously, because they see the three white boys.
Of course they don't. The motherfuckers who probably killed them, Mike, was probably their nephews and kids and little cousins and shit.
Cousins, right. And
yeah, man. I don't put nothing past them. Trey Brower, inbred, hillbilly, backward ass, country fuck ass motherfuckers. I don't put shit past them.
Right.
Yep.
Damn. You know, I hate to see a young man go out like that. Whole life ahead of you.
Whole life.
Hey, a goddess say, yeah, but also, you know,
I'll be in here. Salute, goddess Nami.
Yeah. Hey, Jesse, quick question.
Yeah, the goddess is in here.
Let's say your nephew's 21 years old, right? Like adult, and he wants to hang out with his white buddies. And you tell him no, like several times.
You don't have no white buddies, so I don't know nothing about that.
I mean, like nephew, for example. I'm saying like hypothetically, right?
Oh, I thought you were talking about
like he keeps let's say he keeps like pressing you, Uncle Jesse, I want to go on this trip with my white friends, and you say no like several times to him, and he keeps like telling you, I got to, because I know them since middle school, and because you understand the history very well, right?
Yeah.
Like, what do you do in that situation when you tried your best to convince?
One is, Michael, not cutting Jesse off. One thing I would do, Michael, is convince him of not to go. But however, if he insists on going, hey man, keep this goddamn cell phone on you at all times. Strap it to your waist, you know what I'm saying, or wear you some cargo pants, you know, like I do a lot of times, where I could put my cell phone in there and put the little flap over it. You see what I'm saying? And if you get the slightest amount of problem, or if you feel uneasy in any way, form, or fashion, give me a call, and then I'm on my way to you.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
That's
not racist.
Right. How about like a weapon, like a 9 Glock millimeter pistol that he probably should bring with him?
Yeah, okay, but let me tell you something on those there, Michael. See, those are too heavy. Now, what you can do is take you a 6-shot Trey Deuce, man, and you should be all right, man, and you should have your extra set of bullets. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Say, because the Glock, man, you know, because see, the reason why I'm saying a revolver over the automatic, because automatics jam, but a revolver,
Yeah,
you don't have to worry about it jamming.
I see.
Just say, and then if you have to discharge around, man, get out of there immediately. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, because see, for some odd reason, like when they come up on me, man, you know, when I was arguing about the motherfucker about Daniel Penny killing our man Nelly, you know, I said he was a fucking coward. Well, man, he was up there screaming. That man was hungry. That man was dehydrated. So with him being in that humidity, sweating, and not having no water in him, of course, he's going to get a little delirious. But he wasn't putting his hands on nobody. He said, if anything, the brother was reaching out for help.
Yeah.
They said he was reaching out for help. You say?
Yeah, boss. Yep.
Then,
also, I was going to add to it. Also, I'm going to add to it that it's even worse in California, liberal
family and fellow.
All right, and then I gotta get to the next topic.
Okay, and I'm just going to read Goddess's statement here, Brother Che. I will never understand how he at 18 years old was separated from his phone unless there were substances involved along with the violence and multiple people too. Okay, now that's a good observation right there, Goddess Nabi. You know what I'm saying?
Definitely substances.
And this isn't hatred.
Alcohol,
this isn't hatred. See.
All right, so we'll move to the next topic. We're gonna keep
Val Jordan Neely, that's his name. He was just having a bad day, and that fucking coward Penny is gonna put that man off in a chokehold.
Yep. A carotid chokehold.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you press the pressure on the carotid artery, which is the main vein going from your heart to your brain. Yeah.
Snuck up behind them and did it, and then have some tethers hold them down so he could do it.
Yeah, that was the cold part about it.
Yeah, so the next topic is Black history was removed from the official American 250th anniversary in D.C.
I wonder why.
One thing I did tell y'all.
So Lisa's going to give us an update on this.
In my last live is Donald Trump excluded us completely from the history. When you looked at those tents, people were showing videos of what was inside the tents, and it was just lily white. You would think we didn't even exist in America. So it's exactly what Donald Trump wants. Remember, every time he spoke about I would think with white kids, oh, they're not fair to the white kids. First of all, these white kids barely know history to have that kind of concern, Donald Trump. No, it's the adults like you. So it was pretty much a white nationalist, MAGA, Donald Trump and his buddies display. That's what it was. So he wants the white man highlighted all across America in the history. And that's why he wanted to remove every trace of history pertaining to slavery and even our heroes. He don't want any melanated heroes spoken about ever. Just white men. That's what he wants. So y'all, the irony is this anniversary didn't turn out the way they thought it was. In fact, the Most High went above it. He even ruined it at the last 11th hour. It started raining, and Donald Trump did not put us in any of the displays. And where did they have to run? Into the Black Smithsonian. I said, you got to be blind if you don't see the Most High's hand in all of this. He excluded us from the history, and he made them run where the history was. He made them run into the building where our history is fully on display. You know, he had to put everything back by court order. A judge told him all the stuff he removed, he has to put it all back. Whether Donald Trump like it or not, this judge said that is still also American history. But the irony, y'all, all white people had to run the Black Museum for sure. See, no matter how much you try to write us out, we're still there. We're still there, Donald Trump. Nothing. You know, our Father tells us to remember the days of old. He doesn't tell us to forget history. Forgetting history, who'd that come from? A demon? Who'd that come from? A bunch of demons? No, we're not supposed to forget our history. We're supposed to always remember our history, reference our history if we need to.
Right.
So, wow, of all the places to run when that major thunderstorm beared down on your asses, y'all had to run in the Black Smithsonian. I just love it. I just love it. And he made you all get down on the floor. You were all spread.
See, she's cracking up.
Y'all were all spread out all across the floor. The Black Smithsonian. See, what you thought was beneath you, he's showing you it ain't beneath you at all. Y'all were all spread out all over the damn floor. So anyway, y'all, let's get to it. So we know this weekend he messed up everything. He messed up the fair. He messed up the actual ceremony. Donald Trump could not speak because of the storm. When that storm hit, Donald Trump was supposed to give his speech. He could not give his speech. He gave his speech later on to an empty stadium.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there were no people
exactly.
there. He ended up giving his speech to empty seats. Because by the time the rain stopped, everybody already left. So he did give his speech. He waited until the rain stopped, but the seats were empty. And they did not get to do the fireworks like they wanted to, but that was in many locations. Here in New Jersey, they had to call off the fireworks. And in DC, Donald Trump said it was going to be the biggest display of fireworks in the history of this nation. You know, everything about him is big, big, big. So anyway, well, that did not go off the way he thought. And then they had to seek shelter in the blacksmiths. Isn't that where you did not want people to go to see all that Black history, Donald Trump? The most I make it look at it, whether you like it or not. I love it. I love it. So, yeah, let me go ahead and share my screen so we can get started. So, you know, these are people giving their opinions about the history. And, you know, many people did not want to celebrate. Now, some people said they do want to celebrate. I don't, because the 4th of July is a Gentile holiday. And as a Hebrew, we don't celebrate with them and join them in their holidays. You know, be ye separate. So, no, I did not join them. I did not want to join them. I did not celebrate at all on the 4th. And those of you that thought it was important for you to celebrate, you know, you do you. That's all I got to say. You do you. But I'm not celebrating along with these folks at all. Us and Gentiles are not supposed to celebrate together. So anyway, here we go. Screen. You know, and some people were upset because Al Sharpton came out and said for people not to celebrate. But I don't care about Al Sharpton. He doesn't get to tell me what to do. But like I said, as a Hebrew, I was never going to celebrate their holiday. I didn't need Al Sharpton to tell me nothing, because I was never going to celebrate America's 250 at all anyway. Thank you for the ones, everybody. Thank you.
I'm not feeling very proud today. I'm not feeling very proud today. I'm not proud of a country 250 years old that still clings to the sins of its ancient past. I'm not proud of a country that tries to whitewash its history from July 4th to January 6th. I'm not proud of a country still building monuments to the traitors of the 19th century while pardoning the crimes of the insurrectionists of the 21st. I'm not proud of a country that celebrates a document signed by 56 white men who claim that all men are created equal, but refuses to teach its children that 41 of those men enslaved my ancestors. I'm not proud of a country whose highest court protects a president from the Constitution instead of protecting the Constitution from a president. I'm not proud of a country with a Congress that watches the president break the law and hands him the pen. I'm not proud of a country that deports Black people from Haiti and welcomes white ones from South Africa. I'm not proud of a country that gives billions to the richest man on earth while it cuts food for hungry children. I'm not proud of a country that forgives a white president for his crimes but forced a law-abiding Black one to show his papers. I'm not proud of a country where millions of my fellow Americans chose whiteness, corruption, and chaos over country. I'm not proud, and I will never be proud until this country keeps the promise it signed in that building behind me, that all of us are created equal, endowed by our Creator with unalienable rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it. A 250-year-old broken promise. And you want me to be proud?
Trump is America's downfall, and you will have no one to blame but your pathetic need to be racist. God forbid you had to live on an equal playing field with everyone else without colonizing other people's countries. But back to Trump the chump, the most unqualified president in history, with 34 felony counts, a conviction that should have been disqualifying in any functioning democracy. And yet the man convicted sits in the most powerful office on earth, untouched by the consequence that follows any other felon, because of no other reason than the fact that he is an uneducated, racist white man who gave all the other racist white folks their country back because they lost it at some point, which is what they want us to believe, even though they've been in power this whole time. This government even tried to give the January 6 traitors reparations, because this is America. The presidency has become a vehicle for personal enrichment. That's how a trust fund baby who's filed for bankruptcy multiple times can become a billionaire while in office, with policy announcements that move markets in ways that benefit him and his degenerate family and friends. These so-called laws of the land that they don't have to abide by because they're rich and white, this double standard will be America's undoing. Just look at the state of their so-called justice system, specifically the institution meant to be democracy's last line of defense. The Supreme Court has spent the Trump the chump years dismantling precedents thought to be permanent. The 1964 Voting Rights Act, signed by LBJ in the presence of Martin Luther King Jr., erased by a bought and paid for Supreme Court. The law rulings are being decided by the highest bidder. And surprise, surprise, all the billionaires controlling this country, like the oligarchs that they are also Trump's biggest donors. I wonder if has some kind of connection. Have you ever heard the term Rome wasn't built in a day? Well, Rome didn't fall in a day either, after it stole its inventions, architecture, agriculture, governance, and war strategies from Africa. But Rome did eventually fall. Rome, similar to the U.S., fell because of their belief that its laws were optional for the powerful. I will always believe that the separation from this corrupt system is the only solution for Black America, because within this system, we will always be forced to the bottom. That is how it was designed. And we can no longer settle for this when we know an equal society is possible, as long as pathetic racists aren't calling the shots. I love you, Black men. I love you, Black woman. Knowledge is power, power to the people.
White people are not safe in the countries that they built.
I'm going to stop you right now. To say that white men built this country is
to ignore history. And it's also insulting to the memory of those who didn't just build America, but who were literally forced to build it without being able to enjoy it. Because you fail to see that the United States was built not only by settlers and free workers, but also, and maybe mostly, by massive amounts of coerced labor. First slavery, and later various forms of prison labor. By 1860, the United States had 4 million enslaved people, human beings whose families were separated, whose children were sold, and who were forced to work for free. That is 12.6% of the entire population of the United States, who produced 13% of the country's GDP. That translates to 7 billion labor hours per year. At $15 an hour, that's $108 billion in wages, unpaid. And if you think that has changed, think again, because the 14th Amendment didn't end slavery. In many cases, it just transformed it into convict labor, with prisons leasing convicts out to businesses or using them to produce goods or services, often receiving less than $1 per hour. That's a $15 billion a year economy fed by a system that disproportionately punishes Black Americans who receive sentences that are 19% longer than white defendants for the same crime and have a 23% higher conviction rate anytime the jury pool has no Black jurors. So no, this country was not built by white people. It was built on the back of Black Americans who existed in a system that until 1868 allowed the sale and purchase of human beings just because of the color of their skin, and today has traded the concept of slave wholesaler with that of prison warden. Your video is a disgrace.
Black women on the metro here in Washington, surrounded by those folks from the Patriot Front. And then on the left is that classic photo of Elizabeth Eckford surrounded by fellow students at Little Rock's Central High School. She is one of the Little Rock Nine. The parallels here, the symmetry here is startling, Michelle.
That photo is probably Pulitzer worthy. It's a little early to start talking about that, but that photo is one instance of a woman on a bus surrounded by people who are wearing masks, who are about to march in Washington carrying Confederate flags. But I see that photo and I see America's workplaces. I see America's school systems. I mean, those men are wearing masks, but they go and they surround women like her in their workplaces. They will go back to a place where they can take off their mask, and then they will be working someplace where their noxious ideas, will be put in place in hiring decisions, in decisions about who gets a mortgage and who doesn't. However, when I look at them marching, trying to project power, I don't see power, I see fear. I see the projection of fear. I see people who are afraid of a future that has already arrived. They are afraid of an America that is multicultural. They are worried about a multicultural democracy. They are worried about losing power. They want to create an America where white people and white men are dominant. And, America has to then decide, do we want to hold on to our superpower status? Do we want to be prominent in the world, or do we want to be a supremacist nation?
I see exactly what you see when you say you see fear, because they know what they have done with being the majority in this country. And so their concern is that we, black women, brown women, the Black and brown folks who at some point will inherit the majority of this country, will do the same thing to them that they have done to us.
Fuck this bubblehead banana.
And now saw it, man. He
Sucking
I can't recognize him anymore. Almost didn't recognize him.
That's why I call him bubblehead.
He's like, what, 80 years old, right? He should be retired by now.
Yeah, he's older than me.
Metro
He's
here in
put a
Washington,
banana
surrounded by those folks from the Patriot Front. And then on the left is that classic photo of Elizabeth Eckford surrounded by fellow students.
Exactly, Attacc. They never did cover their faces.
Inherit the majority of this country, will do the same thing to them that they have done to us.
I keep winning today with these Trump supporters. Listen to this story about how Secret Service is about to start gassing the Trump supporters, and there's stampedes, and they have to go to the African American Museum for shelter, only in America.
I'm on the National Mall for President Trump's salute to America for America 250. I was so excited to get a ticket. Everything's going great. And then this huge storm's coming in, and they told everybody to evacuate. But nobody knew what that meant, because we're like, how do you evacuate a mall?
What?
And so nobody really did it. We all kind of just hung out, and it's not raining yet, so nobody really understood what's going on. And then a bunch of really psycho people, my fellow citizens, started running to the seats, crazy, as if they were running away from something, which was my first instinct about the whole situation. I'm eating potato chips that are somebody left half empty because I'm not hungry. So when that happened, it really freaked out the Secret Service, and they're behind me, so I'm going to keep walking. I'm told by a law enforcement official that they're going to start gassing people because people got trampled.
Gassing people? Getting trampled?
It looked like it was going to happen, and it did happen. And anyway, so then they got really forceful about the evacuation situation, and like, we're really yelling at people to get out of here. So I'm getting out of here because of that, and I really don't know what to do, because they've given us some government buildings to go to, the African American Museum, which
oh my God, now you need an African American museum. I can't call this winning.
Wow.
School box that way, or the Reagan building, which is a couple blocks that way. I know. I'm on my way out. Yep. Okay. So I gotta actually just get out of the perimeter right now. And as long as you're behind the fence, you should be fine. Behind the fence, I'll keep going. Thank you. Okay. I will report back. I have some really cool video today of the fire that's starting. I really think we'll get back to this.
All I can say is, wow, what a treat. Once again, Donald Trump lured his supporters to the United States Capitol to see him in all of his glory. It's almost like a January 6th event, but in a way with more balloons. More balloons and fireworks. Donald Trump.
Wow.
If you believe in God, then you must take it as a sign from God that the far-right white nationalist group, Patriot Front, that was marching in D.C. yesterday was forced, due to severe weather, to take shelter in an African-American museum. If you believe in God, then you must believe that God did that shit on purpose. Now, if only someone in that group knew how to read, they might learn something.
Well, I mean, that's just the irony of this shit, people.
This is just a mark of the video. Look.
Yeah, right here.
And ain't that one black motherfucker in there telling him to get the fuck up out of there.
Not one. Told him to leave.
Oh boy. They should have been telling him to go over there with Medcap. They should have been telling him that you're not welcome in here.
Yeah, I agree with you for sure.
In the perfect world, but this ain't it.
Yeah.
I'm loving it. I'm loving looking at them all spread out all over the floor.
Right.
Yes. Yes. So that was the Most High showing you, although y'all looked at history all day that was whitewashed, he brought reality to you by bringing you in that building and throwing you down on that floor. So anyway, y'all, a lot of people see a lot of symbolism and judgment in this whole thing. Donald Trump could have put them in other buildings if that's what he wanted to do, but he put them in this building.
Yeah, that's what they should have went. They should have went to Cracker Barrel and some shells.
And what happened was Donald Trump was supposed to give his speech, and then the fireworks were going to happen. Well, since it didn't turn out that way, when the storm finally moved out, the people left. They left. Wow. Can you imagine that? You reach your 250-year anniversary and the entire thing from start to finish got ruined. And all it took was some weather from the Most High. That's all it took.
That's all it
took. So y'all, I'm going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for being here. I deeply appreciate it. Thank you. And look, this just goes to show you, if you did not believe the judgment was on these people, maybe this past week, maybe you should look over it again to see everything that happened this entire week leading up to the 4th of July, and even everything that happened on the 4th of July with these people passing out from the temperatures and everything. And I think if you just review this one thing, if you didn't believe it before, you probably would definitely believe it now. All praises to the Most High Yah. All right, y'all, I'll be back at 1:45. We're going to talk about the toilet shortage in Nigeria.
Oh, yeah.
And
it gets even worse.
Information up on that.
Wait until you see, even though there are some facilities around, do you know Nigerians do not believe in using toilet paper? Even if there's a toilet there, they don't.
Yeah, that's disgusting.
Using toilet paper, and you'll see what I mean.
Some more information on that.
So y'all have a wonderful, wonderful afternoon, and I will see you at 1:45. Shalom, family.
They're living pretty trife, Shabbat. They're not
Okay, well,
living
let me just read. Okay, now I just want to pull some information up right. I pulled up on that. Okay, and
by now you have heard and are still a.
You put up what information?
Okay, is that Nigeria? Yes, sir. It's only 1, 2, 3 paragraphs. Now, 58 sewage treatment plants as of 2026, with the majority located in Lagos and River States. Overview and distribution as of April 2026. Nigeria operates 58 sewage treatment plants, with Lagos hosting 33 plants and River State 5 plants, making Lagos the hub for over half the country's sewage treatment infrastructure. These plants serve residential, commercial, industrial sectors, addressing wastewater management and environmental protection technologies used. Sewage plants in Nigeria employ a variety of modern technologies to ensure effective wastewater treatment, moving bed to bioreactor, sequential batch reactor, multi-stage filtration and decontamination. Okay. And let's see, sewage treatment plants in Nigeria.
What is that to say, Shabaka? Is the pictures in the video true or not?
Okay.
Are they not? Are they living in squalor?
Okay, well, I'm just pulling this information. Okay, I'm just pulling this information up right here, Brother Che. You know, that's all. I'm just pulling up the information, just sharing it. That's all.
But she didn't pull up no information for nothing else. That's the thing that's kind of frustrating. So you didn't pull up no information for nothing, none of the other topics. But as soon as we mention Nigeria, you want to pull up information on it.
Okay. Now this here is off of the co-pilot search right here.
But you didn't do the
systems in Nigeria
for anything else.
For what?
It wasn't until we got to Nigeria you started doing co-pilot search.
Yeah, well, you know, I've done a whole lot of over the years that we've been doing this, Brother Chad. I've been doing a whole lot of co-pilot searches. You know, And then Michael is saying,
you didn't mention that you were doing a co-pilot search. If that was the case, it was as soon as I said Nigeria, you said, "Oh, I gotta go look this up." Like,
yeah, no, I just typed it in right there while you was talking, and it popped up.
But you didn't do that for nothing else. That's all I'm saying.
Like what?
Like the Nolan case. You didn't pull up that for that.
The Nolan case? Hold on. Okay, hold on. Okay, you say Nolan case, right?
Yeah.
Nolan case. Hold on, Che. Nolan case. Nolan Casey. Nolan case is okay. Nolan case is that there with 2 L's?
No, Shabaka. The Nolan case. The one that we started off with, the brother that ended up coming up missing.
Oh, yeah. Hold on. Okay. Oh, yeah. Here we go. Oh, yeah. Here we go, Brother Che. Here it is right here. And let's see here now. Got to wait on this damn shit to go through. All right, hold on. This is our New York Post, July 6th.
Of them Caucasoids, either do a co-pilot search for that, and them Caucasoids going to the African Heritage Museum.
Okay, that was news to me. Yeah, I learned that from you. Okay. Nolan Xavier Wells, 18, who vanished during 4th of July celebrations. Okay. Body's been found in the water after a Mississippi football player mysteriously disappeared while visiting a local island with friends on the 4th of July. He was 18, vanished after a boat trip with friends on Saturday and was last seen around 3 p.m. talking to a girl on the north end of Horn Island, a popular Berry Island about 10 miles off the Mississippi Gulf Coast. Cajun Navy? What the hell is a Cajun Navy?
Yeah, Shabaka, we already covered all of that. I was just making a point that you didn't look those things up when we were going over them, but as soon as I mentioned Nigeria, you want to go search, see if it's true or not. That's all I was saying. But moving along, Black Americans should be alarmed.
Oh, this place looks black as hell.
Democrats
about what?
Bragging about hijacking the 14th Amendment, the birthright citizenship.
Hearing all about the birthright citizenship decision that came down from the Supreme Court that basically struck down an executive order of President Donald Trump, basically saying that birthright citizenship per the 14th Amendment is over. You cannot come here and have a baby and then that baby becomes a citizen, right? Especially if you are here illegally or if you're here under a temporary status. So from that point, it being struck down, there was a whole lot of opinion and emotions and all kind of stuff. But most notably from the Democratic Party, they were very excited. And they were tweeting and making videos and all kind of stuff, celebrating the decision from the Supreme Court. Now, Yvette D. Clarke, who is the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus and the co-chair of the Caribbean Caucus, because she is of Jamaican descent, she tweeted this: America's greatness was built upon birthright citizenship. Its future will be too. Man, what does that even mean? So are you saying that was built on the enslaved people because that's what it was originally for? Or are you saying that people, immigrants, illegal immigrants, or whoever coming over here having babies and now they have the birthright citizenship? Is that what you're saying? Are you saying that illegal immigrants built this country? That's what America is built on? Because I'm confused. I'm just trying to figure it out. Now, she also went on to post this: as it has been since 1968, and as it will remain in permanent glory, birthright citizenship is the law of our land. Today, the Supreme Court affirmed an obvious truth in this nation that a child of any refugee is as equally American as any descendant of the revolution, with the same rights, opportunities, and possibilities afforded to them. That's what she said in part, right? So she's basically saying that there is equal to the descendants of slavery.
Hell no.
Our people didn't come over here illegally. We didn't come over here on our own free will. Our people were forced on those plantations, and it was fought for, as Donald Trump loosely says, the babies of slaves, to say, hey, okay, yeah, we're going to give y'all citizenship. Y'all are free. You're not owned per se. You're now, free to be a citizen. So are your children, and so on and so forth, which is how I'm a citizen, because I'm a descendant of slavery. Right. But there is Yvette D. Clarke, the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, saying that the people who came over here legally and had children, they're equal to us, and they deserve all the things that we get. I want to keep repeating that to you. She is the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, which means that they were supposed to. Right now, I know some of the founders weren't Black American, like Shirley Chisholm, but there she is, championing illegal immigration and the behavior and the things that they do. They come over here and have children illegally, and she's saying they're equal and they should get all the stuff that you should get. But she ain't the first person we heard say that. A lot of them have said that, right? Like Pamelia Jayapal, the congresswoman from Washington State. She thinks that they should get reparations, they being illegal immigrants, due to being harmed by the Trump administration. I'll show it to you. Just here you go.
Then we also need offensive actions around prosecutions. We need real accountability, because at the end of the day, the people that have been inflicting this harm need to be prosecuted. They need to be brought before us, and they need to be held account for the trauma that they have created. And we are going to have some form of reparation.
As you saw there, I'm going to keep showing that to y'all, because like I said, a lot of y'all ain't mad enough about that for me, that this lady said that illegal immigrants should get reparations because they were harmed by ICE. Never mind Black American descendants of slavery who was harmed by America. Never mind that, right? And guess what? Some of y'all gonna go out there and vote for that, but I'll hold off on that in just a minute. Then there's another tweet by another congresswoman. This is what she said. I am the proud daughter of Guatemalan immigrants. I am a proud, quote unquote, anchor baby, and I am an American. So that was Delia Ramirez. And I saw her, she was talking about how her mother came over here pregnant and had her. Her mother came over here illegally and had her. And that's why you heard, these are her words, those aren't mine. She says she is a proud anchor baby. And so she is a congresswoman who has the ability to legislate and make rules and laws and things like that will favor illegal immigration. And we know that the Democratic Party, they are pro illegal immigrant and con Black Americans, right? And really anybody in America, but especially Black Americans, their most loyal group of voters. They are championing illegal immigration and are proud and hijacking the things that was meant for us and bragging about they mamas coming over here, having them here illegally. And now they sit up in Congress. Ain't that something? But you know what? I'm not necessarily mad at them. It sucks what they're doing. I'm mad at you. Yeah, I'm you. If you keep voting for the Democratic Party, and listen, I'm not telling you to vote for the Republicans. I'm just telling you for the party you do vote for. And if you don't vote for them, then you can still listen. But I'm talking to you. These people are unapologetic about what they are doing and are trying to do to this country. They are unapologetic about the benign neglect of Black Americans. They're doing it in your face. They're not even hiding it anymore. They're telling you we want to give the illegal immigrants everything. Give it to them all. Brand new socks and drawers, which you don't get, and you gonna go vote for that. You know why? Because you silly, and I'm trying to be austere. You silly. You allow people to guilt you into, Trump's a boogeyman. Yeah, he all that, okay? But you let the Democrats guilt you into voting for more of nothing for yourself. Dr. Claude Anderson warned us. Watch this.
Have an unending influx of immigrants into the country. And that's what Dr. Price is talking about. And nobody,
we covered
no
that,
Black
Jay,
politician, no Black
years ago.
organization wants to deal with that issue.
This came out in 19.
They will avoid it at all costs, even though in their heart they know that's one of the biggest problems for Black folk.
wrap up, I think.
We anticipate in the next 10 to 12 years, approximately 86 million Hispanics coming into the United States and 41 million Asians. You have been the majority minority for 400 years in this country. You have been the number 2 population for 400 years. You're going to get kicked out of being number 2. You're going to go down and become number 4. Now, common sense, even a 3rd grade education would tell you, if you didn't get anything when you were number 2, you all jumped ahead of me, but anyway, you can guess what you're going to get when you become number 4. And the worst part about it is as you descend and go down to number 4, those other groups are going to go up. And as they go past you, you're going to have major racial clashes in this country. You're going to have fights all over this country between blacks and Hispanics, blacks and Asians, blacks and poor whites. And black people cannot fight all these groups. Everybody can not always be against black folk.
So that was his warning of what was going to happen to us at the time. That was in 1990 when he said that, right? We were number 2 in population, whites and then blacks, but now it's white, Hispanic, black, Asian, and we about to be, as he said, at the bottom. He said, if you wasn't getting nothing as number 2, what you think you're going to get at number 4? Even more of nothing. And here you are continuing to vote for the same old benign neglect and watching these people play in your face. And then you know what? Some of y'all gonna get in this comment section and crash out and be mad at me for trying to enlighten you as to why are you voting for a group of people who do not vote for you.
Exactly.
Why do you do that? Right? Now, ultimately, we should vote for self by practicing group economics, accepting our own and being ourselves, right? Do for self, circulate our dollars more than 6 hours in our community, build up. That's the ultimate vote. But I'm saying that you are still voting for a party that will do for everybody else and nothing for you. You got to own some of that. Some of that is on you that you do that. You can't keep ripping the Band-Aid off. And hell, Black Americans ain't never got no Band-Aid. Right? But if we do get one, you can't keep ripping it off time. Ow, I'm bleeding. Can somebody give me a Band-Aid? No, because you keep doing it to yourself. But keep on voting like that. Keep on voting for them people who are laugh and dance and celebrate illegals coming over here and having babies and then getting the resources that you are being told you can't have. You keep doing that. And what Dr. Claude Anderson told us is going to come to fruition, if it hasn't already, of being a permanent underclass, because you keep doing it to yourself and then you keep wondering why it keeps being done to you. You keep doing it to you. So anyway, y'all let me know what you think of that. And for more insightful commentary, please subscribe to this channel and my channel, The Demetri K Show, here on YouTube.
Like and subscribe to Frontline Black News.
Oh, Jesse. Premier Jayapal is being challenged in her own party, and there's Republican running against her. Just want to let you know.
Good. Hopefully she loses her seat.
Jayapal, the one who says we don't deserve reparations.
Family and fellow soldiers, exactly. I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth.
Yeah. So, what are your thoughts on what Demetri K just said?
Oh, I saw that clip. Not surprised. Really, because the Birthright citizenship is meant for FBAs, foundational Black Americans, who are subjected to U.S. chattel slavery and other immigrants cannot claim birthright citizenship in the first place, or to claim anchor babies, and that the birthright citizenship definitely needs modification so that it makes it very clear that it's for American freedmen, because leaving to our interpretation, especially at the state level, can be very challenging. Like California says, for example, blue state California says it's perfectly legal for immigrants. Other states say nope, it's for FBA. So that's why it needs to be codified.
Yeah, we see, Michael, it's ambiguous. You see what I'm saying? It's very, very ambiguous. The ambiguity is the problem with it.
That's not ambiguous. The problem is they're taking advantage of what is written on paper.
Yeah. Well, I would say it has to be in clear writing. You know what I mean?
with the language.
No, that's what I'm saying about ambiguous, Michael. You say it's not clear. It's too ambiguous.
It's clear. They're just not interpreting it right. Remember, it's the Supreme Court that said that it was constitutional to have these anchor babies using the 14th Amendment. The 14th Amendment was not meant for them. The 14th Amendment was meant for FBAs, for the children of slaves, or as the dump says, the babies of slaves.
Hold on, brother Che. Hold on. Yes, boy, because this motherfucker here is one. Okay, hold on. All right, here we go, you guys. Okay, now this is the source is the co-pilot search. The 14th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution grants citizenship to all persons born or naturalized in the U.S. and guarantees equal protection and due process under the law. You know, the Los Angeles Police Department really needs to study this. The 14th Amendment, ratified in 1868 during the Reconstruction era, was designed to secure civil and legal rights for formerly enslaved blacks after the Civil War and to prevent states from enacting discriminatory laws. I'm referred to that we discussed in the past, the Black codes against them. It is one of the most consequential amendments in U.S. history, forming the foundation for birthright citizenship, civil rights protections, and numerous landmark Supreme Court decisions. Okay. Key provisions. Section 1, Citizenship Clause declares that all persons born in the U.S. of A are citizens of the U.S. of A and the state where they reside, overruling the Dred Scott decision that denied citizenships to Black people. Privileges or immunities clause protects certain federal rights from state interference, though its scope was limited by the slaughterhouse cases. Due process clause prohibits states from depriving any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, supporting the incorporation of the Bill of Rights to apply at the state level. Equal protection requires states to provide equal protection under the laws to all persons, forming the basis for cases addressing racial, gender, and other forms of discrimination. All right, Brother Che. You see what it says here, and other forms of discrimination. That's what the mouth of the guys motherfuckers is going after. You know what I'm saying?
They're
Section.
all fitting off of it. But that language, if you listen to Dr. Claude Anderson, they had changed the language. They changed all added all that shit during the civil rights.
Yeah, and that's what makes it ambiguous. Okay. Now, require states to provide equal protection under the laws to all persons, form the basis of cases addressing racial, gender, and other forms of discrimination. Yeah, they really need to go talk to the city of Los Angeles and their police department about that one. Section 2 through 5 addresses representation in Congress, restrictions on former Confederate holding office, the validity of the national debt, and enforcement powers of Congress. Okay, see, now that's section 2 to 5. That's ambiguous as hell right there.
Exactly. Sabaka proves my point because it's open.
The validity. Okay, now here's the part that's got me fucked up, Michael. The validity of the national debt.
It's not coffee cake. It's not coffee cake.
Okay, and the amendment was in response to the freed slaves' legal status and the discriminatory laws enacted in southern states after the Civil War. Now, I got into an argument with a relative of mine about this. Okay, southern states were required to ratify it to regain representation in the Congress, and this was primarily, okay, now Chase said this here, I remember a few weeks ago, that it was drafted by a representative by the name of John Bingham and became the cornerstone of civil rights legislation. All right. Yeah, so So they are citing here the Brown versus Board of Education, 1954, Loving versus Virginia, 1967, striking down bans on interracial marriage, Roe versus Wade, Obergefell versus Hodges. Oh, now here's something that's fucked up. Legalizing same-sex marriage.
That is
Oh, God.
and that's the 14th Amendment, though.
Yeah,
boy.
So that's in there?
Yes.
That's crazy.
Obama added all that shit. Like,
Obama added this shit here, Lady Che, because there was a case in Kentucky where a woman refused to issue a marriage license to a same-sex couple, right? And she said that she'll be damned if she'll issue one. So when they passed this bullshit, she said, fuck it, I resign, and walked out, from the job. You know what I'm saying? And said, fuck it, students for fair admissions versus Harvard. In essence, the 14th Amendment defines U.S. citizenship, ensures equal protection and due process. Okay, well, these motherfuckers need to go to the city and county of Los Angeles and re-educate the motherfuckers on that.
Never educated them in the first place.
Yeah, I'm talking about the city and the fucking county. You see?
Especially California.
That's who I'm talking about, Michael. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Los Angeles in particular. Yeah.
Yeah, so Jesse, I kind of disagree with you on that. How you said it's very straightforward federal level, but the federal government gives states, broad discretion over.
No, because the federal Trump state.
Right.
I don't know what you're disagreeing about. Like,
but what I'm saying is true.
Whatever the feds say goes. There ain't nothing the states can do about it.
Right. I'm just saying, like some states, like where Sabako used to live in California, has a different.
They try to pass laws to proof it.
Yeah.
Like they're doing in Colorado, but that's not gonna work. By the time Trump proof Colorado, it's not gonna work.
It's done as on the state level, like states have their own constitution, like that. But this is something else. This is like the constitution for everybody, not just the state. It's weird. I agree. Well, I don't know if I agree yet. I need some time to think about that. The 14th Amendment. I saw the people giving a speech afterwards. There was Asian people an Asian person giving a speech about the birthright citizenship and how they were happy to prove it or whatever. And there's like one black person there is LG. It was like, yeah. If we did, I didn't listen to it because I left. Because other people shouldn't be celebrating this.
Well, anytime when I see a damn grown man wearing women's clothes in a 5 o'clock shadow, okay, talking about this, like that bullshit you showed me at Denver City Council.
I seen that shit earlier.
Yeah, that's disgusting. Okay, just like how a damn grown ass man with a 5 o'clock shadow worse than mine wearing women's clothes with pink hair and shit.
Right on the street.
Damn.
That's great.
And also, Sabaka and Jess, I just want to add as well. The only way to really deter illegal immigration is to codify English into the U.S. Constitution. For example, France said to those people coming to England. Okay, England. They said, okay, if people refuse to learn English by the time they enter this country retroactively, or after that, they got to be deported. Especially when England got rid of the birthright citizenship or anchor babies provision.
Yeah, that's what Clarence Thomas was arguing about.
And then we still got what, 4 more years of Trump? When's the next presidential election, y'all?
2028.
Okay, so that's
2 years.
in 2.5 years. I might not
Yeah.
be here with you.
Oh no,
Okay.
Sabaka, we need you. Oh, Sabaka, please. You know, you're the warrior to FBAs.
Okay, and okay, so what it is I can see how this shit is going to be playing a major factor in the presidential election of 2028. Hell, I see how this shit is going to be playing a big thing in the midterm elections. Now, the thing is that they're gonna have to kick out, man. Okay, a lot of them repubs in the Senate and in the mainly in the U.S. House of Representatives. Okay, because see, them senator posts, those U.S. senators, them motherfuckers need to be elected every 4 years because with that 6-year shit. Okay, some are elected in the presidential election and other ones are elected in the midterms, but I think they elect more senators in the presidential election.
Everything comes from sprouts.
Yeah, see, and then the cold part about that is that the senators and their portion of the Congress say they pretty much got the juice to convict the president in an impeachment because they will function as the jury. And if any of said presidents were impeached, just like what they did when Slick Willie was seeing Monica Lewinsky and they impeached him, but he wasn't convicted.
Yeah.
Because that was mainly a situation that belonged in family court, not in the U.S. Congress. That was a domestic issue between Clinton and his wife. Say, you know. Yeah, Goddess Navi. See, what they do is, when I was studying political science, the professor said that Dr. Newton proved in a California case, they got to say these laws in language that you understand. And any any statute that is so ambiguous that cannot be understood by the common man / and or person, it's not a statute.
Oh no, it's understood. They're just taking advantage of it. And they
okay, well, see, Che, you understand, man, because you've been trained in law. You say more so than me, but I'm talking about the average motherfucker out there who don't know shit about law. You see what I mean?
Well, if you were born in the United States, you're an American citizen. I don't know, ambiguous about that. The problem is you got these moms that's coming over here and they're dropping these anchor babies, and the babies become citizens because they were born here.
They did because their fault. Their parents should be able to breeze through the asylum process. It's not the case. The still parents are non-certified, non-citizens, and they have to deal with that. You know what I mean? Like when
exactly, I believe what Goddess Navi was saying. She believed what?
Do you rest
chill with not being here, Shabaka?
Yeah, you were saying earlier.
I don't know what uptight means about that. Uptight, could you be more clear on that there, sir?
Saying you're not gonna be. You know you're gonna be.
It's talking about you.
He's saying
talking about you saying that you're not gonna be here.
Yeah, if you're not gonna be here, how in 2028? And I said, Sabaka, please, we need you.
Okay, well, you know, I can't control biophysics, you know what I'm saying? You know, and what have you. I would like to be, but
I can't tell
you know.
Yeah. Only calling me on phone.
Yeah, because if any damn thing, I would like to see this asshole get voted out of office, and I just want to see what lies and bullshit he will say in his departing speech. Because you know, when the outgoing president leaves, he makes his speech when the incoming president comes in. Do you know when they had the election, man? So wait a minute. So the next president be inaugurated in January 2029, right?
Yep, that's right. January 20th, 2029.
So hold it. So what the fuck they need to do, okay? When they swear in the new president, anybody other than Pence, or Dump Jr. You know what I'm saying?
JD.
He should sign. Yeah, he should sign an executive order right there on the spot and give Trump a dose of his own medicine. Because you remember when Trump took the oath, he sat down there, man, to sign all them executive orders. And the first goddamn executive order, the motherfucker needs to sign and say, man, get your ass the fuck up out of here. Don't even talk. Leave.
Yep. Man,
Throw
I remember
that
he did
motherfucker in the rowboat, man, and let him row himself down the Pacific, or the what's that damn river over the Potomac,
Yeah, Potomac River.
Yeah, throw that motherfucking no, the incoming president, if he's opposed to the dumpster, sign executive order, throw that son of a bitch in a rowboat.
Leave anywhere.
The executive order.
But don't even let him fly on Jailbird 1.
That's the executive order.
That's the one that you're looking for.
You want the executive order to take away from all the pardons he offers his people and his family and everybody else. You want them retracted and retracted. You want them pardons back. That's an executive order right there. When he pardons his family, you unpardon them as soon as you go in there. There's an executive order. Then you un-executive order and you make those little these offices that he set up, like those and all that shit. You take them down, all of them down. Like basically do an executive order to erase all the bullshit you already put in and reinstate whatever.
I hear somebody typing a mom in it.
Oh, sorry, my fault. Let me put.
So say you're retracting everything that he did, and you're replacing it with better shit or the previous shit, but whatever, not his shit. That's an executive order.
Oh, Lord.
Okay. And then what the incoming president should do in a perfect world is that he ought to order the United States Marshals right there on the spot to handcuff the whole dump regime. Dumpster, his sons,
you said right.
Son-in-law. You see what I'm saying?
World. What's going to happen? If that's the case, they could have did the same thing for Biden.
Yeah, well, Biden was an old senile racist bastard. You know what I'm saying? Son on
remember, he pardoned
his own son, and then had that stash at the White House.
And pardon that punk ass Fauci for prison.
Oh yeah, yep. Boy,
Fauci running for president? He's so old. Are you kidding me?
No, Fauci for prison.
Oh, for prison. Oh, okay.
Yeah, for prison. Yeah. Okay. Now, Goddess Navi says much love to Uncle Phil, but he doesn't speak for all Black Americans either.
Yeah, I know what she's referring to. She's saying that when Philip Scott sees one inter-ally fighting for reparations, and when reparations finally reached fruition, Philip Scott said, "Thank you so much, allies. Please leave us alone. We need indefinite separation." And my response is, no problem. I understand. You guys need your full autonomy, space.
Yeah.
To conduct the FBAs, and then my role will be fulfilled.
Right.
Like because if I was the president being inaugurated on 2029, January 2029, I would say, hey, the Booze Brothers is out. Okay, so FBI director, national police, arrest the Booze Brothers, arrest Millennia, arrest his son-in-law, and hook him and book him right there on the motherfucking spot. Do you know what I'm saying?
And he's gonna pardon him before he leave office.
I know.
They're gonna pull a Biden.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. And just like who was that damn governor of Tennessee, man, where he lost the election and he got so pissed off he signed like about 350 pardons. Man. and
Yeah.
pardoning murderers, criminals, thugs, you know what I'm saying? He said, hey, y'all don't want me, so hey, check this out. Yeah, his name was Ray Blanton. Yeah.
Biden did that same shit. He pardoned like 1,000 people. One of
that's
which
right. Yeah.
every Monday. He just
He didn't pardon none of the former Black Panthers who were sitting in jail on trumped up charges.
Yep, I remember he did not do. He only pardoned the white supremacists, like Derek Chauvin.
Yeah. Oh yeah. 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 And I was up there arguing with some stupid bastard saying that Chauvin is wrongly in prison. He did his job. And I told that motherfucker who was saying that bullshit to quit smoking dope. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, shit is ridiculous, man. And then another thing that they ought to be really impeaching Trump on, man, is how he's fucking up the economy with these oil prices and shit and these wars over in the Middle East.
They could have impeached Bush Jr. Like,
yeah.
Wait, Bush Jr. getting impeached? I never heard of Bush Jr. getting impeached in 8 years in his.
No, he never got impeached, but he should have been.
Should have been, right? I agree. He should have, for sure.
But what happened with Bush Jr., okay, he got elected in 2000, and then when the 911 went down, that's how he got everybody behind him. You see what I'm saying? When the 911 went down, they say
he was an idiot, and then we got Trump.
Yeah.
And by the way, go ahead, Sabaka. I was going to add something too, but I'll let you
and
finish.
then Obama, the shit he pulled, and I will always hold this against Barack Obama, because when he was the president, you had all these unlawful police killings of unarmed Black people, and he didn't do shit about it. Very, very disappointing
about it, because he's a goddamn Tether. That's what.
But I'm just talking about in the perfect world, you would think. You see, I'm talking about in the perfect world. You say that.
I mean, the Black experience. He didn't have the Black experience. He didn't have. You don't know nothing about any of that.
Right. I remember even when George W. Bush visited Hurricane Katrina, and Kanye West criticized him for it when Kanye said, President Bush Jr. does not care about my brothers and sisters.
He doesn't care about Black people.
Yep. And and by the way, how we got Donald Trump, because the Bush supporters, they were fed up with Bush and voted for Obama temporarily, and that's how we got the Tea Party, because of Bush Jr. and Trumpism.
And then an old cop Mala, she didn't have a chance in hell. I'm not gonna do nothing strictly for Black people. No. And then she went on there and got her drunk ass some more drunk, Then got us now. He said he had that watered down Tether experience, trick bomber.
Exactly.
So what's the professor saying?
Another Tether trying to tell us who we should be voting for.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, man, where do all these other groups, man, get the fuck off telling us what the fuck we should be doing?
It's just that entitlement from the colonialization.
Yeah. And then when a motherfucker like me go up there and tell the truth about they stinky troglodyte non-bathing asses, you're a fucking racist. Got us now. Khan Mala was the ultimate con. I'm not gonna do nothing for Black people now.
And she's not even Black.
And up there wearing tennis shoes, man, when she's giving her speeches. You ever seen her in that shit? Got on her pantsuit with damn Converse tennis shoes.
Lily Chase says those pantsuits are so tacky.
The pantsuits are trash.
Yeah.
If I ever made it to that level, any level, I'd have dresses with actual dress shoes. I would
Nah,
away with it. But that shit is ugly. She looked like a box walking across the page. You know what I mean? A box. Shoulders.
I'm up there washing greens in a fucking bathtub. Is she crazy?
That's that Indian
she got
shit.
a motherfucking silk press.
Remember, she's Indian.
And she still look the same.
She's a Brahmin at that.
No matter what happens.
An untouchable. No, looks at us as untouchables.
We didn't see her for 3 years. Where the fuck was she walking to? She had the fucking conference on. We didn't see her for 3 years. Not at the border. The borders are. She wasn't walking no fucking wall at all. Not in no conference.
She didn't go to the border at all.
Her eyes did the walking as it scanned the news.
Yeah.
Okay, but she was nowhere around.
She's
3 motherfucking years. Not even in her old place where they sent the migrants to, right?
Yeah.
She was not even there.
Yeah.
She was MIA, nowhere to be found for like 3 fucking
She was
years.
somewhere where Doug Imhoff.
3 fucking years.
Damn.
A tacky ass earth colors.
Yeah, Val. I went up against a couple of them motherfuckers, you know.
Tan.
And they wore like as hell too.
Yeah.
Right? They're like,
And if you ever go up against the motherfuckers, you know, have you some power tools with you because they're gonna come at you with some weapons. And that's for real.
About that. When you go to other countries to delegate, why are you wearing a man suit in Converse? You're not even they don't respect that. They're looking like, oh, this bitch is a dyke. Girl,
No, she's a drunk.
Yeah. And drunk. Real shit.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so before Michael passes
I didn't
out,
bring her some female
let's get
attention
to
and a bottle of wine.
Yeah, let's get to the professor. Then I'm gonna call it a night, man, because my damn back and legs is killing me, and I gotta put this shit on here and take these Stums, man, and lay down.
Okay.
Damn. Yeah.
Oh, Jesse, I'm still.
Ashley again.
I'm still here with Jesse.
Go
Just
ahead.
letting you know. I'm just keeping
Okay, great.
the chat alive for you while you guys are talking.
Oh, okay.
I have been a political strategist for about 20 some odd years. I worked in leadership, a communications director, first person of color communications director for Speaker Pelosi, as well as Vice President Harris. And then I was a special assistant to Barack Obama and a deputy assistant to President Joe Biden.
Now here's someone we haven't seen in a while, and we really could have done without seeing her now. Ashley Etienne, the first Haitian to be a miscommunications director for the White House. So she's a certified Tether, by the way. The only reason you even know who Ashley Etienne is because Barack Obama put her on, and that's because she's an immigrant. White supremacy and its Tether henchmen have a job set-aside program for Tethers, and she's one of them. And now here she is deliberately misrepresenting FBA voters in Texas, acting like she's going to talk for them, falsely claiming that the Democrats better watch out because Black voters feel betrayed by the Democrats. Black voters are indeed angry. Nobody can deny that. So instead, they bring out this tether to claim that, well, Black voters aren't mad because the Democrats haven't stepped up with tangibles or any policies specifically for them. Why? Black voters are mad that Kamala Harris didn't win. Yeah. They want more tethers in office, see? No, Black voters stayed home in 2024 because Kamala Harris didn't offer us anything. No tangibles, no vote, no kidding. But even then, this tether wasn't really talking about Black voters. She was more specific than that. Now, when you look at the headline on the false news website, it says Black voters. But when you look directly under that, you see it's the same old DNC shill talking points. She's saying that Black women are angry because they didn't get anything from the Democrats.
And the reason why you have Black electeds and people like Jasmine Crockett that are withholding that enthusiasm and even their endorsement is they've not gotten any indication from the campaign that he's seriously building that infrastructure within the campaign to figure out, okay, what's our immediate next step, you know? Because I'm not in the campaign, I don't know what they've done, but that is really the concern that I'm hearing is that, you know, sort of more talk and not enough action to actually demonstrate a level of seriousness about engaging, mobilizing, turning out Black voters.
But even then, when you look at what she actually says, she's not even talking about black women. She's talking about Jasmine Crockett and Kamala Harris. Because they lost their elections, black women are mad at the Democrats, or so she says. This Tether claims black women are upset with the Democrats because Ashley Etienne's fellow DNC butt kissers lost their elections. This is what she thinks is going to get black voters, black women to the polls. This is what she thinks that they care about the most. Political fortunes of a Jamaican Tether and a buffoon city girl. Jasmine Crockett lost her primary because she and her fellow Democrats refused to actually fight for the black voting rights that they claim to care so much about. When Shelby v. Holder came down in 2013, that was a 5-alarm fire for Democrats that the GOP was waging an all-out offensive to eliminate the Voting Rights Act. Every member of the CBC knows that the only reason any of them are in office, the only reason any of them have their cushy political careers is due solely to the Voting Rights Act. Now, if the CBC was actually serious about keeping their elected offices, then the Voting Rights Act would be to them what Israel is to the Jewish lobby, the single most important issue because everything else stems from that. But instead, for 13 years, what have Democrats done, including Jasmine Crockett? They went all out for illegal immigrants, for abortion. Jasmine Crockett wasted all of her time getting into stupid spitball fights with trash like Marjorie Taylor Greene. Well, Marjorie Greene had an exit strategy. Jasmine Crockett, on the other hand, just got put out on her ear. And yes, she lost her primary to this Tallarico guy because her asinine antics might have worked with low information voters in what was her district, but outside of that, it didn't work at all. Jasmine Crockett spent her brief time in Congress making it excruciatingly clear that she was a totally unserious candidate for office. All the sassy bullcrap and having pictures of herself on the walls behind her, she was a narcissist, not a national candidate. But Ashley Etienne is pushing this line that black women are angry at Democrats over Crockett losing, without pointing out that there's plenty of other black candidates who aren't buffoons, who the Democrats outright refuse to support at the local level. There are plenty of black candidates who could get into office if the Democrats decided to actually open up the wallet and support their campaigns, but the Democrats don't, because the party's open, unabashed message is that they want white people to be speaking for black people. And well, if they have to have a black person on the ballot, it needs to be a Tether. This is the reason why Ashley Etienne isn't conning anyone. She's not fooling anyone when she tries to claim that, well, Democrats want black votes, but they don't want black leadership. No, she's thinking about herself. She's out here pushing that old black feminist crap, which is what she means by black women.
Black women aren't just another constituency. We're we undergird the black community. We have the ability to bring the entire community to, and we have proven that we do this every cycle after cycle, bring the entire community to the poll. So we are a force multiplier effect when it comes to black voters. So, if the mood of black women is low, then you lose an opportunity or weakens your ability to really reach and mobilize and engage and energize the rest of the black community. There's got to be some specific attention paid and intentionality to addressing the concerns of black women.
Notice she did just like Vivica Fox, by the way. She drew a clear distinction between black women and the black community. This is 2026, and she's still trying to resurrect that old gender warring garbage. In her twisted mind, black women are not part of the black community. That's because a Tether like herself is not part of the FBA community. And just like Vivica Fox, when she says black community, that's a euphemism for black men. That's the unspoken part of what she's saying. As if black women apparently have issues other than the tangibles that they're supposed to be getting up. What's these other issues she's talking about? There are no other issues. Nothing she's talking about is relevant. The soap that she's trying to sell is that black feminists, meaning herself, are somehow leading black men around by the nose, and that she can turn out the vote. Yeah, well, back in 2024, you had She the People, Blackpack, and those other organizations funded by white dark money donors. They had their black front women out there selling the soap, and it didn't work. You had Michelle Obama trying to shame black men to the polls, and her live-in butler, Barry, trying to do the same. How did that work out? Did these black feminists manage to drag unprecedented numbers of black people, the black community, to the polls? Or did Kamala Harris go down in flames? Black women are not as dumb as Ashley Etienne seems to think, But this is how these DNC shills talk when they're around the white leadership of the party. There's absolutely no talk about policy, and certainly nothing about tangibles for any Black people, Black women, Black men, or otherwise. All they talk about is, we can lead these people around by the nose. So that's why you need to listen to us. Oh, and make sure to give us a consulting gig too. That's the finesse that the incompetent operative class like Ashley Etienne try to run. She uses the terms Black women, Black voters, and Black community almost interchangeably. I say almost because she makes it clear in her mind there's differences between the three. Now, I like to know what Black women, even the silly ones, are foolish enough to believe the Democrats' empty promises at this late date. What Black women have you seen who are mad at Democrats because Kamala Harris lost? These Black women in Texas, even the ones who are on this county Democratic committees, they blame sexism in general for Kamala losing. So no, Ashley, even your own people at the local level, they see right through you. However, I have seen career Democrat shills like Ashley Etienne who have been salty at Joe Biden because he refused to pass the baton to Kamala the second he became president. It's these politically ambitious Black female operatives like Ashley Etienne. They're the people trying to climb the political job ladder. They're the ones who are upset because their fellow Tether, Kamala, was undercut by Biden when he didn't immediately position her for a White House run the moment that he won office in 2020, because that's what they really wanted him to do. Instead, Biden let her swing in the wind, let her give one train wreck interview after the next, showing everybody she clearly ain't ready for prime time. Even internally, Biden never told Kamala that he was going to begin the process of positioning her to run in 2024. That's why she kept deferring to him in all of her interviews and never did anything to stand out or to step forward, because Biden made it clear he was the boss and he had no intentions of stepping down or stepping aside for her. It never occurred to these DNC dim bulbs like Ashley Etienne that the only reason, and I mean only reason, Biden even put the little tether on the ticket in the first place was to get Black female voters. Full stop. They saw the direction Black men were going, so they put all their chips on that. It's the same reason that they put Ketanji Brown on the Supreme Court. It was about bolstering those sagging Black female voter numbers because Black women had gotten tired of the scam too. They had been on the merry-go-round enough times to realize it doesn't go anywhere. So he gave a tether and a swirler a job and figured that was all he had to do to shore up his Black female support for 2024. Keep in mind, historically, that's the purpose that a vice presidential running mate serves, to help the presidential candidate win voters who they might be having trouble reaching. That's why you choose someone to be your running mate, because they can appeal to this or that constituency that the front runner on the ticket may not have a lot of support from. Biden wasn't thinking about how to make Kamala Harris president. Of course he tried to run for re-election. I mean, why wouldn't he? Biden wanted the same thing that every first-term president wants, a second term. Far as he was concerned, he had no confidence in her. She was just there to get a particular constituency that he was weak with, but he never saw actual presidential potential in her. Same way Barack Obama made Biden his running mate, because as a biracial candidate, he needed a white male to be his running mate to put just enough of the racist white voters in the center at something less than full panic. Biden had already lost 2 presidential runs in a row on his own. And at his age, nobody was thinking that he was going to be a natural successor to Obama. That's why Biden didn't run in 2016. Hillary did. Biden's job was to get the white male voters who wouldn't even dream of voting for Obama unless there was a white man in the picture somewhere. And it worked. All throughout this piece, though, they kept switching between saying Black voters and Black women and Black community. This is DNC shill talk. Seeing that they're being ignored, the shills are still trying the old gender divide mess. And you see who they got out here selling the soap, a Tether. And you got the clowns at Fox News platform.
Yeah.
They're not even, what does that tell you? They're sitting here calling her a Texas native. Yeah, you got this Haitian immigrant who's a Texas native. This is the right corner of white supremacy validating one of the tools. Her real goal is to do her own lame brain version of the Hegelian dialectic. She presents a problem and then points to herself as the solution, because that's what she's really doing. She's auditioning for a job, just like her fellow Haitian Tether Roly-Poly Martin. She's trying to do the old DNC consulting hustle.
So how do you get to those Black voters? How do you get to those 1.1 million voters that are not voting, those Black women that are feeling like they were betrayed by what happened to Kamala and then what happened to Jasmine Crockett?
A bootlick says the Democrats have a black voter problem, either because Democrats are failing to reach black voters with their message, or because black voters really want to feel heard by Democrats, and that the answer to the Democrats' ills is to put said bootlick on the payroll as a consultant because they know how to reach these disaffected black voters. Yeah, the same way Ashley Etienne did in 2024, right? Never a word about our tangibles, mind you, because the audience the bootlicks are playing to is a white one. Their sales pitch isn't for the black community. It's for their consulting services to be offered to a white patron. And of course, part of the sales pitch is they make it clear they're not going to do anything that's against the interest of these white donors that they want to check from. And they also make it clear they're not going to do anything that's in the interest of the black voters either, black men or black women. This is about trying to convince a white employer that they can lead black people, specifically black women, around by the nose. Ashley Etienne could really care less about Jasmine Crockett anyway. Her real purpose here is to try to appoint herself the spokeswoman for FBA voters, particularly FBA women. Like I've always told you, when these bootlick, boule, butt kissers like Roly Poly and other Haitian Tether talk about how Democrats need to do this or that, and black voters are valuable to Democrats for this or that, what they're really doing is auditioning for a gig as a DNC consultant. When you see these people on TV or online stumping for this or that candidate, that's just them trying to position themselves to get a job if that candidate wins office. This is what happened with Simone Mamie Sanders. And as I also told you, the bootlick two-step is for them to take that White House gig or that job working in some senator's staff, or in the case of Ashley Etienne, working for Nancy Pelosi, and parlay that into a consulting job or a network TV show when they leave office. They use their time in DC to network and to line up their next big gig. It's just a resume enhancer to them, nothing more. They damn sure don't care about black people. If they did, then Simone Sanders would never have been out there lying about the Biden crime bill and saying that it had nothing to do with the mass incarceration that kicked off in the 90s. But she was so determined that she was going to get that White House press secretary job, and after that, she'd finally have enough clout to get a job that pays when she leaves the White House. And that's how she wound up on MSNBC. We've seen this with both Simone Sanders and Jen Psaki. That's exactly what they did when they left the Biden White House. But it seems there's not enough butter biscuits to go around because Ashley Etienne got left without a chair when the music stopped. And here she is trying to get the music to start up again. You can hear her little crusty toenails tapping as she gets ready to do her little buck dance for massa. So predictably, this Tether is doing her job, trying to present herself as being one of us, and then saying the opposite of everything black voters say. And by the way, you notice this time around, Ashley Etienne, she ain't sticking up for Haitians. Didn't say a word about Haitians, just like Karine Stank-Pierre. Because when Jen Psaki resigned and Karine Stank-Pierre got her job, she made sure to mention every chance she got that she was the first Haitian to be a White House press secretary. She said that every chance she got. Oh, she wanted to make sure everybody knew she's of Haitian descent, don't you know? This is a Haitian woman here, just in case you didn't know. Yeah, that's how it was then, but now these guys are singing a brand new tune, and the new tune is Mum's the Word. All of a sudden, they're not out there beating their chest like Tarzan and repping Haiti. Gee, I wonder why. This is about lying, deceiving, whatever they got to do to get away with dictating our opinions to us. Oh, these are going to be the tethers leading the FBA masses around by the nose. See, we are the ones who know how to keep these people in line, massa. We're going to make sure they keep in line. We are the ones who know how to lead them around. See, we'll go ahead. We'll show you how it's done. You need to have one of their own. Well, someone who can try to palm themselves off as one of their own who lead them around by the nose. That's what they're trying to do. This is why False News felt comfortable giving Etienne space on their website. And they didn't attack her. They didn't try to discredit her. They didn't say, oh, well, this woman's wrong. Oh, no. They want this message out there to say that black voters are upset at Democrats, but not because they're not getting us any tangibles, but because a Tether and a buffoon city girl didn't get elected. Because that doesn't threaten the status quo. It reinforces it. Well, black voters are staying home because we're not being offered anything. Ashley Etienne identifies with Kamala and Crockett because they're all trying to get as much money as they can and be cogs in a political machine. But without mentioning reparations or an anti-black hate crime bill or to demand a national registry for physicians whose black maternal and infant patients die or a national registry of DA's peremptory challenges during jury selection to make it mandatory that all grand jury proceedings must be public, if they're not doing those bare minimum things, then they're not speaking for us at all. So good luck to Ashley with getting that next Democrat consulting gig. I know it's tough for her since everyone treats her like she doesn't know anything. But given the fact that Ashley Etienne was part of the Biden White House, as she said, at the time that Kamala Harris got stomped out in every battleground state in the single most perplexing and inexcusable political loss in electoral history, given how terribly things went on her watch, maybe that's the reason why. Good day and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Cornell Sly, Giselle Hennings, James Stiles, Wesley Monroe, and Kirk. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
That's right, Professor.
Yeah.
Way out, good Professor, on your way out.
Okay, on my way out, man, the professor's always speaking the truth, as usual. You know what I mean? And then these damn bootlicks, man, these cats got to go, man. I mean, really, yeah, they got to shake the spot, man. You know what I'm saying? Is because they do more damage, you know what I'm saying, than good. Then have the damn audacity to think they're doing good and get upset when somebody sees through their nonsense and their bullshit. You see what I'm saying? You know, it's an insult to your intelligence, you know?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, but I definitely agree with you, Sabaka, 100%. Because I was speaking during that clip when Professor Black Truth was talking about how that lady was being like a shill for the DNC. It kind of reminds me of how like these ladies are being like, how do I say this? It's almost like being hostage. I'll put it like hostage to the DNC to get that money.
Yeah.
And it's like I feel like it's like they're like being like, it's like almost like being put into handcuffs by the police, literally.
Exactly. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. You know, we got Breeze here in the building.
Hey, Breeze, what's up, man?
Breeze in the building.
Yeah.
Breeze.
Yeah, and we got Queen Attacc, Queen.
Yeah, Sheba.
Queen Sheba. Okay, the Queen of Sheba. Okay. All right. Yeah. So what I'm going to do, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to bid everybody a good night because I'm in a lot of pain, man, and I got to take these damn meds, man, you know.
Yeah. So, Sabaka, I did email you the link.
Yes, you did. Yeah, I got it, okay. Michael. Yeah, because I think I responded to you in the chat that I got it. And can you tell me when is that conference call?
It's actually today, July 7th at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. For you, be 10 a.m.
It'll be 10 a.m. for me. Time. Okay, Brother Che, if you could give me a call in the morning, man, or shoot me a text to remind me, man, because when I take this medication, man, you know, it's going to put me out because I want a few minutes, you know, to feel this person out who I'm going to talk with. And then I'm not going to cuss at this person, you know, appreciate what they're doing and tell them about the damn reparations. The dump belongs in jail. You know what I mean? I'm glad that the heat wave went out there and shut down that 2215 garbage. And then also, too, I want to say this here, people. I think it is totally redundant for the U.S. Attorney Jeannie Pirro, who used to be a judge, with her arrogance, talking about they're going to fine this man $2,000 for picking up shit up out there. What's that there? The water or out of the pond or whatever. And really, it was a piss poor job that they laid it down, but they're using a dude as a scapegoat. Jeannie Pirro, you should be disbarred. You are too arrogant, and you deserve, ma'am, to go right straight to fucking jail. Yep. So with that being said, I appreciate y'all on having me, and I'm moving kind of slow. Old age is creeping in, you know what I mean? And what now? I'm gonna be needing me some Geritol in a minute, you know, and just bear with me, you know, as I get my situations worked out, hopefully within the next couple of months, you know, and then I should be all right. But definitely keep me posted. And then everybody like and subscribe to the page on Facebook of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. If you like and subscribe to the page, and if you see idiots up there, feel free to cuss them out and then block them and kick them off the page. You know what I'm saying? That's what's been keeping that page up, Brother Che. Believe it or not. Yeah, believe it or not. But we only got like 45 subscribers to it, man. I would like to get it back up to 1,800 like I had on the original one. You know what I'm saying? Before they tore it down. You know, oh yeah, they dirty. You know what I'm saying?
No.
And yeah, when it comes to pro-blackness or speaking in the interest of black people, oh, well, you're a racist guy and all this old shit. And then I got to put up with this shit that comes up on my page from these fluxes and neo-Nazis and Yasa bosses, tethers, you know what I'm saying? And what have you. I finally got rid of Melvin's ass, Che. Yeah, didn't I send you a clip of Melvin?
No.
Yeah, well, Melvin's disgusting, man. You know what I'm saying? I said what I said. And I says, man, you need to go say what you saying, man, to a trash can, man, but you're not going to put that shit up on my wall. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I'm sorry. I can't deal with idiots no more. President Trump, the greatest president going on. 34 count convicted felon. And they call him the greatest president going on. Damn.
Yeah, for the Muzungus, for sure. Muzungus find him the best, I'm the greatest president in U.S. history.
Yeah. And then old Tricky Dick, you know, when he had to get up there and say, ladies and gentlemen, at noon tomorrow, I shall resign as your president. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Tricky was on his way to getting removed from office, Brother Che, and had he would have stayed, yeah, he would have made history by being the first president removed from office due to the impeachment, because no president has never been removed from office due to an impeachment conviction. So it would be interesting to see them test that theory, because until they actually do it, it's still a theory. You see what I'm saying? The only one who came closest to being removed from office under impeachment was Andrew Johnson, and his ass got saved by one vote.
Yeah.
By one vote.
One vote.
Yeah, by one vote. So it's not so much of the president being impeached, people. The president being impeached is like a traffic cop pulling you over, man, issuing a citation to show up in court. The key is getting him convicted. And no president has ever been convicted in an impeachment. Say there's a big difference between an impeachment and a conviction. And with that there being said, you know, I was just saying that there, you know, for people who look at this right here in the future, you know what I mean? And it's up on the like page of Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. Now, the whole telecast will go up there on that page, Brother Che. You know what I mean? Yeah. And what have you. So I'll see what all the hate mail is tomorrow and all that old type of stuff. But if we got some well wishers out there, yeah, we appreciate y'all. You know, like the page of Shabaka's Black Experience and refer it to be liked, you know, because I really would like to get that sucker back up to 1,500 before the election. No, I'm sorry, before the midterm elections of this year, that is. So it's a pleasant 91 degrees here in Las Vegas, you know what I'm saying, at 12 o'clock midnight, you know, which is supposed to be the coldest part of the day, just before sunrise, you know. So the desert is the desert, you know what I'm saying? It's doing its thing. Okay, people, so I'm going to bid you all a nice night. Okay.
All right, Sabaka.
All right.
All right.
Okay, Lady Che. Okay, all right, Jesse and Michael. Thank you all for having me. And this here is season 6, episode 33, part 3 of the Frontline Black News. Air date of this episode here was July 6th, 2026. I'm out. Okay.
Okay.
Take care.
Good night. Oh, yes. Yeah, so Jesse, I may have to go soon because I gotta get ready for the meeting.
Yeah.
It's next what 9? No, I'm sorry, 10. About 9.5 hours. So I'm gonna make it quick. I understand what Uptight said earlier about you have to be intentional to the Nabisco.
Yeah.
Because they're never nice when they own slaves, and even that's their culture, right? It's a pattern that has been passed on from one generation to another, and never give them the benefit of the doubt because of their complexion for protection. And I definitely understand where a goddess is coming from. And also, Lady Che, oh, I forgot to mention this to you. I know we always talk about Hispanic and white police officers being the most anti-black racists, and I just forgot to mention this. It's also Asian cops who are anti-black racists as well, especially in California. I'm sure Goddess has accounted one. I'm sure Lady Che probably noticed, but yeah,
Mhm.
yeah, it's just something to think about. You may, yeah,
No, it's all bad. They're out there showing out for
yeah.
the white. Oh,
Yep, and it's just it's more like hidden. I call it the undercover white supremacist Asian cop who does a good job hiding his anti-black racism while going undercover until he comes out. Yeah. Well, I just don't like I said, yeah, I don't want to take so much of your time. I know Jessica uh, needs to continue playing, other clips. Got to get ready for that meeting coming up. Wow, I didn't know. Time passes by. Um,
yeah.
Quickly, and Jesse, you definitely gotta listen to MC Sweets. You're familiar with her from Demetra K's chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's going to be voicing her opinion as well. Very interesting to hear as well. And of course, Carolyn, she's going to be there.
Okay.
Yep. So it's going to be you could say tomorrow is going to, I mean, today's going to be I think like a full house. Yep.
This is a little speak.
Yeah, so that's why I'm gonna have Sarah Freeman go first speaking. So I figure I would go last because it's obviously I'm about Friedman oriented and Friedman led. In other words,
Yeah, I get it.
okay,
I mean, it's good brushing skills for me.
yeah,
I
but
mean, facts to get it drilled into and then we'll see if there's a solution, if they have a solution to, not say they have to, like to take away that HR 40 nonsense out of their lexicon because it don't exist. You know what I mean? For us, it's
yeah,
a slap in the face of our intelligence and a nothing burger. And then because there's people in the world that don't know about HR 40, they think that it's going to slide and it's going to be right. Exactly. And people are going to get behind it because they want reparations. That ain't reparations, though.
yeah. That's like a study commission.
Yeah, and they've been pushing that same permission to study shit for like 28 years.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And that would be a sign. That should be a sign. In 28 years, they said they want to open that HR 40 and actually do some work in it. That means there's trash from the beginning.
Right. It's like garbage, academic language, and it's just for them to get, I guess, get an A+ on a academic paper to be published.
That's like them wanting to think that they're gonna get by with mediocre work without showing how they got to, without showing it's like doing math and not showing how you got to the answer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, like I said, I don't want to take so much of your guys' time, but I'll say this very clear. I understand where Sister Val is coming from. Dealing with Asians is very tough. Oh, trust me, because I'm in that community every day. Not to mention, I had an Asian manager in the past, only staying that job for like less than a week because of her micromanagement. And I just got paranoid. And yeah, I was in a bad mood to stop her from, micromanaging me. Yeah. So yeah, everybody can just call me Steven Seagal. Yeah. Yep. Well, yep. So I definitely understand, 100%. It's just not only you have to be aware of white people, but definitely be aware of Asians and Hispanics as well, and of course Armenians too.
Yeah, and it's because the Asian community likes to slide in their racism low key. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know what you mean. Low key, smile in your
Why?
face,
Yeah,
pickpocket. Yeah,
they're doing it. You clearly know they're doing it, but they do it so good because it's so capable of being sneaky like that. So
yeah,
somebody out on it, they're like, "How do they do that? How they?" You know what I mean? Like they do this thing. They do say, "You're mad at the wrong Asian. You've been mad at that motherfucker, not all of us." I mean, I'm not trying to show my racism a little bit, but I'm Asian.
right. I know what you mean. Yep, yep. And it's like
Clearly,
what?
but I'm
Yep.
Asian. That was his answer. But I'm Asian, like all innocent. Not
Mhm.
racist. I'm Asian.
Yeah, I hear that phrase. I hear that. I keep hearing that so many times from Asian people when they say they're not racist, but then their movement suggests that they're racist.
They're clearly racist when they're doing stupid shit. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
one thing you're gonna side. They got side or about the stuff, right? That's okay.
Mhm.
It's whatever. But when you're actively doing racist shit as you know it here in the United States, because we don't know about abroad. Abroad, they could just be like, they don't want, like, I've seen them push out Africans out of Asia.
Mm-hmm.
And so, we don't live there. We just visit there, whatever. But this is the thing. When they're here, they know exactly what they're doing.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Just
Yep.
like say, I didn't mean to shoot them. They know exactly what they're doing. They know exactly what is threatening or what they feel threatened by. And it's whatever Master says. Master said, threatened by the educated black people. They go into their shops and buy snacks and shit. Then, they're scared of that. They're scared, just as scared as white folk, apparently.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Which I don't understand why they would be considered or why they wouldn't do any of that given what we did in 92
Mm-hmm.
and after during the riots and whatnot, like their businesses was going up and up in flames. Like why would you continuously keep trying to harm us?
Exactly. Yeah.
Our children. Like when they had the riots, it was a little girl had been got by one of them, right? And they still had the audacity to be on the roof with rifles. Like, come on, cuz. And now 2026, here we are, 2026, and they kill a young man. Say they chased him down, and then they shot him in the back. How like you chased him down?
You're right.
And
Yeah, I know
like,
what you mean. Yeah, I definitely understand. Which is not that different how Miss Kim unalived Latasha killings on, literally the back of her head.
right. So it's like, come on, man, over the worst shit. Refillable snacks and drinks.
Mm-hmm.
They ain't gonna cost you shit. And first of all, they didn't even do it. They had money in their pocket.
Right. Exactly.
First, you stereotyped and you chased it or whatever. You touched, you did something, you killed them, and they had money to pay for the item you accused them of stealing.
Exactly. Because they care about, because my people care more about the money than they care about human beings, which is not that different from, Mozungus. And when I think of Asian people, pickpocketing, FBAs, or money is like slavery. You know what I mean?
The pocket watching is stupid.
It is stupid, very stupid. I'll tell you. I got followed by a Korean store owner when I was looking for something to buy. And she asked me, "Do you need help?" I said, "No, I'm good." Asked me twice. And then when she asked me third time, I got annoyed and said, "Oh, yeah." And I said, "Oh, I'm gonna leave." Yeah, trust me.
In the community.
Yeah, it was a Korean lady, Korean woman. Like she thought that, yeah. And I said, "No, I'm just here to take a look. I'm not here to buy." And she kept following me like every other, I guess, 5 minutes.
And he's actually going to steal something.
Yeah, and I'm like, because I know I'm the same complexion like her, right?
Yeah.
But obviously, she knows that I'm not from her same ethnic background.
She recognized you as riding the black train with the blacks, and she wanted to follow you around the store, and she weren't gonna buy anything.
Right.
You got it by default, by affiliation.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
That E-Burger is all right. Guilty by association. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's probably what it was. She was like, oh no, you've been riding the train with the blacks.
And this was in Virginia, North Virginia, Fairfax County. Yeah. Well, gotta go. But Jesse, I did read the Moynihan report. Definitely understand. Just knowing white people following the Moynihan report is definitely Asians and Hispanics to keep FBA brothers and sisters separated.
Yeah, that my report was great.
Yeah. Well,
hey, Michael.
All right.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much as well.
Couple hours.
All right, I'll see you guys a couple hours.
Okay.
All right, don't forget to tell Okizi about it.
Oh, Keezy, yeah.
Keezy.
Yep, so.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot to tell. Okay, yep. All right, gotta go.
Okay, good night.
Good night. And good morning. All right.
It's just to find us on the Tether.
Yeah.
All right, so moving along, we got more proof we are not African. We've been saying for the longest that we're not African. The Pan-Africanists don't like to hear that, but that's the reality. So, Water God gonna give us an update on that.
I can say with confidence that you are not African American.
Shit. That's a big hunchback of Notre God damn. Goonies looking motherfucker. And he got a bib on his chest. Look like it made out of human skin. Who the fuck is this? The Nigerian chainsaw massacre? Ooh, I know he eat niggas for breakfast. If you think I'm bullshit, listen to the chant he was saying. A nigga gon' get a nigga gon' get a Looking at this, you would assume the most dangerous one is the giant. But I think it's a nigga a little more dangerous out there. Who is that vacuum seal nigga right there in the back? I'm talking about that boy extra lemonade. That boy look like a Krispy Kreme donut. That nigga look like the deleted scenes of a Diddy party. That nigga look like he waiting on the Terminator to come. That nigga like the nigga Silver Surfer. I really want to know why he oiled up though. Do the giant use it for chapstick when his lips get dry? Fuck going on here?
Please don't jump on my feet if you're not from Africa, because this is only for Africans. My pretendian brothers and sisters, I respect your right to self-hatred. I respect your right to claim that your ancestors didn't come from Africa, even though you can't even name them.
Might have to drop a dime on them.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying?
You gotta stop.
I don't like that shit.
For sure, bro.
I don't like that shit.
All right, y'all, we back with another video, man. Y'all know how we do. Always pushing health, wealth, and a better understanding of self. So we got more proof that we did not come from Africa.
You are not African American. Yeah, I said it, but before you run to the comment section, let me explain, because by the end of this, you will have a completely new perspective about the term African American. If you're new here, we just don't make claims without backing them up with evidence. So there are 3 big reasons why I can confidently say you're not African American. But before I tell you, let's just use a little common sense. Let's just say you look at the state of America and you think, I'm done with this. I'm going back to my roots. So you take a little DNA test and book a one-way flight to the country with the largest percentage of your DNA. But when you hop off the plane and set foot in that African country, you realize that DNA test did not give you one name or village for you to reach out to.
Okay, this is a back to Africa theory that they've been pushing on us for so long, and we are so tired of people calling us African American, where it's disrespectful. It's disrespectful to call us this. Now, we understand the political play at calling us African American. As y'all see, I did a video with that guy, Matt Nuclear, and he's from Angola. And they called him an African American.
Now, I'm sure that the African people in whatever country you choose to go to will be hospitable, but they will all tell you that you are not African. But what about the evidence? Because I did say we back up on claims around here. So here are the 3 reasons.
Please don't jump on my feet if you're not from Africa, because this is only for Africans. My pretendian brothers and sisters, I respect your right to self-hatred. I respect your right to claim that your ancestors didn't come from Africa, even though you can't even name them. I respect your right to self-hate. I respect your right to disidentify from being an African. No problem with me. I am not in the business of forcing people to be African. So pretendians, you don't have no problem with me. Me and the pretendians, we get along. We get along well. We disagree, but we get along. But I'm going to respectfully ask all members of the pretendian nation to please stop coming on my live telling me you're not from Africa. I understand. You're not from Africa. Stay your ass off my live. This live is for Africans. This live is for Africans. If you are not an African, you are not welcome on the live. You have a right to self-hatred. You have a right to disidentify from your Africanity. And when the ancestors catch your ass, I feel sorry for you. When your ancestors who you are disowning, when they catch your ass, I feel sorry for you.
Yo, I don't know if it's just me, bro, but
I can say with confidence that you are not African American. The third one's gonna mess you up the most. Number 1, that DNA test you just took can't connect you to a single living person on that continent. And that's not a coincidence. You see, when Africans came among the indigenous people, all you had was what someone whispered to the next person before they died. My mother used to tell us that our grandfather used to say he was Cherokee, and I believed her, but she didn't have a document or a paper trail because they didn't give enslaved people paper trails. All they had was each other's word. And now the history books want you to believe their narrative instead of your own family tree. Number 2, and this is where it starts to get crazy. They were already here. You see, when colonizers came over to the Americas, they wrote down what they saw. And they said that they saw dark-skinned, melanated people thriving on this land way before slavery. That's not a theory. That's in their records. But here's what they don't teach you in school. In addition to bringing slaves from Africa, they also enslaved the indigenous people who were already here. So after the 250 plus years of slavery, our lineage became blended with some Africans and the indigenous people. Number 3, colonizers changed our family's name, which helped confuse our lineage. When Africans arrived on this soil, slave traders renamed them and gave them their own European names and reclassified their lineage. Because when you see someone as property, you don't preserve their identity. You erase it and replace it with yours. They didn't just change what people were called. They deliberately changed family trees so no one could easily trace back where they came from and who they actually were. Your last name right now might not be your ancestors' family name. It might be the name of whoever they worked for or the family they married into. They renamed and reclassified many of your ancestors to make them forget who they are. And we are the children of their grandchildren. So no wonder why some of us are confused, because the odds are your ancestors were here before this country was even named America. And they were the foundation who built America. So that's why you're probably not African. You're a foundational Black American, whether you like it or not.
It makes sense for him. Okay, anybody that has some African descent and they're here, I think it should just be one country. I don't think you should be able to have 2 countries on the title. That's just me though. But we're seeing that everybody want to push this title African American on us, and they hear us. I know they hear the videos and the content that we push out, that we do not want to be called African American. Okay, we want to be called Black Americans. Okay, foundational Black Americans, Black Americans. We don't want to be called that term. You know, none of our grandparents have ever said anything to us about that country. We always hearing that from the YT history books. Jesse Jackson started. But we gonna see that somebody is gonna have to recognize this. We haven't had anybody. Anytime they talking about us in a political forum or any politicians, they do not recognize that it's some of us that never came from there. And they know this. They know that we got people that a majority, 95%, okay, of us never came, don't have no trace to Africa. But for political reasons, they still want to tie us with that. And it's just getting so annoying, so annoying, so annoying. But it's going to change. Change going to come. Okay. So make sure y'all subscribe to the channel, hit that like button, push me on the algorithm. I greatly appreciate that. Let's get it.
These were the findings from Ely et al. In 2008, although they use language to intentionally misrepresent their findings. The study examined mtDNA sequences from 74 samples of the Gullah Geechee, as well as 97 African American samples from the Army. The authors compared the Black American samples to a database constructed of nearly 4,000 mtDNA sequences. These sequences represented every region in the continent of Africa, except North Africa, of course. The study found that 38% of the Gullah Geechee samples could not be matched to any sequence in their African database, and 40% of the African American Army samples could also not be matched to any African sequences in their database. However, what the authors frame as a positive finding for their study is actually the smoking gun. This is buried deep in the discussion. Essentially, about 53% of the samples, more than half, match multiple regions in the database. So instead of just matching one single mtDNA sequence, they match several of them. When we're talking about mtDNA, the entire point of analyzing different sequences is that a single mutation creates this new branch. You are tracking a defining set of mutations in order to determine the lineage. Therefore, if the Black American samples are matching multiple different sites, that also means they're not matching the core mutations needed to determine that lineage. So if you're matching multiple, then you are matching none, especially given that different positions, the mutations at different sites, can be found across the globe. The Gullah Geechee are supposed to be the quintessential example of Africans that retain their culture within the United States, yet 91% of that do not match any African lineages. This study is just another case of showing us that these regions in Africa were
Sorry, y'all. Got disconnected. We're back. We got Breeze in the building. Let's see my screen.
You're in the water guard, in the water guard.
Mm-hmm.
I can say with confidence that you are not African American.
Different positions, the mutations at different sites can be found across the globe. The Gullah Geechee are supposed to be the quintessential
Sorry, y'all. Damn hotspot kept dying on me.
Out of Ireland is Africa. I think it was thousands, not millions. In my opinion, I have a right to. Hang on. I believe that the slave trade is grossly over exaggerated, and many historians have actually went to Africa looking at the slave trade, and they have hit many dead ends, and they believe that there was no real slave trade. And if you right now are absolutely furious at me saying, how dare you, there's a slave trade, ask yourself, is all of your information only from a Rockefeller-funded school, Hollywood, or a Ashkenazi Jewish run publishing business? And if the answer is yes, then you might want to sit back and shut your cunt mouth and maybe listen to someone who has mastered his skills at deduction and pattern recognition.
All right, so we got to still do more work to put that African American term to rest. But I like how, you know, some of the immigrants are asking, like, what benefits do they feel that they are stealing from Black Americans? And number one, like I went over on the last video, crime hate bill. We don't have a hate bill for us, and we went through so much more hate in this country.
Right.
Then it's taxes. We pay the same amount of taxes, but we have to foot the bill for immigration. It's okay for an immigrant to foot the bill for immigration because you're an immigrant. You should have to pay way more than what we have to pay for all of this immigration. If you're an immigrant, you should be paying more. You should be paying immigration tax for all of this. We shouldn't, people that's from this land should not have to be paying for, you know, all of these immigrants that's in our politicians, and that shit stop. We shouldn't have no immigrants in our politics.
Right.
Why? You should be, you can't even, your country isn't even in good standing. Why should we trust someone that's from another? It's a lot of treason is happening. So a lot of people don't understand the problems of them coming here and the resources that, you know, we got to pay for that y'all getting. And they think that,
absolutely right,
you know, this is cool. Like, you know, you should be able to go in people's country and get the same amount of benefits as the people there. And this happens nowhere else. Okay, only in America. And it's only politics because they're using these people. They don't care about these people for real. They're using them. So we're going to keep, you know, our foot on the neck with this immigration and how it's diluting our resources that we receive. So we're going to keep pushing, man. Make sure y'all subscribe to the channel, hit that like button, push me on the algorithm. I greatly appreciate that.
I'm Black News.
We definitely go live. We're going to be going live tonight. We're going to be going live tonight. This video going to drop on a Thursday, so we'll be live. And that's what we give out the Discord. We give out some information and some plays that we're trying to make. We don't want to do it too much on the videos. We like to do it live to see who in there, but I may have to start private in those lives. But all my members, man, make sure y'all sign up and become a member. I got something special for y'all, some content just for y'all. I appreciate y'all, man, supporting the channel. Shabazz, I appreciate you so much, man, supporting the channel and, you know, doing everything fresh always. Call Dog, everybody who's sending me content, I really appreciate y'all, man. It's all love. And we standing on business all year, man, until we get some results. So I'll catch y'all in the next one. Peace and love.
A community must have three things to have a community in it. You must have a wholly independent economic structure that can provide goods, service, products, and things for your own people, and jobs and tax spaces for your own people. You should at least control 4 basic things. You should be trying to control water, food, medicine, and energy to be able to survive and compete.
Here we got Mr. Pollock. He had a cornfield. He took advantage of a free water test from us. And this is what we found in this water. We found sulfur, we found hardness, and we solved these problems with an easy fix of 2 tanks. So get your free water test today. Stay blessed. Click the link below.
All right, what are your thoughts, ladies here?
I don't know what the topic was for me because the topic.
You good, Timothy?
What was the topic? What was the topic? Just remind me real quick because I wasn't paying attention. Again.
More proof we are not African.
Oh yeah. There's been DNA that's proven that, you know, lately with those genetic population tests or whatever. But it's been pushed on us that African, different areas from Africa theory has been pushed on us, and that's what caused the confusion. But it also enhances the delineation. So I mean, I think it's a good thing. We're not, you know, you don't have to be like what puts in a generic African. Some things don't. You said things are known that are just known that you will come from your ancestry. You might have a piece of ancestry that comes from that. Everybody does. You know, just like everybody now has a little piece of this and a little piece of that in their DNA strand.
That's not based off the other Africa too.
It is based off that, right? This is it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I said it right. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're just talking there. I
Because
think
the
that
last part what you said didn't make no sense, but
I said, yeah, I'm sorry. I think it's a good thing the more we find out, the more you know, right? So the more you look into your own shit, you see that your people come from the soil and they've been here for fucking forever, then you know it's easier for you to accept. The fact is that some things we have to we weren't able to prove because we weren't able to prove them. You know, they reclassified and we did everything. Yeah, I'm glad they were finding out and more proof gets coming. That way, the reparations claim that other countries are trying to put on us to get severed too. You know?
Yeah.
It would be like, you don't get as much as you think you do because of whatever, you know? Or you're responsible for all of this. And there's going to be a grand separation, and it kind of feels like it's moving in that direction anyway. You know what I mean? But it's going to be a black USA. You know what I mean? A black USA.
Yeah.
At one point, it seemed, you know, every type. Yeah.
Yeah, so we want to know, are FBAs the most patriotic Americans?
Yes.
So Tariq, I'm going to say update on that.
Yes. Didn't want to though.
Brother, can you please stop this revisionist history, bro? You were not seen as humans in the beginning.
Okay, slow down. Before we go there, let's calm down. Timothy, where are you from and what's your ethnic group, sir?
It doesn't matter. Can we talk about this?
We don't do that. No. No. You don't hop in here talking about it don't matter. It does matter. Okay, you slow down. It does matter. You're not just going to come in here barking. We don't do that, sir. This is not a meth lab. All right? Calm down and put the pipe down. Where are you from? What is
I'm from Ethiopia.
You're not from Ethiopia, sir. Where are you from?
Bro, what does it matter?
Why are you lying, sir? Because if you come in here lying, you're going to come in here just wasting time trolling. Now, what's your ethnic background, sir?
Bro, I'm from America originally.
What is your ethnic background, sir?
All right. I'm Italian.
This is not a trick question, sir.
I'm from Italy. My family's from Italy.
What part of Italy are they from?
It doesn't matter, bro. Southern Italy.
It will stop lying. You've lied about 4 or 5 times, so you're coming in with bad faith. You've lied about 3 things already, sir. So everything else is going to be in bad faith. That's what I'm saying. If we're going to have a conversation, we have to start with truth to power. If you're not even being honest with where you're from, you're just in here trolling, wasting time to project frustration. What are you frustrated about?
You lying?
Sir, you sat up here and lied in the first 3 minutes. Everything out of your mouth is a lie, sir. You're projecting.
You're lying about being American.
What am I?
A descendant of enslaved Africans.
I'm a foundational Black American, sir.
Foundational is a subjective adjective. You say you're foundational. Many people do not believe you're foundational.
I don't give a damn what they believe. I got the tombstones to prove it, sir. This ain't about a belief. This ain't a religion. I can take you to tombstones of my family.
So could white people.
Going to the 17 and 1800s, sir. You understand that?
But your claim is you're foundational and white people aren't.
Didn't say that. White people are immigrants, sir.
White Anglo-Saxons are not immigrants to this country. They literally built this country. They're the philosophical foundation of this country. You're not.
Okay. If they built the country, why didn't they do it without us?
Sir, you were an extension of them. They brought you here on slave ships.
Oh, well, if they needed to bring us, then they couldn't build it then, right? You just proved it, right?
They needed people who they could subjugate easily, and you were that.
Okay, well, how come they couldn't do it on their own?
They subjugated you easily. They just needed free labor.
So they had to go all the way over to Africa and bring people over to build something for them. That means they couldn't do it, if that's your logic.
What did you build?
This country.
How could illiterate slaves build the country?
Okay, slow down. You just said they built this country, but when they tried to do it on their own, they failed. Why did they fail?
Sir, you had no concept of architecture.
No. I asked you a question. If we had no concept of none of this stuff, then why did they fail when they tried to do it on their own?
How did they fail?
Before we came into the picture, They all failed with their colonies. You know, they tried to start different colonies over here. Every one of them failed, sir.
And so what did you bring?
Okay, I'm asking you a question because you keep changing the subject. You kept saying how the white people did it, but when they tried to do it on their own before 1619, they failed. Why?
Brother, they had the foundations of it already built here.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
What? Name it.
They had a fur trade already set up.
Where?
In the north.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did, and the south. No. The Spanish were here in the south.
And they
in Florida.
They failed, and they had us with them. You know they had us with them, right?
So
Listen to what I'm saying. You're proving the Spanish only survived because they had people like Estevanico, the Moor with them. You understand that? They had black people with them. It was black people who built St. Augustine in Florida. I've seen letters of the Spanish begging the Spanish crown to send more Negroes over to help build, sir. You're proving my point. Timothy, you don't know history, do you?
It doesn't matter. I can observe with my eyes that you didn't build America. I look at your state right now.
Where, California?
No, I look at the state of the black community in America right now. You did not build this country.
Yes, we did. We built everything, and the culture of it too, sir.
What's the culture exactly?
Everything that is American culture comes from foundational black Americans. Everything positive, right?
Foundational black Americans can't even speak coherent English, sir.
Well, yes, we can.
I think you trolling.
We have,
sir. Speaking in proper English and sagging your pants is not the culture of America.
Yeah, sir. That's a stereotype. That's a stereotype porn. You get off on that, sir.
No one does.
You dig around on the internet looking for stuff like that because you get off on it, sir. You like to see brothers sag pants. That's your porn fetish.
So explain how you're the culture. Who comes and assimilates?
You talking about my culture, sir? You too ashamed to even name where you're from. I asked you where you're from. You told about 3 lies. You are a failed tether.
I'm in a space about you, though.
But we're talking about you. You're trying to deflect from your failure, sir. You're over here in my country. You're an immigrant over here, sir. You come from an immigrant background. You are a failure. You come from failed stock, failed fleeing stock. You can't say nothing about me or any other foundational black American. Your dusty family would not be over here if it were not for us, sir. Right?
And sir, the majority of your time in this country, you've been in chains or segregated. How are you proud of that?
Your failed homeland is decimated. I don't even care where it is. I know it's failed. I can hear the failure in your voice, sir. Because a lot of you failures, you come over here and the first thing you do is go look for some damn degenerate black stereotypes to kind of harp on. You talking about sagging pants. Sir, that's failed tether talk.
Right.
I bet those sagging pants are better than whatever shanty town you fled from, sir.
Just hurling ad homs, bro. You're not
hurling nothing. We're having an intervention with a failed tether laying up in my homeland, sir.
Again, you're revising history. You never
revising nothing, sir. I am the history. I can go to tombstones going back to the 17 and 1800s. You can't, sir. What part of East Africa you're from?
Your descendants.
Some of the because this is jealousy talk, and that's like an East African jealousy I hear. I can smell the different flavors of jealousy. Yours smell like an East African jealousy because a lot of y'all East Africans try to claim Italian for some reason. I can tell by some of your lies. So you're one of them Horn of African tethers, aren't you?
I literally told you I was Ethiopian, bro.
I believe that it's probably Somalian or Sudanese or some shit. Right?
Whatever, man.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Or yeah.
At least we weren't slaves.
Who ain't you slaves over there now? Y'all enslaved now. They take y'all up there to Libya right now and spank that musty ass, sir, and slang you to Europeans. Now, what you talking about?
We don't claim to be the foundation of America.
Because though. You ain't.
You aren't either.
Yes, we are.
You are not the foundation of America, sir.
The foundation of America, sir. This shit didn't get built without us. We built this thing. It did nothing.
Sir, this is a first world.
We are the only first world melanated people on the planet, and you ain't.
Genuinely,
foundational black Americans are the only first world melanated people on the planet, and you ain't. You had to flick flies off yourself to hop on damn Frontier Airlines to bring that ass over here with us, didn't you?
Sir, can I make a point?
Sir, the only thing that's pointing is them titties on your mama who's had to milk a damn goat somewhere and breastfeed all you little musty ass tethers to bring y'all on over here to us, sir. You ain't got no, you have no point, sir.
You are first world by chance. You are first world by chance.
We're first world by design, buddy. Not by
No, sir. Not a.
Tethers got this thing where we lucked up. No. We got it out the mud.
You absolutely
We
lucked
didn't
up.
luck up on nothing. You lucked up on a green card. We got it out the mud, buddy. We didn't luck up on nothing.
Right.
We got everything out the mud over here.
So, what percentage of slaves came to America?
Don't matter.
Yeah, musty fleeing.
Sir, there's no foundational Black Brazilians, no foundational Black Argentinians. You're
Argentina, whatever they want to do in Argentina, that's them. I don't live in Argentina. I don't live in Brazil. My family is in America, and we are foundational to this country. We are the oldest continuous ethnic group, sir.
Because we built it.
How? How are you the oldest continuous ethnic group here?
Who else is older than us here as a continuous ethnic group? Who else?
The white Anglo-Saxons.
No, they're not, sir, because a lot of the people who are classified as white now weren't even considered white back then. So that
Anglo-Saxons, Anglo-Saxon Protestants.
an Anglo-Saxon. What's an Anglo-Saxon? Because pure Anglo-Saxons, the English of, they're a damn minority. They're a very small percentage of them now.
They're still way more powerful than you.
No, not really. Those are the hillbillies somewhere in a trailer park somewhere. There's a very small percentage of them. All these other people classified as white weren't even considered white in the 17 and 1800s.
And who designed that?
Many of them didn't get their white passes until the 1900s, sir. They're not even a continuous group. Huh?
Okay, you're talking about Benjamin Franklin, George Washington, Thomas Jefferson. All those people were white Anglo-Saxons. And they built the country, not you.
How did they build it? And we were there building it. How they build it?
Bro, not a single Black person signed the Constitution, not a single one.
Sir, we were the one who forced the Constitution to live up to what it was supposed to be.
Yeah, I'm sick of them too.
Because it was never for you.
Oh, but we made it for us, sir. That's the great thing about us.
Sir, they saw you as subhuman.
We made it for us, though. We were the ones who gave it a soul. We were the ones who made them enforce it. Do you understand that? Because they had just broke off from Britain talking about no taxation without representation and we don't want to be enslaved. And they did all of this hooping and hollering and then turned around and tried to do the same thing. And we said, no, don't write no document being a hypocrite. Live up to this shit.
Right.
We were the ones to force that. That's why everything in the Constitution really centers around us.
Right.
That's not true. Have you read what?
Dude, what's not true? Okay, break it down. Tell me what in the Constitution does not center us. Go ahead. Go. Let's break it.
You have me muted. The First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the Third Amendment, the Fourth Amendment. Every amendment has nothing to do with you.
Bullshit.
What does freedom of speech have to do with?
Okay, the Second Amendment, that was designed to suppress us because they knew what they were doing was wrong. That's why they needed the Second Amendment. A right to bear arms. Y'all better have these Negroes in check. That's what the Second Amendment was for. Then they had the 3/5 clause. In the original Constitution, they had a fugitive slave clause. The whole Constitution was about us, sir.
Oh my God. Why do you center yourself here?
No, sir. Let's talk truth to power. The 13th Amendment is about us. The 14th Amendment is literally about us because we were the ones having a grassroots movement to push the 14th Amendment to make sure everything was equal. The hell you mean it ain't about all of it was about us? Hell, they just had a Supreme Court decision talking about the birthright citizenship and talking about the Constitution. Who did they keep bringing up? The babies of slaves. They are talking about us now in relation to the Constitution, sir.
That's because they don't want any of these other people here.
Like
Just like they didn't want you here.
You. They didn't want musty tethers like you, sir.
Right. Sir. You realize this is supposed to be a white ethno state. This was not included with you.
We didn't allow that to happen. We do know they wanted to make this into a white ethno state, and this thing would have collapsed a long time ago because that's not sustainable, having a white ethno state.
Yeah.
That's not because you got to suppress people. That would not have sustained itself. It was going to collapse. We had to stop it from collapsing. That's why you were able to come over here and be musty, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sir, they saw you as subhuman. What don't you understand?
A damn about what they saw. We saw ourselves as the foundation. That's the thing. That's the difference between us and you tethers. Your whole disposition is on how white people see you. That's a colonized mindset because in your failed homeland, y'all sit up looking for helicopters, waiting on Sally Struthers to drop off that Red Cross rice to your ass. So everything is about how the white people see you. When the white people show up, you go throw your flip-flops on and start doing your tribal dance. We don't think like that. We don't give a damn what they think. We're going to make them do the right goddamn thing. You understand that?
And that's why you refuse to go to back to Liberia.
We ain't from no damn Liberia. The hell you talking about?
You're not from America.
Yes, we are.
How?
We've been here from the very beginning, sir.
By chance.
By chance, we have indigenous ancestry here too. Y'all hate when we bring that up. We got indigenous ancestry here. This has always been a black land.
Right. Yeah, because you fled from the plantation.
No, sir. We've had indigenous ancestry way before the Europeans got here too, sir.
What proof do you have of that?
Yeah. You know we got proof.
What proof do you have of that?
Yeah. We've broken that down, and if you listened to us before, so you know that. I don't even have to run it down no more, sir.
So what about the Lewis and Clark expedition where the natives came across the slave that they had, and they touched his skin, and they said they'd never seen a black man's skin before?
That's bullshit. They were tripping on York. His name is York, and they were tripping on him because he was big as hell. He was like 6 foot something. They ain't never seen a nigga that big. So they were like, "Where'd y'all get this big nigga?"
They were touching his skin. They were not touching his they were not admiring his height. They were touching his skin. They'd never seen a dark-skinned black person before.
Yes, they do. They've seen dark natives before, but especially in California and all those places, sir.
Yeah, but they're distinct from you with a wide shotgun nose and nappy hair.
Sir, they knew that we were different from you with that big Tweety bird head and flies and musk and flip-flops. So yeah, there's a difference. They knew something was different about this muscular, strong, 6 foot something black man. They were like, "Damn, where y'all get him from?"
That's not what you should go read. You should go read the writings about that. That's not true.
Sir, I know the writings, sir. I know all about it, sir. They've seen black people before.
So why they touch his skin and thought it was gonna rub off?
Oh, please. They saw black people all over this place, sir. And why did they have translators? You had Estevanico, people like that. He was black and he was going up in them indigenous tribes, and he took indigenous wives. So we'd always interacted with these people, and there were black indigenous people all over the place, sir.
I'm so confused. So if you're proving your inferiority, then you're proving your inferiority.
You're projecting. Don't project on me. You're projecting. You're projecting, sir.
So you're saying you were at once the majority in this country if you were black and indigenous?
Sir, we weren't the majority. There's all types of different types of indigenous people. You have the black indigenous, you have the red indigenous people. You had all of these white scholars talk about the pockets of indigenous tribes that were in America, sir. Do you think there were no black people here?
It's irrelevant. My point is.
No. You really think, let's be fair, let me just see where your mindset is. You think that there were no black people here for thousands of years on this big ass land?
There might have been some black people here.
All right, there you go. Okay. I was about to say, because there's black people everywhere, all over the planet.
They might have been dark skinned. I don't know.
They were going around calling people negritos. When the Europeans, when they went over to Polynesia and Asia and saw the original inhabitants of Asia and all those places, they were like, "These are negritos, little black people."
Mm-hmm.
They did this all over the place, sir.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
But you acknowledge what I just said, right?
Sure. I don't think there's any haplogroup or anthropologists have not confirmed what you said, but I mean, you can say whatever you want to.
You said a haplogroup. No, you just pick up a history book.
No, anthropologists have nailed this to the ground. I don't think they've ever proven that there have been black people here. Black people like you with the wide shotgun nose and nappy hair. But
well, what are those Olmec statues down in Mexico? They got big noses, shotgun noses like me, and nappy hair. They got braids in their hair and shit.
Those are mestizo people. Those are not black people.
What's the mestizo? There's no such thing as a mestizo thousands of years ago.
Or the indigenous down there, the indigenous in Mexico or wherever those are.
Spanish, sir. There was no such thing as a damn mestizo during the time of the Olmecs. The hell are you talking about?
Well, the indigenous down there, in Aztec.
Yeah, they weren't. The Olmecs weren't Aztec.
So what were they? I don't know. I'm not even familiar with the Olmec statues.
They were black indigenous.
Where are the other replicas of those people elsewhere across the continent?
Dude, have you been to Mexico? Go to the Bone Impact murals in those temples there. They got paintings of black people with dreadlocks. Go down. I've seen them. I've been there and I've seen them. I've been to the Olmec statues. I've seen all of them. They got big ass. One of them looked like Jay-Z, lips so damn big. Yeah, these are black people, sir.
So black people are only people with full lips. Is that what you're saying?
With big ass lips, yeah. Like,
okay. But I got a question. Can I ask you a question?
Let me ask you this. When are you going back to fix your homeland?
Right.
Bro, can I ask you a question?
You've been asking me questions. I got to ask you some. When have you gone back to fix your homeland, sir?
Right.
I don't really need to leave. I'm getting educated here.
Right. It's called you're welcome. If it weren't for us, you would be somewhere.
I'm at a white institution, though, so I mean, I don't really need to thank you.
Well, yes, you do. You're not at a white institution.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not, sir.
Bro, I'm at the University of Florida, bro.
I don't even believe that, sir. I don't
know why I would need to lie to you. I mean,
University of 7-Eleven. You work at a 7-Eleven fixing Slurpee machines. You're not doing anything. You're doing Tether shit, sir. You should thank us for having you come over here and do all that stuff. You feel me?
Funny thing is, I'm in the National Society of Black Engineers.
Yeah, let me talk to some more people. I'm bored. You're boring me. Just debunking a jealous Tether is just too easy. Carlos, let's get Carlos in the building. Mr. Carlos, hop on in. All right. Waiting on Carlos to get it together. Yeah, okay. I'm just smacking around a Tether verbally. It's boring. Carlos, what's up, Carlos? Carlos, unmute your microphone, man. All right. All right, let's try Jaway. Let's try Jaway. Jaway, what's up, brother?
Hey, what's up? How you doing? I just wanted to say, to him, I see, like, when you were talking about Liberia, you know that Liberia was established.
Can you hear me now?
Hold on, Carlos. I'll get you in a second. Go ahead, Ja.
I didn't appreciate how he was talking to you about how he's saying go back to Liberia. Liberia was established for the slaves to go back to. So, like, where did you get your history from, Timothy, when you were saying that? That's all I wanted to say.
There you go. Thank you, brother. Carlos, what's up, Carlos?
Hey, Tarek, it is a pleasure to talk to you again. And what you're saying is magical.
Yes.
Because you're right. You guys were here so many years ago. I mean, even before the Spaniards.
Yeah.
I know, I do know history, and I would like to appreciate what you are talking about tonight on behalf of the American 250th anniversary, which you guys deserve.
Yes.
To be happy about.
Absolutely.
But we have a 500,000-year civilization down here from Mexico all the way to Argentina. We have come together for the last few years, which I haven't seen in the United States. I pray for my beloved United States because I learned English from watching your movies, guys. I mean, I was like 7 years old and I watched like Star Wars and then RoboCop and then Terminator and whatnot.
Okay.
But I understood, and I skated in Los Angeles. I skated with Tony Hawk. I'm a skateboarder, I'm a surfer, and I always like to appreciate the good wealth of the United States because that's going to help us develop better, relationships. But now Mexico, it's the fiesta. Why? Because we are going to face England on the World Cup, and we have been doing great with our president, Claudia Sheinbaum.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much, brother. I appreciate you, Carlos. I appreciate you. Look, I don't know what Carlos is talking about. Carlos all over the place. Eastsider, what's up, Eastsider?
What's going on with it, man? Easter deal, cuz. How you feel?
I'm good, man. How you doing, fam?
Oh man, just burning midnight oil. You already know. But check this out, man. I wanted to say something while homeboy was on the line. I was gonna tell him, if he saved from Ethiopia, he's welcome. Because without us, they would have got colonized by Italy.
Oh, yeah.
As far as the genetic markers go, look up Mike Hammer. It was an author who did some research on the oldest bones here in American soil. It was AO0. from Albert Perry, found in Sumter, South Carolina.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
People need to understand that we've been here. You know, we grew here, they flew here. As our brother Black Al was saying, I see him in the chat. So you know what I'm saying? Just go ahead and keep on spitting that game, man.
Respect, man. Thank you so much. Yeah, man. Yeah, these folks hate to deal with the fact, and I'm glad the Ethiopian Tether was at least man enough to admit that there were Black people here. When people, the Tethers don't want to acknowledge that because they have to make us perpetual foreigners like them. They have to make it seem like we just kind of happen to show up. All right. Let's be very, very clear. I ain't gonna sit here and just let them waste my time because we done proved it over and over again. We done showed books. We've given references. We done given anthropological records. I mean, we were here. We were here before the red Siberian natives. We've always been on this land. Family, if you go around the world, because when you start hitting them with logic, they start trying to talk in circles. When you go around the world and you see that there are Black indigenous people literally everywhere, all through Asia, all through Polynesia, everywhere. And the Spanish and the Portuguese, all these people, they encountered them and they would call them negritos. The British saw these dark people when they went over there to Australia. They called them black fellows. Tasmania, Black. Over there, when they went to what the area now is New Guinea, they were like, these look like the people in Guinea. Guinea was West Africa. That's what they called West Africa at the time. That's why they were like, shit, they look just like the people. So this is New Guinea. You understand? You go through all of these Polynesian islands with these Black people with froze. Fiji, Black people with froze. Samoa, Black people with froze. Hell, some of the original Hawaiians, before they were really mixed up, they were Black people with froze. I went to Tahiti. You got some people down there looking like Black folks in Harlem. You understand? You think Black folks reached all of those places? All these little tiny islands in the middle of the Pacific Ocean and all that, but didn't get to this big ass continent? You got to be out of your mind. This is why Lucia woman, when they got Lucia woman and did a reconstruction of her, the Black lady. You understand? Israelite. What's up, brother? Israelite. Oh, wait, I didn't hit you. My bad, Israelite. I got to, let me get you in here. Israelite, hop on in, brother. My bad, I didn't hit the button for you. Israelite, what's up, bro?
Hey, Tariq, can you hear me?
I can hear you, man. How you doing?
I'm good, man. How about yourself? I got my daughter in the background, man, so to hear her, she on my tablet, my bad.
Okay, it's all gravy. What's going on?
Yeah, man, I appreciate everything you do, man. You are definitely, a staple in, in our foundational community.
I appreciate
Yeah, definitely, with these tethers, man, it's crazy how just of a defeated mindset these people have. This is ridiculous, man, to where they can, like, they will do anything and everything the white man say. They will, they will just jump hoops. They like little circus animals. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So, basically, when you're going back with the 4th of July, I kind of understand what you're saying about, us celebrating it, but then I go on the fence to 250 years of being under a white supremacist, construction of, of this, this system. It's like, I do like, basically empires don't really last no more than 250 years. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it depends, that's usually when they fall around that time frame. So if we are celebrating, I'm praying that we celebrate the fall of this system and bring in that system of justice that you talk about.
A very good point. But let me break that. Listen, because people, again, they try to make the United States synonymous with white supremacy. It ain't that. We got to understand the distinction between the republic and the parasite, all right? We got to stop allowing the damn dominant society to convince us that we're victims of America. No, we're the co-founders of America, the builders, the economic engine of America. We're victims of white supremacy. That's a global, the key word is global. White supremacy is a global parasitic ideology that hijacked the republic over here to try to benefit one group. Feel me and follow me, family. The white supremacists went around the world like a parasite, decimating all of these other places, ladies and gentlemen, like that Ethiopian Tether who called up, they decimated his shit. All over Africa, they decimated it. India, they decimated it. All over, they just go around decimating everything, especially among melanated people. Anywhere there's melanated people, the parasitic white supremacists went in and just decimated all of it. We are the only ones they didn't decimate. We're the only ones who pushed back against their asses and kept them at bay. That's why everybody has to come over here under us. That's why we're the only first world melanated people. Do you understand that? Feel me on this shit, man. And we didn't let them just hijack this shit so that it's going to benefit one damn group. Just like they would go set up little apartheid systems all over the place where they get all the benefits and everybody else is in squalor. We're the only ones who said, fuck all that. You understand what I'm saying? We said these laws going to be equal. The civil rights is going to be equal. Everything is going to be equal. We ain't going to be sitting up in no damn shanty town while y'all sitting up here enjoying the fruits of our labor. No, we'll whoop your ass and your mama ass and everybody ass with you. We're not going to have that. You understand? So the United States is the soil, the infrastructure, the constitutional framework of this country. White supremacy is a virus that has tried to infect it, and we've always had to cure the damn virus. So we're not guests in our own house. Everything great about the United States comes from us. And I'm talking about not just the culture, I'm talking about the legislative branch, the constitutional foundation. All of that is great because of us. We paid for this real estate in blood, sweat, tears, free labor. So when we critique the system, we're not hating the country. We're trying to cure the country of a goddamn parasite that tries to infect it the way it infected everything else. You understand? The white supremacists are not patriots. Don't let them fool you with all that fake posturing. These people ain't no patriots. They'll turn against this country at the drop of a hat. We're the only ones that make them get some act right. They try to posture with all that fake patriotism. When they said, hey, y'all can't sit up here and exploit, y'all can't expand slavery to the West no more. Y'all can't do all that. They're like, man, give me that cannon. We about to shoot these niggas. You know, they started a civil war. When the U.S. government threatened the economic engine of white supremacy.
Hey, family. Lady Chair's going to close out the show. I'm about to lay it on down. So Lady Chair will be hosting the rest of the show. I appreciate y'all staying with us. Make sure that like and subscribe button.
Chattel slavery, half the country committed high treason, took up arms, killed hundreds of thousands of each other. They were killing each other. They tried to destroy the United States. Their loyalty was never to the stars and stripes of the Republic. Their loyalty was to white supremacy. Look, go read the Confederate stuff. They were literally trying to set up a white supremacist regime. They wanted a white supremacist ethno-state. And we said, hell no. They wanted to burn this whole thing to the ground. You understand? They've always been like that. So they have conditional patriotism and anti-government hypocrisy. The white supremacist power structure, they like the United States when the government is when the government acts as an operating enforcer for white supremacy. That's the only time they like the government. You understand? When the government is whooping down on us, they law and order, shit. When they're pew-pewing a black kid in the back, blue lives matter. We got to back the blue. Back the blue.
We don't have to take it out.
Now, the minute law enforcement and the government tells these white supremacists to sit their ass down. Oh shit. January 6th, listen, insurrection. We're gonna have to run up in the Capitol. They trying to tell us what to do. You tell the white supremacists, put your guns down, that Ruby Ridge and all that shit. These white supremacists have a fit. Oh, take your hands off our guns. That Cliven Bundy, when the government swoops down on them, boy, oh, this is tyranny. Oh, this is tyranny. Oh, we got to stop this big government. Big government, big government, big tyranny. You see? So the white supremacists are hypocrites. They don't give a shit about no United States. They don't care about that at all. They will sabotage American infrastructure just to spite us because they know we stand on democracy business. We're the moral authority of this nation. We stand on democracy business. If you truly love your country, you want the infrastructure to thrive. The dominant society, they have a long history of sabotaging American progress just to maintain their bullshit racial hierarchy. Look at the history of public schools. And by the way, public schools came from us too. All right? The freedmen schools. Do y'all know that? So a lot of stuff comes from us in this country. We have the first public schools. In fact, public schools were looked at as a Negro thing. Do y'all understand that? They like, that's some Negro stuff. What you mean a public school? We need these kids out here working in a farm. Damn, going to a school. The rural white people didn't want their kids going to school. For what? You gonna work in this damn farm and pick these potatoes? We were the ones having sponsored education, required education. We started that. Then they had to come pick up on that. A lot of stuff came from us, even the numbers running and all that. The lottery came from, the modern lottery came from us running them numbers. We had an underground economy where we're running numbers. The free lunch program came from the Black Panthers, ladies and gentlemen. Before the Black Panthers, there was no free lunch, free breakfast program. They didn't have no goddamn free breakfast program before the Black Panthers. They saw what the Black Panthers were doing. That's why they had to neutralize them, because when you start feeding a community, that's the first step in nation building. They said, oh, we can't have these black men taking charge and feeding the community. Oh, let's get them out of here. Their guns and stuff wasn't the problem, because all they did was change the gun laws with the Black Panthers. When the Black Panthers was walking around with guns, all that shit, we just changed the gun law. The problem was when they were feeding people. That's a bridge too far. Oh, we got to stop that. You see? But yeah, these people will destroy the infrastructure of the United States, or anything that's thriving, that's a threat to their racial hierarchy. I was just in the beautiful Tulsa, Oklahoma. Shout out to Tulsa. Respect to Tulsa, Oklahoma. Went down to the beautiful Black Wall Street. My condolences go out to those people. Jerry, hold on, brother. I'll get you in a second. But yeah, that was a beautiful infrastructure that those beautiful foundational Black Americans built. These jealous, demonic white supremacists dropped a bomb on that community, ladies and gentlemen. The fact that they've rebuilt and they're thriving and doing their thing to this day is amazing. They literally dropped a bomb on these people. You understand? These folks don't give a shit about no damn United States. Foundational Black Americans, we are the true constitutional anchors. Again, we're the ones who actually forced the United States to become a functioning democracy. We are the true anchors of the republic. It was our lineage through centuries of legal battles and protests and survival that forced the U.S. to live up to the Constitution. The 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment, the foundation of the American civil rights, all of that exists because of our presence and our fight. Remember, the white supremacists were the hostile occupiers trying to subvert the Constitution. We were the defense attorneys fighting to enforce it. That's why all of these people benefit off of it now. Let's get Val. Val, hop on in.
Hi, Tariq. Happy birthday. Blessings to the family. I know you brought all the ancestors back with you.
Yes.
Tariq, I need you to expand more on that 3/5 thing. These people are out here on these spaces, and because of their jealousy, which is a sickness of us, they try to come at us with that 3/5.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really annoying, and I'm like the type, I just want to jap it, you know, but they really need to understand that that was created to try and make them feel better or powerful and try to diminish us as a people. No one on this planet has been able to be released from enslavement and within a 10-year span build communities, neighborhoods filled with all types of inventions and prosperity. So 3/5 of a person could not do that, could not accomplish that, right? Yeah. So if you or Daniel or someone could expand on this, because it needs to be a comeback that shuts them down.
Yeah. The beloved, thank you. Yeah, the Tethers try to throw that 3/5 thing out there, like you're 3/5 of a human, to make it seem like, well, we were just looked at as subhuman. So there's a misconception in that to a certain degree. They think it was about determining the humanity of Black people. It wasn't. They knew what they were doing. See, the debate was about political power. It was about congressional representation and taxation. So it was about negotiating how much leverage the Southern states was going to have over the new government. Representation in the House of Representatives was based on population, okay? The Southern enslavers looked at their states and realized if they only counted the white population, they were going to be completely outnumbered and outvoted by the North in Congress. Okay, y'all following me so far? So suddenly the South wanted to count every single enslaved Black person so they can artificially inflate the population numbers and hijack control of the House. All right. This is where we see the hypocrisy of the system. The Southern enslavers, they classified Black people as property, meaning they had no human rights, no legal standing, no freedom. But now they wanted to allocate political power in Washington, and those same enslavers demanded that their property be counted as people now. All right. So they wanted to use Black bodies to basically give the white enslavers more votes. The Northern opposition was like, hey, wait, no. The Northern delegates, they didn't push back because they were champions of Black liberation. They pushed back because they didn't want the South dominating the federal government. So the North argued that if the South legally considered enslaved Black people to be property, then they shouldn't be counted for representation at all. You know what I'm saying? Just like if this is your property, they're like a horse or something, where your horse or your plow shouldn't be counted, if that's going to be your logic. All right. So to keep the Constitutional Convention from falling apart, they struck this little bullshit deal. They established that the purpose for representation and taxation, they would count the entire free population and then add 3/5 of all other persons, which was coded language for enslaved people. So that was a mathematical formula basically designed to give the South extra political weight without granting Black people a right. You understand? And that was how they controlled the Electoral College, which they still control to this day. See, this is the part that gets left out of history, because the number of Electoral College votes a state gets is directly tied to its representation in college. The 3/5 clause handed the South the presidency for decades. So that artificial inflation, that's why Thomas Jefferson won the election in 1800. That's the reason why a lot of the early presidents were Southern enslavers. So they literally built their executive power on the backs of unrepresented Black people. So that was like the blueprint for political exploitation.
Yeah.
See, the real legacy of that 3/5 clause is baked into the precedent of the foundation of the country. You use Black bodies to generate political capital for white power structures
That's what I'm
while
always
you're
saying.
actively disenfranchising the Black people being counted.
I'm always saying
You see,
that.
so that was about. It was like, we don't want to give y'all rights, but we need your damn body here. So we'll just say you 3/5 of a person, just so we don't have to say your property. All right. Does that make sense, guys?
Mm-hmm.
Did I explain it to I just kind of gave a rudimentary rundown, but that's basically what it is. They needed our bodies, but didn't want to give us the rights. So it wasn't them looking at us as not human and bullshit like that. They just, this is how we can use these Negroes and not give them rights. All right. Black Alpha, hop on, brother.
Hey, man, you cooking tonight, brother. Make it plain for him, family. Make it plain.
Sir, how you doing, brother?
I'm doing good, family. Hey, I'm loving how you breaking it down, family, and I love the perspective. A lot of people got to operate under how we operate. We're foundational Black Americans, and we said so. So this whole notion where the dominant society called us this, and this is a system of supremacy, foundational Black Americans have been here before any immigrant showed up, before any supremacist showed up, and anybody who has a different thought in their mind is absolutely out of their complete brain. Foundational Black Americans, we served in every single war in this country. There wouldn't be no 4th of July, 5th of July, 6th of July, none of that without us. And if you look at the dominant society, Bill Clinton, ex-president, he dodged the draft. George W. Bush, draft dodger. Donald Trump, draft dodger. Where our brothers and sisters was out there fighting in every single war, these people be the first ones to pack up, split, get out of Dodge immediately if anything ever goes down. So when we say there's no USA without FBA, we truly, genuinely mean that. We are the core of everything that's ever happened great in this country. And if you look right now, these people can't take claim to the United States of America because in essence, the things that they do inside of these borders is absolutely the opposite of being patriotic. But like you stated before, brother, you go from food programs, you're talking about fighting wars, you're talking about every social movement. It all has FBA fingerprints. So I tell everybody that the future will be written in foundational Black American handwriting because the past has foundational Black American fingerprints all over it. Shout out to you, fam.
Follow Black Alpha's YouTube channel. Y'all better follow my brother. He's in the new Hidden Color 6 cooking. He's cooking. Stalemate. What's up, Stalemate? Mr. Stalemate.
Can you hear
I
me?
can hear you. What's up, brother?
Should FBA celebrate 250 years of anniversary? Black Alpha basically said everything I was going to say. I'm just going to add a little bit to it. Hell yeah, we should, because as he said, there would be none of this if it wasn't for us. We run the yard. So at the end of the day, when this is over with, they got another month and then they got to deal with what happened on August 5th, which is basically another holiday that I created for myself because Fade in the Water is something to never forget. Still try to treat us like, oh, Martin Luther King and them was back in the day. Like we ain't up to doing that now. We're up to doing that now. They see it, they know it, they know what the deal is. I'm just gonna sign off after that.
My brother, man, thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Till dawn, arms in the air, confidence wide. I hit the floor and do the root work slide. No funk on me, I'm smooth with pride. Fresh under pressure, fresh outside. Everywhere I go, they feel that vibe. They say, what you got? I say, root work slide, root work slide.
I don't think I've ever met a deodorant that I want to take outside and dance with. That video.
Paul, he keeps trying to get you, Paul. I've already had you up, Paul. I don't know.
Hey, that is diabolical. I've never in my life, and I use a lot of deodorant. I've ever made one. I just want to go outside and electric slide with the deodorant in my hand. This video, man, I swear. His AI videos, yeah, be rolling up.
what he wants with you. Paul, what's happening, man?
You know, and he was my boy, so I was DMing him, tell you to let me up.
No.
But-
So what do he want you to say? Shit. He wants you.
No, nothing crazy. I mean,
Shout out to the viewers.
so you,
Like and subscribe
but
and share.
you asked Nahil why he didn't go back to India. Why don't, like he said, why don't you go back to Africa? And if you're foundational Black American, why don't you be a foundational African? You know,
Because I'm not from Africa.
You're from where?
Here.
You're from here?
I'm from here. I'm a foundational Black.
So why'd you ask me my lineage?
Because you were an immigrant. You come from an immigrant background.
So you're not an immigrant?
Hell no. Immigrants don't build whole nations and stay in them. That's not what immigration is. That's the foundation, sir.
No. So if I'm an immigrant, and so slavery, which is super unfortunate. I don't want anyone to think I'm like super racist. I'm not super racist.
It's a little racist.
All right. So it was a super unfortunate time. Unfortunate's an understatement, right? But so if I'm an immigrant to the U.S., right, to this before it was the U.S., and I bring you,
you struggling to crowbar this, or you struggling? But go ahead, let's hear it.
I'm not struggling.
You're kind of struggling. Go ahead.
I'm not. But how are you not a U.S. citizen? Like,
how am I what?
You're not a U.S. citizen.
How am I? Yes, I am.
Okay. So
how would I not be a U.S. citizen? What are you talking about?
No, because you keep balance beaming on shit. Like you tell Nahil to go back to India to build something, but you won't go back to Africa to build something.
I'm not from Africa. Nobody in my family's from Africa.
Nobody in my family fucking enslaved you, and you still want reparations, bro. Like what are we talking about?
The U.S. I'm not going knocking on people's doors asking for a reparations check. We're going to the U.S. government, sir. The U.S.
Well, some of your followers are commenting on my post asking for reparations.
Not from you. Nobody's going to your trailer park knocking on your door. We're going to the U.S. government for the reparations.
Shit, I wish I lived in a trailer park, bro. Life would be a lot easier.
You and your meth, it's okay. But we're going to.
It would be a lot easier.
We're going to the U.S. government. Why do you have such a problem with that?
I don't have a problem with it personally because I'm not paying it.
You who?
I said I don't have a problem with it because I'm not paying it.
Well, the government is. You ain't got a choice. What you mean you?
Trust me, Tariq. You know it too. The government's been paying reparations for a little bit, and y'all haven't been doing shit with it.
You?
The government's been paying for a little while, and y'all haven't been doing nothing with it.
What we got in the form of reparations?
Welfare. Ever heard of it?
Yeah,
I'm sure you have.
Heard of Owsley County, Kentucky? Owsley County, Kentucky is the welfare capital of the United States, where 95% of the people are on welfare, and it's all white. Don't tell me about no damn welfare. You're the biggest beneficiaries of welfare.
Yeah, no. I think any bum.
Oh, nothing. Y'all get more welfare and food stamps and EBT than anybody, sir. Let's not go there. Where's Dan? I saw my brother Dan up here. I got to get Dan up here.
I think anyone white or black on welfare is a disgrace to this nation.
You got a whole
bunch of
graceful people.
White or black.
A lot of y'all people, and I'm in Tulsa, Oklahoma right now, and it's a bunch of y'all.
I'm in Dallas, Texas. Let's figure it out.
That far, it's a bunch of you hillbillies are welfare methed out here right now, and I'm looking at them. This is your community is methy as hell, by the way. It's real methy out here, sir.
That's funny because every time I leave Highland Park, I see a bunch of Negroes on the side of the street asking for money.
Where in Dallas? Dallas got a lot of well-to-do black people out there, sir. So I don't know what you're talking.
Yeah, we got a lot of.
Sir, in Texas, I was in Texas too. Yeah, y'all out there hillbillied out, no teeth, on meth, running to your damn trailer park too. So I don't know what you're talking about, sir.
We also got.
You also got what?
We also got a lot of respectable black people.
Yeah, I know that.
A lot of black people I can respect.
I know that. Right, and I don't disrespect you because you're on meth.
You're divisional.
Just because your teeth are missing and you're on meth, you're not a bad person.
I'm not on meth, bro. You gotta let
your community, sir. I'm saying some of the people in your community. That's all I'm saying. Oh, man. So anything else, sir? Because you're kind of talking in circles, Paul.
Yeah. I mean, anyone would be talking in circles when you're muting me every 30 seconds I talk.
Yeah, but you're just not
Okay.
say anything. We gotta
Well, you're not giving me a chance, Tariq.
have
Right?
order, Paul. We gotta have order. This ain't a meth lab where you just run amok. You gotta have order. We gotta have
No, Tariq, you're interrupting me every time I come up with a point.
So what's your point? Any last words? Go ahead, sir.
I don't have a point. I'm just saying you're super divisional with what you're saying. Right? So you're telling Anejo to go back to India. Anejo
tell him to go back. I asked. He said how smart they were, and I said
muting me. See, you.
But you told a lie. We don't do that. We don't do white lies. You told a lie. I didn't say go back to India. I asked him, if you were so smart, why is your homeland a third world country, sir? I didn't tell him to go back to India. I didn't tell him that, sir. Don't lie. We don't do that. Okay? And I'm not from Africa, sir. You keep saying go back. I'm not from Africa. I'm a foundational Black American. This is my homeland. I have I predate almost all the African nations. My lineage goes back here, and it's
so foundational Black American.
Yeah.
Right. So you've been here longer than I have.
Yes, I have. Because
why haven't you felt some like family, like gravity, right? Why are the Blacks like the least likely to make a family? What's the argument there?
What kind of horse crap is that? I have a huge, I got my family members in this chat room now. We got a huge family. What fantasy is that? Y'all got this weird fantasy about us with weird broken families. We're not, sir. Our families are.
I just watched the NBA draft. Why does every single basketball player only have their mom appearing for them?
So that's the NBA draft. Okay, well, a lot of them they're banging white women. Why? Okay, you want to go there? Why so many white women like banging them NBA players and basketball players and football players?
Because all the white men are taken.
The white men are taken?
Yeah.
By what? Other white men?
Because we're foundational white men.
All spreading bussy? I mean, what's your... Hold on, let me get my brother Dan in here.
Why do you have to mute me? If you could just beat me with arguments, why do you have to mute me all the time?
Because you're getting into a little trollish thing. But I got Dan here. Dan, we got Paul here.
Oh. We got American flag in his bio.
Yes, he's a foundation Black American too.
Good.
Daniel?
Is it good?
Yo, Dan, are you in here, brother? Okay. Dan, okay. Dan, I think you're breaking up a little bit. Okay. Dan, drop down. Hold on. Dan, drop down and get back up. Just try it like that, Dan. I don't know what's going on.
Tariq, you want me to send him like a instruction guide how to join a space? Fucking idiot.
So he's an idiot?
Yeah, he's an idiot.
So why is he an idiot?
Because you're an idiot and he's friends with you.
Why am I?
Paul, you Ellis Islander.
What's up, Super Dave?
What? How you gonna say?
Yo, bro, take your iPhone 12. Take your iPhone 12.
No.
And take your background noise off.
Dan,
I can't hear you.
Dan, can you hear us now, Dan? Okay. Something's going on with Dan's phone.
Tariq, your backup joins on a fucking iPhone 12, dude. Like, the only people you've had come up agree with you are people who have a foreign accent or people.
Stop babbling. You're just saying stuff. Okay. That's not true. You're just saying stuff, Paul. You're getting frustrated because as an Ellis Islander, you had to come over here and eat off of foundational Black American work, right? Is that the thing upset?
Yeah, no. My grandfather had to come over and he struggled a little bit, 100%. And then he created a nuclear family, something you guys can't figure it out.
Sir, we have nuclear families, sir. We have that. Y'all fantasize about us with these broken homes. That's a fantasy that you guys have. But we got our families intact, sir. And our families don't flee from different continents like your family did, sir. You had to.
Yeah, you're taken instead. What's worse? Flee or taken?
You had to flee, sir.
Yeah, and we figured it out.
You figured out how to come over here and eat off of us. Dan, you in here, Dan?
Yeah, can you hear me?
There you go. There you go, Dan.
Okay, yeah. Sorry about that. Yeah, I don't know. Happy birthday, by the way, Flex.
So,
Thank you so much.
So where's your family come from again, Paul? If I'm not mistaken.
Me? Ireland.
Ireland. The potato famine.
Yeah.
Do we need to go over what the British did to y'all?
Yeah, don't fuck with the British people.
What's your last name?
Malarkey.
Oh, okay. Cool. Now, you understand when people say something that's BS, they say malarkey. You want to explain to people why that's the case?
I'm gonna be honest with you, Paul Malarkey is a fake name. It's not my real name.
No, I'm saying, but you understand, like if you are Irish, you understand like the history behind the Irish.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So you mentioned that you're against reparations.
I'm not
for a country
I'm not against
you
reparations.
didn't help build. A country you didn't help build. It's crazy. Like, do you think the government has been making some good decisions when it comes to the American populace?
No.
Okay, do you think they should pay for the bad decisions they made?
No.
What did your family settle when y'all came over here? Did y'all get a piece of the manifest destiny?
I mean, they got part of the American dream, you know.
No, I'm saying like, but how did they get it though? What did they do? Did they enter policing, fire departments? Like, what did they do?
I mean, I'm trying to think back as far as I can. I mean, my grandfather was the one who immigrated over here. He was a police officer, and he turned into a lawyer.
Okay, so well, most of the Irish did when they came over here. They got into the emergency services.
Yeah, that's why they call it
And
the
then
paddy
they were like,
wagon. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, they were fueled by a lot of corruption from the Irish when they came over here. That's why the Eastern Seaboard is so corrupt and rife with criminals like Whitey Bulger and Daniel Green out of Cleveland and stuff like that. You guys have a
I mean,
history of leeching off the system.
for every Irish criminal, I can name 3. You know.
No, I'm saying, but you guys have a history of leeching off the system. You're just like the Sicilians. You guys find the system that's working. You inject yourself in it.
So you guys don't have a history of criminals?
Name 3.
We have a history of building
like people who are engaged in organized crime.
3 black people who are organizing. Are you joking, dude? I'll just name my favorite rappers, dude. Like, what are you talking about?
No. Organized crime. That's a whole different ball game. Like your boy Whitey Bulger.
Organized crime?
Mm-hmm.
Jay-Z.
Like Whitey Bulger.
Like Jay-Z.
That's not organized crime.
Oh my God, that's not organized crime. Are you shitting me?
No. So Whitey Bulger was working with the FBI to incriminate.
You don't think Jay-Z's very? Oh my God, dude. At this point, it's just like delusional.
Listen. Was Whitey Bulger not a part of the Irish mob?
Yeah, he was 100%.
Okay, cool. Was Daniel Green not a part of the Cleveland Irish mob?
Like, what are we talking about here?
No. He's saying organized crime, i.e., they had deals with federal law enforcement.
So
we're also talking about 2 informants.
You don't think any Black Americans had deals with the federal?
No. Whitey Bulger.
That's where we get a little.
Helped. No. You gotta be honest about it. Whitey Bulger was being helped by the feds, which is the reason why he got so big. So was Daniel Green.
Yeah.
They don't help Black people like that. They targeted Frank Lucas. They targeted Nicky Barnes. They targeted Alpo. They targeted people when Foundational Black Americans attempt to get organized. They target us. They let you guys thrive for decades. And then you guys inject yourself into the emergency services, i.e., the police unions and the firefighter unions. True or false?
No, I mean, Irish people.
Exactly. You guys were given the biggest.
What do you mean exactly? You didn't even fucking let me answer the fucking question.
No, because it's true.
You didn't let me answer it. You said exactly as soon as I started to answer it. Fucking figure out your Wi-Fi, buddy. All right. Tariq.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to get kicked. It's your space, sir. Look, can we do 2v2? Me and Anejo versus Daniel. And this is a respectable conversation, dude.
They're wheat. Pay back their debts. So all they had was potatoes. So on to the British.
Daniel,
is that true or false, Mr. Paul?
I can't understand the word
True
you're
or
saying.
false, Paul?
What?
Come here.
I said you all were starving during the potato famine because the British were taking all your wheat because you owed them money. Is that true or false?
Yeah, the British were fucking us over 100%.
Cool. And you guys came over to America for a new start. Tell the whole
Yes, sir.
story. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. So you guys are a walking, talking third generation handout.
Yeah, what we do,
So
we create nuclear families.
three
Daniel,
generations of
Daniel, do you know your
American
father?
generosity are staring at us right now.
Daniel,
Yes, I carry his last name. Yep, I
100%
carry his last
respect.
name. I can trace my ancestry
Respect.
back to 7 generations in this country, all the way back to the 1700s.
Yeah, so my problem
Ooh,
is
it's
that
crazy. We all not the stereotype, huh? See, the funny part about this is, you know, and I know how degenerate.
every time I try to say
You,
something, you try to talk over me. That's the crazy part. You
oh, my
know?
bad. Go ahead. You were telling me that you guys were starving under the British because you couldn't eat your own wheat because it belonged to them. So you had to eat potatoes. And when
I
they had
never
one
said
belly
any
up,
of
y'all
that.
starved to death.
See,
Is that not what
see,
happened?
that's the problem. That's the problem. I didn't complain
Wait,
about
did
any
that
of
happen
that.
though?
I didn't
Did that
complain
happen?
about any of that. You're
No, I'm
the
saying,
one
did it happen
complaining,
though?
bro. So what
Sir,
happened
did it happen? Yes or
is
no?
I'm doing my thing and you're still
Did
complaining
it
about something
happen?
that happened
Oh,
2
I'm not
centuries
complaining. I'm
ago.
just stating the fact.
You're
No emotion
complaining
behind it.
because you need every excuse in the house. You need
What are you
every
talking about? We're talking
excuse.
about your
You
people
need
starving
every
to death.
excuse.
Okay, real quick. Okay, of the 2 people here, right? Who A,
Mhm.
descends from people who built this nation here, or B, people who were starving because they had to eat potatoes because the British wouldn't allow them to eat their wheat? That's you. That's not an
That's me.
argument. That's not an
And
emotional
what
statement.
happened?
That's
What
a
happened?
statement of facts.
I made it rich as fuck. So what happened to
So your
you?
family,
So what
your
happened to your
family
family?
fled
And what happened
Ireland
to you?
on a steerage ship surrounded by rats and mold, risking the black lung to come over here where you are a third generation handout,
Rich as
courtesy
fuck.
of foundational
Rich
Black
as
Americans
fuck.
building this land.
So what happened to you? I'm rich as fuck. What happened to you?
I mean, I'm doing all right. I'm living life. Tell you
Sean?
one thing, I can eat bread if I grow some wheat to eat
I feel
myself,
like we can be
unlike you and your
friends. I feel like
ancestors.
we can be friends, bro. That's
I
the
mean,
crazy part.
I just want to be clear about what your ordinance in this country is before y'all start getting all high and mighty. These devils don't like you neither.
Are you calling me a devil?
No, I'm saying you're a devil, and the other devils don't like you either. Your ancestors spent their entire life kissing the British ass, so much so that they would let their children starve because was afraid to let them eat the
No,
bread
no,
they grew.
dude,
You know how crazy that
you're
sounds?
so mistaken.
Okay, well, when did y'all go to war with the British again?
1765.
Okay, since then, when did y'all go to war?
Ever, because we won our independence. Like, what is this?
No, you guys were still subject to the crown, which is why they was taking your goddamn bread. What are you
Bro,
talking about? They forced
you're
y'all.
listening to way
Listen,
too much church and shit, bro.
no. It's called history. See, it's crazy. You guys talk.
Oh, you're breaking up, Dan.
Your Walmart phone's breaking up, Dan.
Yeah, they had a break.
Time to get a real phone.
Okay, he's fine. But yeah, you're not rich. You're rich talk, all that stuff. You're trying to flex. Sir, listen, you're an Ellis Island baby. That's fine. You're an Irish dude. You're trying to flex. Sir, you were.
No, I mean it's my ancestors came over the same time that your reparation babies came over, right?
No, they didn't, sir.
And I'm sitting pretty happy.
No,
and you're
you're an Ellis Island baby, sir. You came over in Ellis Island. You would.
No.
Sir, you were marginalized by the British. All right. You were the fifth column of the Vatican.
You're demanding reparations. I'm sitting happy. There's a difference, you know.
You over drunk with a meth pipes.
I just don't understand why these Caucasians just won't take the L. Like, just take the L. Just say okay, and you know that you're gonna have to pay it. Doesn't matter where the fuck you come from. Yeah, you're gonna have to pay it. Your ancestors are gonna have to pay it. Doesn't matter what you say. Like, just let it go. Especially when you started conversations with in bad faith. You know what I mean? And then you want to get argumentative. It's not I'm white and I say so. It's not at all, not even a little bit. It's I'm FBA and I said so. You know what I mean? Like Black Alpha Network said.
Sir, you're drunk with a meth pipe with an LGBT magazine laying on the dresser, sir. All right. You got a picture of Fabio on your wall. You're doing very moist stuff. You're very sassy. You're very depressed. You're over there lonely. You got some KY jelly over there with yourself, sir.
Oh, the thing is, I'm not even racist. Like,
yeah, sir. There's a reason why you at home by yourself with no woman, sir. You're very, very upset with yourself, and you're very insecure, and you feel racially inferior. This is why you have all of these weird stereotypes about Black people, sir. Understand?
I don't have any stereotypes about people.
Yeah,
My favorite football player is Black.
you sit up here talking about nuclear family. We have our family, sir. That's a projection.
It's not a projection.
We got our
Where's your family?
It's like nobody has any children or anything like that. You got a whole house full of children and a wife and a mother-in-law. Like, for real, this is just shit that is annoying, you know? So type it. Hold on, family. Almost like I did it.
here at home with us. We got our family, sir. That's a fantasy. We've been here so long. How can we survive this long without family, sir? See how that works?
I've been here just as long. I've been here just as.
But you haven't been here. You were an Ellis Island baby. You probably got here in the 1920s, sir.
Yeah, it was an Ellis Island baby that brought you over, bitch. What are you fucking?
That don't make sense. Now you're just saying anything, sir. So now let me let you down. Let me get you. You're just saying anything, okay? So you've been mentally defeated, and that's okay. Understand these people, family. He's trying to flex this Irish thing, sir. You guys were the bottom of the barrel among other white people. They didn't even let you be white.
Just got a gang of topics, so I'm gonna try to run through most of them because it's like a gang of topics. We're gonna get the meat and potatoes of each.
I just want to give you a quick reminder. There's 2 days left to get 40.
We're gonna get the meat and potatoes out of each one. Okay, I'm skimming right through them. Just because, you know, you don't need, no, it's not even important. I just need to get it done. So we're gonna start breezing through some of these topics, okay? Because he has a few in there. All right. So this is Lisa Cabrera talking about. Someone said something about the geoengineered weather, and it's kind of like this is nothing new because Tariq was one of the first people to talk about geoengineered clouds making rain in Dubai when he went out to Dubai. He was all sunburned. He was like talking about how they make clouds out there. That's how we first knew. And you learn if you. I sit on a board, a climate board, and what we've been talking about really normally is data center things. However, we have been talking about them drilling in the water to get water, and what the water, how they're taking it, it's affecting the environment, right? So we don't get enough water here in Colorado, so they were talking about geoengineering clouds, whatever, right here. Also, too, you know, the weather's taking all kinds of shifts, but let's keep in mind that Trump got rid of some of the scientists that predict the weather. You know, he's firing a lot of scientists. Plus, not to mention we had 12 or 22, so like that. Don't quote me on that. Don't quote me on those numbers. Of scientists that vanished into strange air into the environment. Hey, they just vanished. And they were the ones working on science for the environment. Make that make sense? You know what I mean? Just you firing them or they disappeared. Which one do you want to take? I'm gonna go with they disappeared into the atmosphere because they were studying the atmosphere.
%45 off their hair products. And I know a few things ran out. I'm going to read. And then all week long, the weather was in triple digits and people were passing out up there in DC going to the America 250 State Fair. and folks were passing out. In fact, they passed out yesterday while up there. They said the first responders had to come multiple times because folks were passing out up there on the 4th of July. But I'm going to show you what the weather was like when nighttime came. A big, severe storm broke out and washed out the fireworks, y'all. The fireworks and Trump's speech had to be canceled because a severe storm moved in and rained. I mean, I'm telling y'all, we had thunder, lightning, because it was like that here in New Jersey too. Heavy rain. I mean, the rain was heavy. And there were people around here that called themselves trying to go out there and set off those fireworks, and they had to run back in the house because the rain was coming. Y'all, come on, this is curses. The Most High literally ruined the entire America 250-year anniversary. He ruined it, y'all. He ruined it. And if you remember, yesterday I told you Donald Trump did a speech from Mount Rushmore. There was a hailstorm in South Dakota that night before Donald Trump went to do his speech. There was a hailstorm. These are not coincidences. This is judgment, y'all. This is judgment. This is judgment. Come on. The Most High really showed up and showed out last night, because I'm telling you, this storm was crazy last
Let
night.
me tell you something. And
it was
let me drop a little conspiracy. Follow me, Black Valley. Let me tell you a little conspiracy. I believe it was like a few weeks ago, right? I'd have to look it up on my timeline. I did an RVA, and during the RVA, one of the things I was covering was Trump having a sit-down interview with somebody from MSNBC. Okay, one of the political ladies that asked political questions, right? So she's over there giving them this interview. The whole time the interview's happening, rain is everywhere. It's pounding the roof, the roof or whatever, and it's like big old lightning bolts and shit, right? So the whole time they had to stop like maybe 2-3 times to let the rain kind of submit a little bit, right? So she's asking these questions. He's getting mad. He's like, the whole time he's getting mad. He's like, this is you should know better. You shouldn't be asking these questions. Like, basically, he's unhappy with the interview. He's like, this is fake news. He's like, I'm leaving, right? The whole time it starts raining hard. I mean, hail's coming the whole time he's talking, right? And she's like, but Mr. Trump, wait, I came all the way from Wisconsin. Motherfucking shit just pouring in fucking hail. So he's like, I gave you enough time, right? And he passes her out the head and he trays up, right? All of a sudden she's like, Mr. Trump. And then it flashes to her being in her office and she's talking about the interview. Okay. But it was hailing and raining wherever Trump was. So her saying when he gave a speech at Mount Rushmore, talking about, he always thought he could see his face up there. He's crazy. He's smoking major base rock. But the fact that he gave a speech there is like, whoa. All while like in DC, there's more rain and shit. And they end up canceling the events, right? Just saying. I'm just saying, maybe he's bringing the terrible rain with him. Just saying. That's my conspiracy for the thing. Just because it's happened every single interview that he's had recently, or that he's doing something and there's rain coming, or something happens and something with water and shit gets fucked up. You know what I mean? Look at the pool or the reflection pond. They finally found somebody to scapegoat that. Real shit.
Multiple states had to shut down their fireworks because of the storm that hit. I mean,
the viewers, like and subscribe.
Yes, the Most High got a sense of humor, and he got some great timing. Y'all, there's no way this was a coincidence, because it was just too many things that happened. And Donald Trump, of course, was very upset that he did not get to do his speech. They did not get to do the fireworks. I saw Connecticut had to cancel, New Jersey canceled, Pennsylvania canceled, and I think Illinois had to cancel. I mean, it was everywhere. So you will see that at 1:45. I got footage of the actual storm, y'all. It was like a mini hurricane. That's what it looked like. And I was like, I know it's you, my Heavenly Father. I know it's you. I know this is you. You made the entire celebration a bust. And all he had to do was use the weather to shut it all down. It was not what they wanted, y'all. It was not what they wanted. Leading up to it, he gave us triple digits every single day. Triple digits. And another very telling thing, I did not hardly see any of our people up there. I saw mostly white people, and most of the exhibits that they had in those tents, I didn't see nothing but white faces all over, up on the walls, where people were looking at pictures of historical events. They made it as lily white as they possibly could. I didn't see nothing about our people up there. Nothing. So, hey, you got what you wanted. You got what you wanted. And I'm just telling you, nobody is going to turn out for a bunch of history that's only pertaining to white people. You will lose every single time you try to present that to the public. You will lose. So, y'all, let's get into it. So they're saying the weather was geoengineered. I just don't understand. Please explain this to me. Donald Trump and MAGA always deny climate change and global warming. They said those things are not real. They're not real. But geoengineering the weather to them is real. How the hell does that make sense? How does that make sense? Geoengineering the weather is real to Donald Trump and MAGA, but climate change and global warming, that's not real to them. If y'all say so, all I know is the Most High brought misery on y'all every day in them triple digits out in the sun, and y'all not built for the sun. That's why y'all did not show up in big numbers. Y'all are not made for the sun like that. And you know it. All right. Let me share my screen. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Thank you.
Republicans near the White House are now claiming that someone is geoengineering the weather to make.
Hon, is this not the snakeskin we have in the house? I mean, it's just not enough for my recipe. I've got the bay leaf and the berries.
Have y'all seen this white lady, Kylie Jane Kramer? Kylie Jane Kramer. Kylie Jane Kramer. She wants you to believe that the weather has Trump derangement syndrome. I'm not making this shit up. On her Lion Social or no. This is where the fuck is this? Anyway, it's on one of these sons of bitches. X, sorry. Kylie Jane Kramer. She says ping pong size hell 50 miles per hour winds, and ground lightning, where Trump is set to speak in South Dakota at Mount Rushmore in celebration for America's 250th birthday. Is Trump deranged sitting real and destroying America? Bitch, if you don't get your ass to the nearest therapy couch, bitch. Do you see the kind of shit that I be talking about? I don't want to come on and have to keep fucking bashing these people, but they give me the material to do so. And then she reposts another post that says, other than DC, there's only 1% other places that are hotter than DC right now. There must be something going on. What is it? Geoengineering to sabotage your boy. Geoengineering. Really, Kylie Jane Kramer. And you probably have children, which is even more concerning because you're raising them to be just as fucking stupid and rotted as you. You now are sitting up here thinking that what? So who has the satellite, Kylie? Who's pointing the satellite, destroying everything for the 250? Could it be that this movement is so fucked up that the universe is working overtime to shut it the fuck down? If the universe has Trump derangement syndrome, bitch, then good. So does the fucking rest of us. Y'all motherfuckers really need to be studied. These are case fucking studies. She goes on to say, I'm telling y'all that someone with extreme case of TDS geoengineered this weather in DC, y'all. Oh my God, y'all. They geoengineered this weather. Same way they geoengineered Trump's inauguration to be one of the coldest in U.S. history. People with Trump deranged syndrome hate Trump more than they love America. I can't make y'all think I'm lying. This is this rotten bitch right here. I can't make this shit up. I get on here and I try to talk about little shit. I do. I try to talk about little shit. And then these people come on to prove my point. And prove my point. Kylie Jane, I'm telling you, as someone with extreme case of Trump derangement syndrome is geoengineering the weather in DC. Bitch. They ought to back a paddy wagon up to your motherfucking house and bag your entire bloodline and lock y'all in a fucking crazy asylum. Now. You should not have a driver's license. You should not be behind the wheel of a car. You should not have a phone nor computer. You should not be online. You should be locked away in a fucking padded cell, getting some fucking help, medicated, heavily medicated until you come to your fucking senses, man. What the fuck?
I saw this post on X, Twitter, of a MAGA red hat influencer saying someone is geoengineering the weather, pulling a storm from X-Men to ruin, sabotage DJT's big event tomorrow. The July 4th rally, where he's supposed to have the longest speech ever, the greatest speech of all time. Someone is messing with the weather. Guys, really? So now we have mutant powers to manipulate the weather? Is that what you're trying to argue? Let me help you out with something. The only person who can change the weather is God. So if your argument is whoever, whatever is messing with the weather has TDS, are you saying that God has TDS? Are you saying you don't like God, red hats? Has it gone that far that you now hate God? Are you saying that God is a hater of DJT? Because if that's what you're arguing, oh, you're in trouble.
Y'all, we already see the curses on them even long before now. Look at how the peace talks have gone with Iran. And by the way, they had the Ayatollah that was unalive in the beginning of the war. His funeral was yesterday. And that got more attention than Donald Trump's America 50 did. Okay. And number two, everything they plan, just pay close attention. Everything they plan always seems to fall apart. Nothing ever goes right. I mean, just think about it. His inauguration was the first indicator. He had to go inside because the Most High made it so cold outside. And then he tried to sell his people those Trump phones, and you see what that turned into, right? And then he done ripped off MAGA multiple times over the crypto that him and Melania was selling. And nothing just turned out. Look, he's had to go to Walter Reed multiple times over his health. His cankles don't seem to go down. They seem to stay swollen at all times. It's like they can't get those ankles, his cankles are all big and blown up. Even when I saw him on TV in Europe at the G7, his cankles were huge. I don't know what kind of medication they got him on, but whatever it is, it's not working. Y'all, they have been working on this 250-year anniversary for America for the last 10 years. I want y'all to think about that. For the last 10 years, they were planning this whole thing, and look at how it turned out. So it didn't matter what kind of advanced planning they did. The weather, the rain, the people passing out, they would not allow chairs. They would not allow people to bring coolers or have ice. I mean, the whole thing was crazy. So now that it did not turn out the way they really wanted it, now the weather had to be geoengineered against them. So it's being geoengineered against Donald Trump. No, the geoengineer is the Most High. Okay. And he's the one that's weaponizing the weather against you. All right. And then look at the bee swarm that was up at the White House. A bee swarm. So you can't make this stuff up. Nothing they do turn out right. Nothing. Look at the ballroom, y'all. He done tore the hell up out of the White House. And the ballroom, he's still trying to get all kinds of money for it. He's still trying to get money for the ballroom, and it's all torn up over there. And I'm gonna have to show y'all a picture of the White House. The lawn is completely gone from the UFC fight that he had up at the White House. It completely ruined the lawn. The lawn is all bare now. I'm telling you, everything they do, and they don't see it. It is 100% their judgment. This is judgment, y'all. This is judgment for real. And then in a year's time, the country has become insolvent. Donald Trump had to come out and tell everybody there's not enough money for Social Security. Social Security is insolvent. Look at all the stuff that's happening. Yeah, judgment is real. It's like they got a string of bad stuff happening, but didn't that happen to us? Didn't that same thing happen to us? Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Let's go on.
If Guy has turned on DJT, oof. That might be a sign that it's time to repent. What do y'all think? Let me know down below. Stay hopeful. Trust your gut. And always know you're not crazy.
So do I have this straight? MAGA won't believe that climate change is changing the climate, making things hotter, storms bigger, some places are colder, the weather's just weird. But they do believe that people can engineer the weather to do whatever they want. Hot, cold, storms, no storms, whatever. That makes complete sense with there being no evidence that that's happening, except maybe cloud seeding works in some circumstances, but creating hurricanes, creating tornadoes, creating heat waves, I don't think so. No evidence of that. Plenty of evidence of climate change caused by humans, but they believe the second thing. That definitely tracks for the ivermectin crowd.
Oh, y'all. You know, I have to thank you, Donald Trump, for not putting any monuments up there. Thank you, because we don't want to be involved in your mess anyway. So I ain't hurt. I didn't even show up. So thank you for making it about white people. Thank you. Thank you. So, y'all, this was not a good time for him. In fact, when you see Megyn Kelly, I got a clip of Megyn Kelly talking about how Trump actually looks like he's about to cry because the celebration didn't turn out the way he wanted. So we will see that at 1:45. Thank you so much for being here. And I want to thank Antithesis. Thank you for your support. Alcha supporting. Thank you so much for your support for my channel. Yeah, see, right now, y'all are still in that stage where you don't want to believe.
Shout to the viewers watching, like and subscribe, and share to Frontline Black News. I just really, it doesn't surprise me. I mean, people act like they didn't hear anything all the time. But this is like, if you should know that he didn't believe it or believe in climate change when he canceled the thing in Geneva, right? But also, he pulled himself out of it. But when he tried to close down all the scientific weather places, you know what I mean? So of course, you know, you don't want to believe any other president who wanted to run on environmental change and whatnot. You want to try, he didn't care about that. He's not caring as he's patting his pockets. So this is no surprise to me. Okay, let's see.
Believe the curses are real. Nah, baby, the curses are real. Even the Asians are now feeling the wrath of the curses. See, they weren't so much before. The Latinos got hit with it last year when ICE was rounding them up. Yeah, the Latinos, and they're still under the.
New title. Moving along.
This is Democracy Now! I'm Amy Goodman. The Department of Justice is attempting to sabotage a major victory for reparative justice in Evanston, Illinois, that compensates victims of historic housing discrimination. In 2021, the Evanston City Council agreed to pay Black residents and their descendants reparations up to $25,000 for property down payments, mortgages, and other related fees, making it the first U.S. city to adopt such a measure. For decades, Black residents of Evanston were subjected to redlining and other forms of housing discrimination, which prevented them from obtaining bank loans to purchase property. The reparations program is being funded through donations and revenue from a local tax on recreational marijuana sales. But last month, the Trump administration joined a lawsuit filed by the conservative advocacy group Judicial Watch, attempting to halt the program, claiming its race-based criteria are unconstitutional. Assistant Attorney General Harmeet Dillon of the Department of Justice's Civil Rights Division said in a statement, quote, "There are sound ways for a city to remedy past discrimination or direct resources to its most vulnerable citizens and neighborhoods. Simply handing out money based on race, however, is not the answer. It's race discrimination, pure and simple, and it's illegal," he said. Defenders of Evanston's reparations program are fighting back. And ahead of the 250th anniversary of the founding of the United States, racial justice advocates are looking at Evanston as an opportunity to redress historical grievances. For more, we go to Bethesda, Maryland, where we're joined by Justin Hansford, Howard University law professor, scholar, activist, founding director of the Ogletree Reparative Bar Association. He's been on the front lines of the legal battle for reparations as the author of Jailing a Rainbow, The Unjust Trial and Conviction of Marcus Garvey. Professor Hansford, welcome back to Democracy Now! Put what's happening in Evanston in the context of this 250th anniversary of the United States.
Sure, happy to be here, Amy. Well, what's happening in Evanston right now is a trend sweeping the country. We have over 20 cities, 5 states, California, New York, Illinois, Maryland, Washington, also Massachusetts is on the rise. Cities and states around the country starting to explore the concept of reparative justice. And that includes looking at the sweep of history in their city, in their town, in their state, and trying to find a way to make things right and pursue racial justice. Here in Evanston, we saw one of the more groundbreaking examples of that. We had a city that did the research and did an investigation, found itself guilty of engaging in redlining, zoning, deed restrictions that confined Black residents from 1919 to 1969 in just one part of the town, ultimately resulting in them being dispossessed from opportunities to gain equity and build wealth throughout half of the 20th century. And so the city decided to create a program to provide redress for those people to the tune of $25,000 for direct descendants. And now the Department of Justice is seeking to intervene in a lawsuit that wants to stop people from making things right in that city.
And how do you respond to Assistant Attorney General Harmeet Dillon of the Department of Justice's Civil Rights Division? She said there are sound ways for a city to remedy past discrimination. This isn't one of them, essentially.
Right. Well, it's a misreading of the record. She implies that people are just giving out reparations on the grounds of race, but we saw here that there was a report done, an impact study that actually we at the Howard University Thurgood Marshall Center helped to produce that showed specifically in detail that this was a intentional campaign that the city was involved in, and the city admitted to those facts, and the city itself is tying very specifically a remedy to the harms that it found in that report. And if you look at Students for Fair Admissions against Harvard, the 2023 Supreme Court case, even though that case sought to end diversity programs, it very explicitly said that you can seek to remedy past harms if you detail the specific harms in a report that allows you to narrowly tailor the remedy to those harms. So what we're seeing here is another situation where the 14th Amendment and the Fair Housing Act, which is what the government is using to try to say that this program is illegal and unconstitutional, these things that were part of the effort to reconstruct our country after the Civil War, some of the greatest racial justice tools in our 250-year history in the United States are being used as a sword against us. What was designed to shield people from racial injustice is now being used as a weapon. So it's a terrible way to bring in the 250th anniversary.
Robin Ruth Simmons, who spearheaded Evanston's reparations program and now chairs the Evanston Reparations Committee. criticized the Trump administration efforts, saying, quote, "This lawsuit is designed to intimidate and discourage other communities that are beginning their process of reparations inspired by what Evanston has done." Simmons added Trump's lawsuit is, quote, "an attack on the revived hope that Black communities have felt having a path through a hyper-local process to reparations," unquote. In 2021, Democracy Now! Spoke to Robin Ruth Simmons, who was then an Evanston City Council member. She explained what Evanston achieved for Black residents impacted by historic housing discrimination.
What we passed on this last Monday was the first disbursement or the first remedy, which is going to be in the form of a housing remedy, $25,000 direct benefits to eligible Black residents for home equity, home wealth, acquisition or purchase, any type of improvement, but something that will build wealth through home equity. And I have to say that in 2002, under the leadership of Judge Lionel Jean-Baptiste, who was the second ward alderman at the time, our city passed a resolution in support of HR 40. So we've been working towards this for some time in Evanston.
So that's Robin Ruth Simmons. And Professor Hansford, if you can also put this in the context of President Trump at this point refusing to sign off on a bipartisan housing bill, since housing is such a critical issue for people across this country. Now, that is different from what's happening in Evanston. At least at this point, he is.
Right. Well, you know, it's all connected because we know that throughout the 20th century and into the 21st century, housing has been the primary way that families have built wealth. And we are in a country where there is a 10 times as much wealth in the white community as there is in the Black community. And that's not there through luck or hard work or through intelligence, but that gap is a result primarily of this type of dispossession on the grounds of housing. And you have stories of Evanston, like the stories of Lewis Weathers, who is a Korean War veteran who came back in 1959 ready to buy a home for his family, but was forced into this contract that ensured that he would never actually own his home, never actually build equity, never ever have an opportunity to build wealth. And now this program is allowing his son to inherit at least some type of remedy where the son might have inherited a home, equity, been able to help build generational wealth. Now there is an effort, at least by the city, to make things right for that family. And that's just an example of what could be happening and will be happening all across the country. And I just want to just add really quickly that what Robin Ruth Simmons said, and we feel that she is essentially the one of the leaders of this reparations movement, the Rosa Parks, if you will, of this movement. The effort to bring a lawsuit to stop this particular program is meant to send a message to programs and cities and states around the country that this is something that is dangerous or illegal. I want to send a message to also and say that we have your back. At the Ogletree Reparations Bar Association, we are fighting back. We're building an army of lawyers to fight these battles. We want to make sure that everyone knows that it is constitutional to pursue reparations in the United States under the U.S. Constitution.
I want to go back again a few years to 2021 when we spoke to the actor and activist Danny Glover, who served on the National African American Reparations Commission. In 2019, he testified before the House of Representatives in favor of reparations. This is Danny commenting on the reparations effort in Evanston.
I mean, we can't tell you how. I mean, there's no way to express how significant this is. This is part of the multiplicity of expressions by local communities. I mean, and we talk about this on a local level. Imagine how that resonates beyond Evanston, Illinois. Imagine the kind of discourse that happens, the discussions in community by ordinary citizens about reparation.
So that's the legendary actor Danny Glover. It's just been revealed today publicly on the Today Show that he's been living with Alzheimer's for a number of years. For people to see all our interviews with Danny, you can go to democracynow.org. But Professor Hansford, if you can comment on what he says, and as we wrap up in this last minute, to also put it in a global perspective. Ghana has recently introduced a UN resolution calling for reparations throughout the diaspora for the legacies of the transatlantic slave trade.
Yes, that's correct, Amy. And that resolution received over 123 yes votes in support of the reparations movement. 50 some odd countries stood to the side, and only 3 countries voted no. Those countries being the US, Israel, and Argentina. So what we're seeing right now is a global consensus that this is the right thing to do. And when reparations for many years has been seen as some sort of marginal, radical program, the truth of the matter is, when we look at the world, what is radical is the effort to try to fight these programs, to try to turn back the clock, and to try to ignore the inevitability of history. And I actually, in addition to what Danny Glover said, I want to also assert that I believe that reparations is what justice will look like in the 21st century all across the world, because it is it's a way to redefine for our people what it means to do the right thing. It's a way to provide deterrence in a world that is in desperate need of it, and we need to move forward with this program expeditiously.
Justin Hansford, Howard University law professor on the front lines of the legal battle for reparations. Thank you for being with us. Tune into our July 3rd special and happy birthday to Isis Phillips. I'm Amy Goodman.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Thanks for watching Democracy Now! On YouTube. Subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications to make sure you know.
I didn't know that Danny Glover even spoke on that way back when. That's tight. Secondly, I did, and you know, it's a good thing if it's what we were discussing. Shit that they're trying to blockade or stop it. What happens in Evanston, and Evanston needs more. So more than just what was given. Note to self. The thing about Ghana is like, no, Ghana, you know, you're complicit. No, Ghana, you don't get reparations. Just on some of that, you know, I just think that I just found it crazy that Donald Glover has Alzheimer's. That's fucking crazy. It does surprise me though. Like, he lived a long, great life, but just saying, I didn't know yet. I didn't know yet. Alzheimer's kind of fucked me up a little bit. Yeah, it really did. But it's good to see that he was talking about it somewhere. There was a conversation happening in 2019, 2020. You know what I mean?
Never miss a video. And for more of our audience-supported journalism, go to democracynow.org, where you can download our news app, sign up for our newsletter, subscribe to the daily podcast, and so much more.
Let me ask y'all this. We know that at this juncture right now, where we stand at right now, the contradiction that exists between the leadership or the lack of leadership in this country. Because this would, you know, when we come into space saying like, we saying socialism, we define it, and we making an analysis, and we using it in our analysis, Bernie Sanders, Franklin Roosevelt, except Obama. Let's move it, the narrative, let's move the needle to like, how do y'all look at the Black Panther Party's perspective in terms of socialism and how they was trying to implement their ideas along them lines? What's the lesson we can take away from that to help people understand that?
Well, I could just say from my research and a little bit from organizing, and Kim will correct me, right? Check me if I'm wrong. I think there were different parties, like after the assassination in Chicago with Hampton and Mark Clark, with Fred Hampton and Mark Clark in '69, and then their attempts to do additional assassinations a week later, I think December 11th in Southern California. Geronimo Pratt had fortified the house. So there was exchange of fire, but nobody was killed. And Peaches, I can't remember her full name, but Kim can. When I think of that kind of history, right? I understand that it's not going to be replicated, whatever we end up doing as older people or younger people, 50 years later, but there's a continuous line. I'm sorry if I'm sounding too abstract, but what I see and what happened decades ago, when I study it, when I work with my students, look at it, when we look at the documentaries and the films, I see a spirit. And I know people usually don't talk about spirit, and we talk about material struggle, but there's also a spiritual aspect to liberation movements. And I think the youth have that embodied in them as well as we have it. It doesn't come out with the same kind of narrative, but it's going in the same kind of trajectory. I think that becomes a source that allows us to say we need to keep jobs, to keep family, whatever fed, but we do not need to pimp ourselves out in terms of politics. And we don't have to lie about the reality. So it doesn't matter if you get a Black man or a Black woman as president, whatever, it's still an imperial project. And it's going to continue to decimate countries and peoples around the globe and people inside the US. And I believe when we agree to that, and we understand that agape, I'm a former seminarian. When we think of agape, which is a form of love, which is about sacrifice for the greater good, I think our capacity to resist just increases. I think what diminishes our capacity is that we have different pods of activists and radicals and abolitionists. And sometimes people want to hold on to their brand and their identity rather than to let it go and to merge and try to create something that takes us somewhere beyond just circling around the camp. I don't know if that was too abstract.
Nah, that was very astute, and it's a good observation, because when we look at, and I'm gonna go back to what you say, like it's more than one party. My perspective about that is, I'm in the space of that we didn't understand the repression. We didn't understand our opposition in response to who we were, the most fierce party in the country. We didn't understand the response that we was going to get, and now understand the response and making adjustments. And then we making the adjustments as we go along, and the adjustments is being like made in response to like, oh, misinformation, disinformation. Like you talk about Geronimo, he did all that time in prison.
Yeah.
Why? Because somebody wouldn't come forth and say, because the misinformation and disinformation, we killing each other from one coast to the next coast. Why? Because misinformation, disinformation. Now we going from a position of organizing people to like trying to survive. I'm not idealistic about. I don't have that idea. I'm looking at the reality. Eddie Conway did close to 40-something years in prison, and nobody came and gave him no money. It was a lot of comrades that went to prison and didn't get the support they supposed to got. That being said, our ability to respond to the repression got us put us in a position where we went from being on the offense in terms of organizing to now being on defense, then from being on defense to like just trying to survive, trying to live.
I think there was a party. I think it was, I would say from 67 until the mayoral candidacy, where they shut down all the branches and brought them there. I think that's where you stop talking about one party. I think it was a party. I know it's popular to say there was many different parties. It was one party. It was a revolutionary party. It had communist, socialist trends to it. Believed in armed self-defense, believed in revolution. And you just go back to Huey Newton's on revolution. executive mandate number 1, 2, 3, et cetera, et cetera. So I think there was a party. I think there was a consistency. I think and I want to say this, while the youth got no clue what the party was about, but love it, they got the essence. And the essence of what they like is that the party were no punks. They were no sellouts. That what you got was true. It may have been made mistakes, but it was true struggle. And it wasn't, they didn't have no alternative agendas. And I think that's what the youth see and what the party represents to them. They ain't got no clue about all, socialism, communism, revolution versus this. They grew up thinking they was free because of Obama and stuff. But what they do see was the party was uncompromising. And that's the essence of what they see. And that's a good thing. But I do think that there was a party message. There was a party, and it was a revolutionary party. And I agree with you. It takes its place in the historical continuing of Black liberation, along with Nat Turner and what have you.
Eddie wrote a book called The Greatest Threat Ever. But who would say the most fearful thing, two things of the party that he wanted to completely get rid of? Free breakfast program and the Black Panther Party paper. He was systematic in trying to get rid of both of those entities because they had root in the community. And the free breakfast program, sickle cell anemia test, all those institutions was like started. Party members would go there and set it up, but ultimately they would phase themselves out when somebody in the community stepped up to start taking responsibility, and we would just provide the services and the resources. But the whole goal was for
the people to
turn it over to the community.
Exactly.
So that the community, and then we would be in a position to either provide security or help. What can some of the lessons that the young people can take from the party going forward? If they was to ask you that question, what can I take away? What can be my take? What should I look at?
Watch your back. When you start organizing, I'm telling you, when you start organizing, develop your underground, you develop your railroad first.
Yeah.
And no matter what happens, that is going to be the ultimate thing. They're going to come after you. And that you need to organize and structure yourself in a way where there is a railroad. And that we can operate outside of that is ultimately. We say, the party had disinformation and stuff. You know what? The system did their job. We was revolutionaries and they came after us, which is what they're supposed to do. And we're the ones that have to come. My thing is that their ability to pay us off, but we need for them to understand now, because just 2 years ago, they thought everything was rosy. They need to understand that you start out with developing the railroad first, that you develop stuff in a manner in which that it's not always going to be honky-dory all up front, and that you make sure that you understand that when you're developing the most simplest things, like the free breakfast program, like the free clinics and stuff. We got to understand the nature of this system. I don't want to get all gloom and doom, but that is something that I've been dealing with for the last 60 years in terms of what the system did what they were supposed to do, and they're nastier now.
Yeah, I would say to the youth, that's their question, right? What would we say to the youth? It's almost like I'm talking to my students. Like, one, check out a number of the documentaries, All Power to the People, Black Panther Party and Beyond by Lilu Lee. I was introduced to that by Kim Holder when they came to Boulder to a conference in 1997 or something. It's important. It's online. And I don't think a lot of people know about it, but you could see the party, its evolution, and also the contradictions within it. Then there's another film, The Spook Who Sat by the Door, which is not a documentary.
Yeah, Samuel Greenleaf.
Yep, you got it. And it's an interesting film. I think for young people who are like, I'm a military brat, right? So I grew up and I was in ROTC, handling stuff. Some people want to be pacifists, and that's fine. So the understanding for me is the revolutionary is really based in the heart. And that you, like what you've talked about, the food programs, the sickle cell anemia, the healthcare, knocking on people's door, providing housing. Like I know from Kim talking, like their sister was being harassed in Hell's Kitchen decades ago when he was in the party by the Hell's Angel. And Kim, being in the party, came to her apartment and slept on her floor to give protection so she wouldn't be harassed or kicked out of her apartment by some racist people on motorcycles. Like those expressions of love and commitment builds a movement. But there's a cautionary note because you referenced Geronimo. Like Huey was brilliant, and there's a book out on Huey Newton that's coming out in a couple of months. And again, I never sacrificed or wasn't old enough or whatever the reasons, right, for not being there. But there are the contradictions sometimes of leaders who lose their way. And we have to have the capacity to pull them back. Geronimo did 27 years, the same as Nelson Mandela. People cheered Nelson Mandela. They don't remember what happened to Geronimo, how he was framed, how he was at a meeting in Northern California with the Panthers. FBI set him up, and Huey told people not to acknowledge. The person who went rogue was Kathleen Cleaver. And so she ends up being one of the, with Stuart Hanlon and Johnny Cochran, part of that legal team to get Geronimo out. And I only met him once, but people have suffered a lot and people have given a lot, but what they've left is a legacy for us to study, whether you're young, middle-aged, or old. And I don't think the Panthers were ever defeated. And I think that's why there's so many people focus on them. The last thing, which is more a question, from what little I looked at, there was an organization that identified young people as Panthers, and then they were told to stand down and they became Black Lions. I would hope that the party has the fluidity to embrace everyone who's sincere about, and I don't know these people, they're based in Philly, I'm not in Philly, but I would say that to the candor that we have to deal with our contradictions, despite the predatory violence of the state and people trying to buy out movements, we still have our inner mental, emotional registers that have to be calmed down. And so then I think of CARE, protest movement, Marinage, war resistance. That's the whole thing I've been thinking about for a decade, about the captive maternal, which is ungendered. And I see you both as captive maternals, that you care. And I think that that foundation of care will push us through into liberatory struggle.
Let's talk about how do we get young people to understand how to like coalition build in terms of because like the party, when they came into existence, they was big on coalition building. They was big on networking. They was big on any element that was anti-establishment or was protesting conditions. They network with them and build a relationship with them in order to like change the conditions that our communities found themselves in. How do we get young people to understand that part of the party's organizing strategy?
I think one thing, I can only come from it from a negative perspective, unfortunately. But I think one thing that needs to stop, people tend to define their ideology by criticizing other people.
Come on.
And I think that needs to stop. And what we need to start to do at the beginning is we need to start to develop some basic principles that we accept and that we follow and that we live by.
Right.
And that allows us then to determine how we can go with somebody else. Right now, we seem to be, you said this one thing 5 years ago, you ain't no good, blah, 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 you not,
Right.
you know, it's like I show how bad I am by showing that, as opposed to let's establish what we actually believe.
Yeah.
Okay, some basic principles, and then some basic principles of operation, how we can interact with each other
Right.
and move forward. Why do we expect us to get along? Nobody gets along in this society. So why because we happen to be movement people, we get along. So we got to start basically on what are the basic principles, and then then we don't be, one-ups on people.
I think we need to articulate, well, you already did a 10-point program, right? Well, we need to articulate for this generation, this century, what is emotional intelligence? I mean, we know little Bobby Hutton, I mean, elders thought it was a good idea to do something, right? And you lose people, or people get disappeared. There's a way in which even when we struggle at our best, and again, I was not in the party, but I know Kim from talking to you for 30 years, a little bit about what you were saying, right? There's a way in all political struggles, when you're being hunted by the state and you're being infiltrated, there has to be a level of integrity or a set of ethics that's not just from the party. It has to emanate from ourselves as a community. And that is how, like, we all get to make mistakes. And we all get to, like, I got to step this one out. I'm not brave enough, whatever. Okay, come back next week and we'll try again. But I'm not sure that we've articulated beyond the 10-point program, what are the ethics of emotional intelligence and a commitment and agape? And I know for some people that seems very abstract, but I think that's the core that keeps us alive and from cross-shooting each other, literally and figuratively.
Yeah. And to your point, we do this because we love it. We love our people. We love the fact that we're in a position to try to do something to gain our freedom and our liberation. I was in Oakland and had the opportunity. I told Emory Douglas, Minister of Culture, Black Panther Party, when I came back, because we was doing some things, and I told him when I come back, I wanted him to take me around Oakland and talk about the party and some of the early things they did. And he's a good storyteller as far as I'm concerned. And he did. He took me around, but the thing that he left me with was how simplistic the party was in terms of organizing. How simplistic. He said every library in Oakland, wherever they had something, party members was there and participating, and any space they could get, they would be there. Any park they would be at, they would do organized, they would play baseball, basketball. They always was doing something in the community. And I think that, to your point, Kim, that we have to stop talking about what we don't have in common and start talking about what we do have in common and find that commonality. And then find that commonality, that's just what we do. I'm gonna give you one more example, then I'm gonna give y'all had the last word. Dominique Conway, Eddie's wife, we was doing some organizing in the neighborhood. So we in the neighborhood we in is high drug area, but it's a lot of kids there. So we down there doing some organized, and we don't have no space. So they said, well, we gotta get us a space. So we took a house that was abandoned, that was livable. We took it, did all the research on it, found it was city property, took it, and then held a press conference saying, like, this house we taking for the community. And when Eddie got out, became our base of operation. We did everything in that neighborhood. Eddie in a meeting with some guys, and they talking like they, serious about organizing. And so Eddie looked out the window and seen some abandoned houses. Just go take some houses and do just that simple. And I think that we lose sight on the simplicity of things that we could be doing. But y'all got the last word. What y'all want to say about this subject matter?
I want to say thank you for inviting us to this conversation and for all the work that you're doing and all you've contributed. And I was just thinking of a book, right? The importance of books, which we know, like, many people inside and people who are in the party studied books, they read, they taught themselves, they taught each other. And so it was a book, it was a Black women's led book launch in the federal government building or something on 125th Street in Harlem. And I went there because it was Assata's memoir. And it's the first time I heard of her. Her book was just coming out. And then when I went to teach at UMass, someone mentioned to Kim, who got his degree from there, that I was teaching this book, Asada, her autobiography, right, in class, and that's how we met. You know, that's how the conversation started. So the word is with us. It's
Right.
yeah, you've got it. And even your what you're
And
doing.
then she took me to Cuba, and I took her to the sister.
Hey, the word became flesh. Hey, the word
And the
became
word
flesh.
became flesh. Yes.
I picked up on that look, and the word became flesh.
Exactly. And that's what you're doing now. You're doing it with audio, but it's still the word. Yes, that's how I got to be in her kitchen and hear her say things. I've been in Cuba several times, but always like the collective, we're all sitting, we're tourists and something like that. But because they were both in the party in Harlem, that's when you get this is when you learn. And I
Right.
learned a lot. And I've learned a lot from the party and a lot from how you've cared and loved and fought. And so I'm grateful. And thank you again.
You work with Eddie, and you was in the joint, so that's one perspective. And Eddie was a good with coalitions. Do not follow the party when it comes to coalitions. Party was vanguard. We bossed everybody around, and half the coalitions that we talk about, we made up.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just saying.
Hey,
The
and
party, and especially if you were Black. If you were something else, we would deal with you. But if you were Black, how come you ain't a Panther?
Yeah.
You see? If you was Latino, okay, we could work with you. If you was white, okay. If you was this, but if you Black, how come you ain't a Panther? The only Blacks that we respected outside of us was students.
Mm.
So, but I understand in prison was different, and I know Eddie Conway is a good coalition builder.
Yeah.
But so you get the good side of the party.
Hold on. 1 second.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen?
Before we get into that, I would like to say that there's like, it's like a whole book. There's like it's one of the classics. I forgot the name of the book, but I know that inside the book is like 16, 17 different types of revolutionary. And it was written around the time of the Panthers. It's a classic book. I got it on PDF on my house computer. I'm not at my house though. I'm at the Blacc house. There's like 15, 16 different types of revolutionaries with descriptors. I am a reactive revolutionary. I mean, I'm reacting right then and there. I'm in a minute by minute type of situation. But there are several different types. Yeah, he said, what he said towards the end about the vanguard, his bullying appetites and whatnot. And the fact that he was looking at people like, if you're Black, why aren't you in the party? Why aren't you a Panther? Some of the salaciousness behind that, behind Panthers, happened to do with infighting a lot. We're not talking about like the past when they first started. They went to either got killed or went to jail or some shit. We're talking about now in the 2000s. Let's go with that. And there's all these gun clubs / Panther clubs. They were having salacious infighting or disrespecting some of the sisters, or avidly having relationships with some of them, and then it turned ugly and it brought it into the party. Certain things like that. And then recently we had a cosplayer with during the Minnesota stuff. Cosplayer, he ended up getting told by QP Newton's niece what it was, and they kind of ran that out the plate. So he had to go and just make a similar club with a similar theme and do similar things, but not under the Panther name and emblem and whatnot. You know, the Vanguard is the third formation, is what they're talking. What they didn't mention, it is the third formation, the one in Oakland. So that's important, and that right there is what everybody, you know, seems to remember for the most part. I feel like I'm tasked to wake up the people, wake up some of the Panthers in Denver. I mean, they're really elderly, and like, you know, you feel like they need to rest. Not necessarily. There hasn't been good representation in the city either to put someone on. It's just you when you want to do something like that, you want to make sure that that person is on the same code, you know, on the same thought process, you know, and isn't going to be afraid of war, isn't afraid of, you know, racism, white supremacy, and a whole bunch of other things. So I enjoyed this little discussion. I enjoyed it immensely. I thought it was all right. So we're gonna move forward to the next topic that Jesse has going on. Let's see.
We have let me tell y'all something today. Who I'm
sorry.
Talking to. Now, I got to give y'all a little context. Just a little context. Now, Rebecca here, that's on the screen, and she's from Port Arthur, and that's my hometown. Y'all know about Port Arthur, Texas, and been knowing Rebecca for a very, very long time. Her family, me and her sister actually graduated high school together, and all of that. And so when Rebecca contacted me about, you know, wanted to holler at me about a particular story, I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna definitely, you know, see what she wants. And but what she got to tell y'all today, I was quite shocked to hear. So I want Rebecca to, you know, to definitely tell y'all what happened with her son, and you know how these white folks get down regardless. And we got to use the power of media to get our stories out. So Rebecca, thank you for taking up the time to come with us today.
Absolutely. I thank you for having me. As a media professional, a former teacher, public servant, whatever you want to call it, and manager in the real world, it takes the right person to tell the story. So I want to thank you for that. And of course, I do have a Black child, a Black son. So having the opportunity to speak with someone who looks like him is very impactful because it matters. I also would like to thank Real One for taking the time at Channel 2 because Black stories matter, especially as it relates to our children, our Black boys, and our youth. So I want to thank you for that. Thank you for taking the time to listening with me on last week. Wanted to share something that is extremely disturbing that happened while my child was on campus on April the 16th. As I'm picking him up from school, I'm hearing loud shrills and screams, and anyone who is a parent, guardian, mother, teacher, you know that there's a scream of, hey, I've been embarrassed or humiliated, my feelings are hurt, emotion shattered. And you also know there's a scream when a child is in pain. So I immediately identified that was my child. And I asked him what happened. And he said, the school resource officer choked me. So I'm like, he's by himself. No one has rendered aid. No one has checked in. The leadership on duty, the assistant principal Brooks, was nowhere to be found. And I could hear my son screaming all the way outside. So if I could hear that, I know other people and especially leadership should have rendered care. So I proceeded to go into the office and ask the assistant principal what happened. And I said, I need to identify who this school resource officer is. I need to know their name. And so as I'm proceeding to do so, I'm seeing the school resource officer walking behind my child. And I'm like, what is this about? And so the assistant principal is telling me, I can't give you that information. I said, why can't you give me that information if this is someone who has assaulted my child? I need his information, his name, and his supervisor's information immediately, because I need to get answers. I need to get them now. She said she couldn't release that information to me, and then proceeded that she was going to call the police for trespassing, which I find it really ironic and baffling as an abuse of power, because I'm the one who made a sizable donation to the PTO. I'm the one who assisted with leading the effort for the career day. I'm the one who is on site supporting the school when there may be a gap in a resource of anything. So if the classroom is missing out on something, hey, as a former teacher, I know how it is. I'm going in my pocket to support, or the nonprofit Sister to Sister is going in to fill that gap as well. So I found that quite ironic. And so while my son is screaming and hollering, I put my emergency manager hat on, because I'm educated, credentialed, and leading emergency management initiatives every day. So they failed to render aid. So I immediately called 911. When I called 911, they did proceed to bring the fire department on site. And I asked about the police department as well. They said since this was on a campus, they could not bring their police department that's outside of their jurisdiction. It go, through HISD police. So I said, okay, that's fine. So the fire department triaged my son and also suggested that he go to the emergency room to get his neck checked. I followed those procedures. And when I did that, the emergency room physician acknowledged my concerns. They acknowledged that when my son expressed that the incident did occur, but they did not want us to move forward with an X-ray, because it could provide some irreversible damage to his growing thyroid. And so as a parent, I didn't want to take that risk in his growth and development for an X-ray at a very early age. So moving forward, it's just been, a whirlwind with trying to communicate with the district in reference to getting some transparency, some accountability, especially after seeing the video. I did witness seeing the video. The video showed that my child was sitting unprovoked by himself on a bench. So what would warrant a resource officer to put their hand around my child's neck when he's by himself, unprovoked, and sitting on a bench? That is the question that I just don't understand. And another question is with HISD trying to underestimate my credibility. And I find that rather offensive, because I'm the one who's credentialed as an educator still. Haven't taught in 10 years, but I still maintain my credentials. I am one of the few African-American women who does have a postgraduate certificate in Homeland Security and Emergency Management from the Bush School at Texas A&M University, and I'm working and leading that charge every day. So if there's anything that deals with safety, security gaps, emergency management, emergency response, I know the protocol from the highest extent of the law. So as I'm moving forward to communicate and escalate to district leadership, they're failing to respond. In my line of duty, if that level does not respond, you take it to the highest level, which I did do. And as a parent, I escalated it to Superintendent Miles by sending a reach out via LinkedIn, because I don't have his personal information. And I guess he reviewed my credentials on LinkedIn and immediately accepted it. Based on the number of followers that he has now, he doesn't have that many. So I'm sure they're very selective and so forth. So I proceeded to share my concerns And I know he did read it because, of course, it was on a green light. And anybody who understands LinkedIn, when it is mobile and green light, people are actively scrolling and reading. And I also proceeded to send a message to the phone number that was aligned with his contact information. So I didn't hear anything. I followed up with the area superintendent. Her name was Casey. No response. I sent it up to Mr. Miles, no response. So my next step was escalating it to the media and letting them know. And while it was submitted to the media, the communications department just wanted to act like it didn't exist. Like I don't know what I'm talking about. Like something never occurred. Yet at the same time, this security company, Jet Security, this is the second security vulnerability that they had in less than 2 months. The first one that I know of on McGregor Elementary's campus is when 2 toddlers walked off the campus unattended and walked proceeding into traffic on the corner of Blodgett and LaBranch. So that's about 3 blocks. And that is baffling to have 2 3-year-olds walk off the campus, and most importantly, not have security doing their job to keep children safe as soon as they step foot on the campus. So I'm communicating with you because I have some concerns. I'm looking for transparency from the district. I want to understand what is the vetting process for Jet Security to even continue to be employed. What would give the officer, Kenneth Robinson, the right to put his hand on my child when he's unprovoked? And most importantly, he is a child. So what would give him the right? I'd also like to see his disciplinary record, because when we did meet with the campus admin, he did walk in and he was extremely hostile with my child's father and I. He was very aggressive in tone. And it was just something that I could not even witness, being that my mom has been in law enforcement for over 4 decades. And I know that's not how anyone who is supposed to enforce the law, safety and security, that's not supposed to be their communication. That is not supposed to be nor their demeanor. And so it was something I just couldn't believe. I couldn't witness that. I couldn't believe that I actually saw that going on. Also, I like to see, as an emergency manager, the safety and security practices. What does it look like? Is it outdated? What are the policies and procedures? How are we de-escalating? How are we communicating? How are we building trust? Those are some factors that need to be communicated and resolved immediately. Also, I'm wanting to ensure that the security officer is going to take those charges of assault to the highest extent of the law at this point, because there's no reason for him to do that. There's no reason to do that to my child, who's had to deal with medical and emotional distress, period. And I don't want this to ever happen again, because a lot of parents, when they hit roadblocks, they just stop. They don't communicate. They're like, well, hey, I tried, and they're just not responding. Excuse me, my throat is just kind of itchy. But as a parent, I'm not going to stop. I shouldn't have to stop. And if I have to be a beacon of light for others, that's what I'm going to do. Because justice for one is going to be justice for all. And so I wanted to use this time to communicate my concerns with you, also to shed light on that, so that our people can continue to repost and share. And also, I would like for the Assistant Principal Brooks to have immediate disciplinary action because of failure to render care. She was running command as the leadership on duty while the head principal was on medical leave. And she pretty much left my child out there. What if he went in a cardiac arrest and had a seizure? and we'd be dealing with a different conversation. How would that have been handled? Because I know anytime someone says they're in distress, they look like they're in distress, they must get medical attention. I shouldn't have had to call 911. That should have been her course of action. Also, the abuse of power of saying and threatening she was going to call the police for trespassing. I think that was a little bit out of character and unjustifiable. And also harassment. After the incident, any conversation I had with her was very belligerent, disrespectful, and condescending. And so as a leader, as someone who leads major initiatives, that is not proper conduct, nor is that professional. So I'm asking for her immediate dismissal as well.
Rebecca, let me ask you some questions here, because as I'm listening, because I'm a firm believer of dropping names, locations, and everything. What's the name of the school?
McGregor Elementary, off of LaBranch Street.
Okay, McGregor Elementary on Branch Street.
LaBranch
what's the full
Street.
name? What's the full name of the superintendent?
Mike Miles.
Okay, Mike Miles in his name. And the lady that said she's going to call the police on you and say trespassing, what was her name?
Dwayna Brooks. She's the assistant principal.
Okay, Dwayna Brooks said she's going to call and say that you basically tried to trespass you. Now, just questions that most people would ask, and I want to ask you: is your child going back to that school?
We're exploring options.
Okay, so is that options as in no, I'm not going back to that school because we're gonna go to other schools, or he may go back to that school, but we're looking?
The second, we're exploring options. We've started looking at other campuses.
Okay, so he's not returning.
I cannot confirm or deny that at this time. You know, it's the summertime. We're just exploring options, Phil, at this time.
Okay. Well, you know, I wouldn't be me if I wouldn't, you know, I got to be me, Rebecca, right?
Yes.
I'm going to be me. My child would not go back to that school, because let me tell you why my child would not go back to school. I'm going to look at it as my little girl, right? First of all, a grown man putting hand on my child, that's going to take me to the next level, number one. Number two, I'm reporting it to the school, and you talking about trespassing me. If you're going to trespass me when I'm here on a legitimate concern for my child, and you act like you're trying to basically criminalize me, that's what you're trying to do. It ain't no way in God's green earth my child is stepping foot back on that campus, because I can't trust you to protect my child in my absence. So my child cannot go back to this school in August. It ain't happening. But I'm just saying how I would respond to it. And that's just really what it is. No. I got to protect mine, and I know you want to protect yours as well. But one thing I don't like about that public school system. Everything you just said right there is why I have struggled and sacrificed to keep my child in Black private ran institutions.
Mm-hmm. And now I want to admit and acknowledge that this is a lapse of the assistant principal's failure of due diligence in work. I must acknowledge that the head principal, it would not have occurred, because she knows how to take care of things. She knows how to mitigate risk, and she's been on top of things, being assertive and proactive. So she was not on campus. She was on approved medical leave, yet her second in command failed in so many accords. So I strongly believe with having her dismissed and bringing forth in stronger leadership will be beneficial to the campus.
Mm-hmm. And is she still working there, that lady you're talking about?
Brooks, to my knowledge, yes.
Okay, so she'll be back in August.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This jet security. Now, that's extremely concerning that toddlers have roamed off of the campus and went blocks away from the school. That's just like that's just, I'm sorry, they should have been sued to oblivion and not even be able to step foot in no HISD school.
I agree.
Number one.
I agree.
Number two, this person that did this, And I just got to ask. I mean, what
He's Black.
community does this person represent?
He's Black. His name is Officer Kenneth Robinson. He is a Black man.
Okay. So he's a Black man and doing something like this to a Black child?
Absolutely, yes.
What the hell wrong with him?
Who knows? Who knows? I know my child is rather tall and big for his age. The officer was maybe a few inches taller than my child.
Well, I'll say
Black
so.
man.
So now that you put this out there, okay. So what's going to be what would be the next steps going forward? Whether it's civilly, whether it's what will be the next steps going forward? Because now action definitely has to follow. Definitely stories. So what's the next course of action?
Absolutely. Our goal is to have the Harris County DA office accept the charges for the assault case at this time. Next step of action, of course, is having Jet Security no longer work at HISD, no longer work at the school system. Also, work on ensuring that Ms. Brooks is not on that campus at the highest priority. Also, not letting my foot off the gas. There is an internal plan of action that we are working on that has not been spilled out yet, but there are some things that we are working on. And also sitting down with Mike Miles, because these are too many security gaps. If you want to ensure that there's educational outcomes going on, you can't do that if the children aren't safe, if the children aren't secure. And also, I want to be an advocate for other parents that may be fearful to share out. There may be some other stories that are going on. I would like to hear those. I would like to be an advocate for them as well, because there are strength in numbers.
You're 100% correct. But here's the thing. You try and get the DA to put charges, and Harris County. Don't get me started. But what I would say this, and it's just like, and I think we talked about this before, a civil suit on them and discovery is what's going to really open up a can of worms, because what they're going to look at, they're going to have to look at if they get a civil suit is what is their policies and procedures for things that happen like this. And I know it's not in the handbook when a parent is talking about something that happened to their child, you're going to trespass them. I know that's not in the handbook.
I know it's not either. Mm-hmm.
So they don't take things serious. Even the superintendent, he'll take it serious when a lawsuit gets filed against the district. Oh, they all take it serious. So the district will say, okay, what happened? What's going on? Why am I getting a lawsuit? Why are we getting a lawsuit? What happened with this child?
Mm-hmm. So yes, like I said, things are being put in place, and so I'm gonna just leave it at that, Phil.
Okay, no problem.
Mm-hmm.
No problem. Yeah, you ain't got to tell it all, but I'm just talking in general.
Yes, sir.
The one thing I would say about us as Black people, we don't sue enough. And I'm not just I'm not talking about you. I'm just saying in general, we don't sue enough. So many things happen to our children, or even to us, and we don't file no lawsuits.
You are speaking some truth. So just know things are in motion.
Beautiful. Now let me ask you a question. If for some reason the superintendent would watch this right now, what would you say to the superintendent if he's watching?
I would say we need to sit down. We need to sit down and come up to a resolution. We need to come up with a resolution by seeing the safety and security plan that is probably outdated. We need to sit down and view the policies of hiring security officers. What are their policies and procedures? What is their disciplinary records? How many times have officers been disciplined to where they could have been a police officer and now they're doing this security officer job? Let's be realistic. A lot of people who are real law enforcement, they would never want to do a security officer job. That's like the bottom of the barrel in comparison to a police officer. When I filed the police report with HISD police, I said, well, it was an officer who touched my child. He said, oh, no. That was not an officer. That was a security person. So there's a clear defined difference. And so I know from my family being in law enforcement, if you are a civil servant, a police officer, a federal police officer, there's no reason you would want to be a security officer. That's like an insult. So what is the disciplinary actions of these security officers coming to this firm? Or are they the bottom of the barrel after they've been fired? Also working towards not having jet security be on any HISD campus, because this is the second security vulnerability within 2 months on this campus. There's no reason they should be on there, and holding them all accountable to the highest form of leadership, to Mike Miles, to the area superintendent, and to the assistant principal, holding them all accountable. Because if the shoe was on the other foot, it would be a different story.
Right, right. And definitely, yeah, from the first incident, they shouldn't be on no campus. It shouldn't even got to this one, right?
I totally agree.
Yeah. That is so. Now, why HISD don't have enough people on the schools?
I can't answer that question. That would probably be another thing I need to ask Superintendent Miles and the board.
Yeah, I mean, you have a whole police department dedicated to HISD. I mean, shoot, you can't have at least 1 or 2 officers at the school. You know, if you're gonna do it like that, these private security companies, like you said, they don't go through the things that police officers go through, and some of the education police officers have, trainings police officers have.
Correct.
Yeah, so and you're right, a security company does not equal a police officer. No way, shape, form, or fashion. And especially when you're dealing with small age children, you need to have another set of training. Right?
Absolutely. It's called de-escalation training, community policing.
Yeah. So Rebecca,
and
of course,
I need to add psychology too, because most law enforcement who work with the littles, they do take psychology classes, because certain behaviors are just age appropriate, you know?
Right. So. Right. Okay, Rebecca, well, with that being said, definitely, of course, you're working on it right now. And some things
are moving in action. Yes,
things are working in action. And so before we wrap up, you want to definitely let people know, maybe like there may be some other parents and maybe want to tell you their story or get in contact with you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, how can they do that?
Absolutely. If there are any other parents who would like to share their stories, because I do believe there are strength in numbers, you can reach out to me via email. I'll give my email address. It's BRISCOERBRS@AOL.com. Also, my Twitter and my Instagram, if you want to send me a DM, is at BCKYBR. So those are ways that you can communicate with me. And also, I also want to add and pivot, because I know this was rather dark. I also want to highlight that I'm a co-founder of a nonprofit called Sister to Sister, where we have been working in the community. We have been building bridges. We have been providing scholarships. We've been identifying gaps. Just recently, there was a young baby who drowned because most of our Black and brown children, we play in the water. We're not swimming in the water. And so our nonprofit made a commitment and provided resources, financial resources to the YMCA, where they have a special program where they teach our children how to swim. And when I say our children. And so also with that, providing resources for scholarships, providing back to school opportunities for students to be successful, whether that be haircuts, school supplies, when teachers need resources, automatically providing that. Most recently, we did Guiding Black Males to Greatness, where we did a barbershop series in District D with Councilwoman Shabazz. I'd like to thank her for her support. In Soup Mart, where we brought in various speakers to talk about de-escalation strategies. We brought in speakers to talk about mental health. We even brought in one of the managers from Soup Mart to teach these college and high school students how to tie a tie. When we asked 20 Black males, how many of you all know how to tie a tie because y'all preparing for internships and work study programs this summer? Do you know how many raised a hand, Phil?
Probably none.
Just one.
Just one.
Now,
I'm shocked.
these were one. Now, these were Black males that attend TSU, UH, HCC, and even Yates and Worthing. These were kids that were on the dean's list. So we not gonna say these are others. These were kids on the dean's list that had no idea, and they were able to walk away with a tie. We also had a speaker to talk about how to go to school debt-free, because that's always a concern when we go into higher ed programs. How much is it going to cost, and how much debt am I going to get into? And so she was able to provide her story on students being debt-free and how that can be very possible without taking any additional loans out. Then the following weekend, we did it for the middle school kids. And then we also aligned it for elementary school age students, where we did it for the parents. So we brought in a certified teacher to talk about reading fundamentals. We brought in a certified behavior specialist and speech pathologist to talk about behavior strategies. And we even brought in someone who works in juvenile justice for Harris County. Why did we bring those three together? Because the Department of Justice has said, if our Black boys are not on grade level by third grade, they are setting themselves up for the pipeline to prison. So having those things. So I want your audience to know that this unfortunate event did occur to my child. And as a family, we will be escalating and taking further action. Wanted to say I feel very comfortable and reassured communicating with you. And also that our organization, a nonprofit organization, is doing the work. We're in there filling the gaps. We're understanding what trials and tribulations it is to be a parent in this time frame. So we are supporting our communities. We are getting involved. We are doing the work. So I want your listeners to know that as well. So if there's any gaps that may need to be filled for back to school, they can definitely reach out via social media on that effort as well. So yes.
All right. Well, we'll definitely, y'all check out the website. You say sister2sister.com, correct?
Sister to Sister, very, very, yes. SISTER number 2 SISTAH.com. And it's called sister2sister.com. And so we've been in existence as a nonprofit since 2021. So we were working during the pandemic to support our communities.
All right. Well, make sure parents, if you have any issues, especially at that school or anywhere in HISD, Rebecca gave her email, okay? And check out the nonprofit as well. So, Rebecca, we thank you for taking up your time today to share your story, and definitely you and your family be blessed.
You too, and continue to do great work. Walk in God's path. Thank you.
Then the Biden administration, in its last year, extends TPS to every single illegal alien from Haiti while they are flying them en masse into Springfield, Ohio, across the Midwest. It was a formal policy of replacing the communities that lived in, settled, and sustained these communities for generations. It was one of the most heinous things this government has ever done. And yes, under President Trump, let me be very clear. The illegal alien Haitians are going back to Haiti. They can build their country there.
Well, concerning TPS, there's actually kind of like an upside to it, right? I'm actually up for deportation right now as we speak. I ain't planning on going back. I know a lot of FBAs is making their videos saying, oh, y'all got to go back. Truth be told, one thing that I learned about, immigration is, you don't care what people have to say.
All
cruises, all tourists, to make sure every industry, to make sure to boycott Bahamas, boycott Bahamas, to stop this discrimination against Haitian children.
Might have to drop a dime on them.
For sure.
You know what I'm saying?
You gotta stop it.
I don't like that shit.
For sure, bro.
I don't like that shit.
All right, y'all, we back with another video, man. Y'all know how we do. Always pushing health, wealth, and a better understanding of self. So listen, it's been a lot of countries talking about, not even talking about, they've been deporting Haitians, okay? It's been the Bahamas, Jamaica, Dominican Republic, and you know America's been doing it. And we learning with this TPS situation, we're learning more and more about how people are coming in from other countries and coming to America, and you can have a baby here and the baby's a U.S. citizen. It's just so many schemes that we learning about.
Some of the Haitian nationals that have TPS, they have children that were born in Chile, they have children that were born in Brazil, they have children that were born in different countries, and they have children that were born in the United States. So when we're talking about separation, the separation is far more complicated than people are even speaking of, right? So what do? You're going to send a Brazilian, Chilean, American national to Haiti when that's not their country of origin. There's no passport for them to go to Haiti. So this is very, very complicated.
We're looking at here. This was Del Rio, Texas in September of 2021 when we had about 15 to 20,000 Haitians cross the border illegally and just set up camp under the international bridge there. I was there. It's probably in the 4 years of border coverage, the craziest thing I ever saw.
Getting our resources is getting taken advantage of. And it's not really about, we for like immigrants, period, okay? Just like any other country, every country don't want an influx of immigrants coming into their country, especially the residents, the Americans, us. We like, yo, it's so much people coming here, they're gonna have to get food and do things somewhere. So they're gonna, rise up the prices and a lot of things. And I think when you an immigrant and you come to this country and you don't care, you just want to steal resources, we don't want you here because it's just not, it's not right for us. Okay, I seen a clip of an old man. He was on a crate. He was saying that, yeah, man, like, we got to get the resources for us. But make sure y'all subscribe to the channel, hit that like button, push on the algorithm. I greatly appreciate that. I'm going to let y'all hear what some of the Haitians are saying about the TPS. I don't know why they want to blame Black Americans. In every country is like this. It's happening in Jamaica. It's happening in a lot of different countries. I don't know why it's such a big issue that, we feel like this. And we see what's going on with South Africa. But I'm going to give y'all some more commentary. Let's get it.
One thing them Jamaicans going to do, they going to deport them some Haitians. Yeah, this happens all the time. Haitians pull up to Portland. The Jamaicans catch them. Then they deport them back to Haiti. They stay consistently sending them from Portland back to Haiti. This probably happened more than a dozen times a year. And the Jamaicans went a step further. They said, if you see these Haitians wash upon our shores of Jamaica, they told the locals not to feed them because they could be armed and dangerous. But you don't see Haitians be like, oh, we're all brothers, man. We're all in the same boat. The government is against us. The government is against both of us, right? And last time I checked, isn't Jamaica a melanated country? Or is it the Chinese that runs it now? They're all Caribbeans. I know some Haitians identify as Latinos, but they're all Caribbeans for the most part. But they never call out these Jamaicans. And they never call out Ghana. Ghana said to Black Americans, when you're Ghana, come home. Return back to Ghana. Where's a return back to Ghana for the Haitians, the African Haitians?
State Representative Daphne Campbell, who accuses the Bahamas of being inhumane in its new immigration policy.
The policy requires foreigners to have a passport of their nationality as well as a residential stamp. Campbell is advising companies, cruise ships, and individuals not to do business with the Bahamas.
This country, the Bahamas, has done too much for the Haitians. And that's the reason why they're here up until today. We did so much for the Haitians, where we could have bought lawnmowers and cut our own grass because we tried to empower them. We give them the businesses. Okay, and to hear that lady get up on the radio and try to stop business from coming into to this Bahamas, it's disgraceful. Get the hell out of the Bahamas. That's what I say.
All right, so y'all hear the Bahamas man going off. Now listen to this lady. She sounds like a definition of a tether. Listen to how she speaks on how she wants to come to America and she wants people to see her as American. Check this out.
At 26, I started being treated like an African American, right? And I didn't know what was going on. I was like, what the fuck is this treatment? Until I realized that like people were perceiving me as African American. And all my life when I came to America, we were already told like identify yourself as Haitian. Because the truth of the matter is like immigrants are treated different than African Americans. But I don't know what shift happened that I was being treated as African American, and like it was so heinous. It was so heinous that at first I'm like, oh no, I'm Haitian. And I'm like, what is wrong with me that I immediately identify as Haitian instead of like taking in the experience of as African American. And I think it's because it was so cruel. It was like the treatment was so cruel. And that's when I realized like Black African American women are not just angry and all of these things that people have been saying. It's the fact that like you step out of your house and you're immediately being treated badly.
Well, concerning TPS, there's actually kind of like an upside to it, right? I'm actually up for deportation right now as we speak. I ain't planning on going back. I know a lot of FBAs is making their videos saying, oh, y'all got to go back. Truth be told, one thing that I learned about, immigration is, you don't care what people have to say. You don't care about people's opinions. You do what's best for you. And what's best for me is stay in this country and make this money. I don't care how many FBAs come on here making their videos. I'm not going nowhere. But anywho, back to what I was saying. The truth be told, if 350,000 people are on TPS, let's just say 275,000 get deported. The other 75,000 are able to find a path to citizenship. That's actually a plus for Haiti, because you have a whole bunch of people that's going to influx into the country with skills, money, resources. Maybe they're bringing certain items and machines from the States back to Haiti.
Oh, Americans are so dumb. You didn't know that you weren't supposed to do this when you go to this country? You didn't know that just visiting a country, you're going to be labeled as uncultured or uneducated if you don't know some little nuanced thing for just visiting a country for 2 days. Then you have masses of people that voluntarily leave everything they know behind to go live in a country, and they think that it is a reasonable excuse to say, I didn't bother to learn anything about this country that I'm packing up my whole entire life to go live in. And they think they could just shrug their shoulders and say, oh, well, I didn't bother to learn anything, and think they shouldn't be labeled as uncultured, uneducated, or this, that, and the third. You see how there's a different logic applied to certain groups? You're a liability, period. End of discussion.
And you come to America and you have a anchor baby, you have a child. That kid is Haitian American. If you are from Belize and you come to America and your ass have a child, an anchor baby, that child is Belizean American. You're not Black American just because your ass had a baby here. I don't know what's going on in the mind of some people, but it doesn't make sense, family. You understand? People think that they can come here and assume our whole lineage. The whole destiny swap thing is real. And I don't want to single nobody out, but I got to keep it funky. I'm going to see one thing about Cotton Club Radio. I'm not going to not tell the truth to make people comfortable, because God damn it, the reason why we dealing with this situation is because people are too damn comfortable. You got people on Juneteenth flying Pan-African flags and all of these other flags I'm seeing. You got Caribbean people wanting to do their variation of Juneteenth. You got Africans wanting to hijack Juneteenth. But the thing about it is, family, why is it that Black Americans don't do that shit? We don't hijack other people's liberation days. We not going to Jamaica waving an American flag saying, yeah, you Jamaicans have your day, but it's for everybody. We're not doing that shit. We're not going to Africa and all of those tribes having their liberation day, waving our American flag saying, you know what? Yeah, you got your day, but this belongs to everybody. We don't do that, man. We allow everybody a space to indulge in their culture and have their liberation day to themselves because it's their group of people who liberated themselves, not us. So why is it, family? Why is it when the Black American is representing his and hers liberation day in Juneteenth, we see in all these other goddamn flags?
Some of the Haitian nationals that have TPS, they have children that were born in Chile, they have children that were born in Brazil, they have children that were born in different countries, and they have children that were born in the United States. So when we're talking about separation, the separation is far more complicated than people are even speaking of, right? So what do? You're going to send a Brazilian, Chilean, American national to Haiti when that's not their country of origin. There's no passport for them to go to Haiti. So this is very, very complicated.
We're looking at here.
This was Del Rio, Texas in September of 2021 when we had about 15 to 20,000 Haitians cross the border illegally and just set up camp under the international bridge there. I was there. It's probably in the 4 years of border coverage, the craziest thing I ever saw. The thing about this is most of these people weren't coming from Haiti. Like I posted all these pictures all along the riverbank. There were discarded passports, IDs, paperwork. Most of them had been living in Chile, Peru, and like Brazil.
Haitian people after the earthquake.
Yes, they were not coming directly from Haiti, but they got rid of all these documents and like these work permits from Chile because they didn't want U.S. authorities to know they had resettled in another country before coming here because it would hurt their possible asylum.
They're having kids wherever they could benefit at the most. They were already settled in Chile, already settled in Brazil, but then they heard there's better opportunity. You get more free stuff, more benefits in the U.S. 2 years of rent-free. Furniture-filled apartments, houses, and townhomes. And when you run out of money, you could beg for more. Yeah, home base. Y'all remember a Haitian girl blew through $40,000, $5,000 a month, and was begging Boston for more money because of that home base program. It paid 2 years of your rent. I bet you they wasn't offering that in Brazil. I bet you they wasn't offering that in Chile. And then they just come to these borders and destroy all their paperwork so they could claim asylum, and then they could also get enrolled in TPS at the time because that was in 2021, 2022. You could apply for both, at the same time. So put me on TPS status while I wait to see if my asylum is going to be approved or why it's pending. So I mean, these people, how Chris Brown say, they ain't loyal. You already settled in one country. You was already settled with a worker's permit, with a passport. They took you in. And then as soon as the next biggest thing came along, they bounce. These ain't loyal. And they popping it everywhere. They having, you know how Ludacris had that song Pippin' all over the world? They having babies all over the world. Babies all over the world, y'all. Like, how do you supposed to feel any kind of, sympathy or empathy? What is the word? I don't know, because I'm not in that position, but is it empathy? I gotta look it up. But for people that's just opportunists, that's all it is. You already had a good thing in Chile. You already had a good thing in Brazil, but you came over here to the United States thinking it was going to be better, but not paying attention to the word temporary.
You know what I love is that in these last few days, there's some things that have happened with my community that I just absolutely love. Like, y'all ain't gonna worry us. And we can still have fun at it. I love my people. First and foremost, we are moving our money elsewhere. And we are patronizing our own businesses and building wealth just like every other community does. And we are unapologetic about it. You can't guilt us. You can't criticize us. It does not matter. So I've been driving past establishments where I would expect to see people in businesses that typically would disrespect and dishonor us. And they are empty and they are closing early. And not because of the holiday, but because we decided to vote with our feet. I decided to grow my own nails. And I know the recipes, I know how to make them in my own kitchen. And I'm on a waiting list for some sisters who have more business than they can handle right now. And I am more than happy to wait because I love this for them. And notice I didn't even have to say who I'm talking about, because if you know, you know. Number 2, I love that we got on Facebook and took over that group. If you know, you know. And the comments had me laughing for hours. And somebody was joking and saying in the comments, so this is your first time being colonized? Then they started another group and put out a statement that said, this is a group, don't let them know. And somebody at the bottom said, too late. Number 3. So these jokers descended on Washington, D.C. today during their little march. They couldn't even keep the rhythm. But that's not what I want to talk about. This is what I want to talk about. This tells you everything you need to know about the strength of a Black woman. And this, she, her, me, you, are the reason that we will be okay.
A community must have 3 things to have a community in it. You must have a wholly independent economic structure that can provide goods, service, products, and things for your own people, and jobs and tax bases for your own people. You should at least control 4 basic things. You should be trying to control water, food, medicine, and energy to be able to survive and compete.
Here we got Mr. Pollock. He had a cornfield. He took advantage of a free water test from us, and this is what we found in this water. We found sulfur, we found hardness, and we solved these problems with an easy fix of 2 tanks. So get your free water test today. Stay blessed. Click the link below.
Talk about it, because y'all got smoke for all the other immigrants except for your family.
And notice this, the constant use of our foundational Black American vernacular, the ham, y'all got smoke. They don't talk like that in the Congo. Let's stop it. See, this is cosplaying, going in and out of it. She goes in and out of playing a character. She's playing a character right now because she said when they go home, they practice Congolese culture. Show me where they over there talking about y'all got smoke in the Congo. What village is that? I got to go visit that village. I want you to notice the hand movements, the vernacular she's using, the tone, trying to emulate FBA women. Okay? But nonetheless, let's continue.
Favorite ones is crickets. Because Nicki Minaj came here when she was 5. Drake came from Toronto.
Oh, Lord.
21 Savage, England. Rihanna, Barbados. They came here, assimilated as well, but was accepted wholeheartedly. But they get free access passes to the culture, huh? So what's really the issue?
Hold on. Oh, no, ma'am. We're not going to rewrite history. Let's be clear. They don't have free access to anything because they're a damn celebrity. When they step out of line and go against foundational Black Americans and start talking crazy, they get checked. I know a lot of you want to forget about the belt that was put to ass by our brother Kendrick to Drake last year. But remember, Kendrick was putting belt to ass against Drake last year because of his disrespect of foundational Black American culture. Okay, remember, Kendrick was the one saying, hey, man, you come to America to imitate heritage, but you can't imitate this violence. Let's listen to the lyrics in Euphoria. You dig? And they not like us. Said, once upon a time, all of us was in chains. Homie still double down calling us some slaves. Because Drake in one of his diss records started talking about, hey, man, he moving like he trying to free the slaves. Oh, Kendrick, check them on that. And let them know you're not a colleague, you're a colonizer. Okay, when y'all get out of pocket, you get checked. Plain and simple. Don't try to rewrite history like these folks are running scot-free over here saying and doing whatever the hell they want to. You did? Who else did she mention? Rihanna? Okay, I've never heard Rihanna say anything disrespectful about foundational Black Americans. You dig? So there's no really need to check Rihanna about anything. Same thing with 21 Savage. You dig? Same thing with 21 Savage. And as for Nicki Minaj, hell, I'm on film checking Nicki Minaj when Nicki Minaj tried to check our brother Michael B. Jordan about starting that rum line, Juve. Okay, that Trinidadian rum line. I'm on film checking her about that. That was in 2020, 2021. Let me pull up the receipts, family. These folks, they're not going to rewrite history like we don't check y'all when y'all step out of line, acting like we have celebrity worship over here. We don't. We don't, ma'am. You're not going to rewrite history. Now, this is me. I can't remember exactly. This is like 2020, 2021. And as you can see me, I was growing out my hair back then. I was twisting my hair. My face looked a little fluffier. You dig? But this is 2021. And you see the title of my video. And I posted this on my Instagram. And this video went viral. Had like 100,000 views on this video. You did a couple YouTube channel picked it up. YouTube bloggers picked it up, X, Y, and Z. And it says the double standard. Nicki and more offended by Michael B. Jordan's rum line. Check this out. And this is back in my Pan-African days, family. This is back when I considered myself a Pan-Africanist. You can see I was telling people to follow my Instagram page, Manzamusa_13. You dig? I was back on my Pan-African stuff, but Pan-African is an ideology. I was still standing on lineage business. You dig? So I'm going to just let you listen to the whole clip because they're not going to rewrite history like we don't check them when they step out of pocket. All right, here we go. As some of you might have saw, our brother, Michael B. Jordan, phenomenal actor, foundational Black American, he recently released his rum line, Juvert. He recently released a rum line called Juvert. And this has caused a lot of controversy within the greater Black community. A lot of people were very upset, especially Caribbean people from Trinidad. They were very upset. And it led some to say that foundational Black Americans culturally appropriate other Black people's culture. And I said, whoa, whoa, you know, huge stretch, but hey, let's rock with it. And so nonetheless, Nicki Minaj decided to jump in. And of course, y'all know Nicki Minaj, she's Trinidadian. She decided to jump in and say that, hey, man, you need to take this down. All of a sudden, the so-called queen of rap became a historian. She started teaching them about the history and the significance behind it. Cool. Honestly, in a perfect world, I have no problem with brothers and sisters from the Caribbeans guarding their culture and saying, listen, man, this culture is exclusive to us. Now you can celebrate it with us, but we don't need you making money and prophesizing off of it. Okay. I have really no problem with it, but I meant to say profiting. I wasn't as polished back then, you dig? But speaking truth to power. Here's the real problem, family. The hypocrisy that we see with other non-foundational Black Americans. The hypocrisy we see with non-foundational Black Americans. Okay. Other groups of Black people in the Caribbean, in the UK, over in Africa, and abroad. When I say abroad, I'm speaking from a United States point of view. The hypocrisy. Okay. Because see, the only time, whenever we talk about Black American culture like Juneteenth, and we talk about, hey man, celebrating it, and we're the only ones who can be the spokesperson for our culture. When we talk about reparations to foundational Black Americans for what happened to us in this country, you have brothers and sisters from all over, people who've never even come to the United States saying, hey, y'all are being xenophobic. Don't you know slavery was everywhere? When we see Black politicians getting in office and we say, hey, man, they're not foundational Black Americans. They don't have the best interests of our people. They say, Chase, we're all Black, ain't we? Hey, man, we're all Black. Hey, Chase, now the only difference between us is where the slave ship dropped us off at. See, we're starting to see that that's something that only applies to Black American culture. When it's time for everybody to come rape and pillage our culture and be the spokesperson for us, or benefit off the trauma that our ancestors and our lineage went through, then they hit us with, we all Black. Pan-Africanism now, brother. Pan-Africanism now, Chase. Now, you can't say, because all of us is Black, we all went through the same thing now. So that means your resources is my resources.
It work like that.
Okay.
Like that.
But then when a foundational Black American brother says, hey man, I want to name my rum Juvet, okay, Trinidadian, a Trinidadian name. Whoa, that's cultural appropriation. He's not Trinidadian. Whoa, I thought we were all Black. I thought the slave ship just dropped us off in different places now. Huh? See, the lingo, the language starts to change. We're not going to keep dealing with that double standard. I have no problem with people protecting their culture. You dig? And identifying and paying homage to their lineage and saying, hey, listen, Trinidadians need to be the spokesperson for this. I have no problem with that because we're doing the same thing as foundational Black Americans. We're going to start stepping up and doing the same thing. It's the double standard. And this is why I tell foundational Black American family, be prideful when you say foundational Black American. Don't let nobody try to trick you into, hey man, you're being divisive. That's BS, BS, BS. Well, I was talking that talk. This is 4 or 5 years ago, family. This is way before I had a YouTube channel. Because they do it all the time when they see fit. Okay? And our brother Michael B. Jordan doing what foundational Black Americans do. He actually brought a brother in because one of his partners is Trinidadian. Okay, so he said, listen, I'm going to break bread with a brother from Trinidad. I'm going to make sure I give back to their people because after all, I'm using some of their language. Okay, some of their celebrations, I'm going to give back. They said, no. They don't want any foundational Black Americans profiting off something that is part of their culture or their lineage.
See, that's what.
Okay, but when it comes to us, we have to be for everybody. Foundational Black, we got to share it with all Black people. Because Pan-Africanism and Marcus Garvey, and we all Black now. See, we all Black until it come to sharing your shit. Then it's like, oh shit, nigga, you skin folk, not kinfolk. That's the language we get. Right. That's the language you get. We're starting to pick up on that, family. It's starting to pick up on it. And like I say, I'm cool if we want to play this game. If we want to play this game, I'm cool with playing this game. Because we can stop being the co-signers and spokesperson for immigrants. We can cut that shit off on the rip. We can do a lot of stuff. We can start taking about a lot of stuff that people benefit off foundational Black Americans.
That's right.
You dig? And what really kind of ticked me off, I'm not going to. Okay, here comes the Nicki Minaj part, family. All right, here we go. Family. I really get ticked off because I understand Nicki Minaj hopped her ass in the chat room acting like she's a spokesperson, acting like she's a historian, talking about some cultural appropriation. Now, understand this. Nicki Minaj is somebody who has disrespected foundational Black Americans for several years now and has been unapologetic about it. Okay? Remember, Nicki Minaj just last year on her song Yikes, she had a line that said, all you bitches is Rosa Parks. Get your ass up. That's what she said. So she decided to disrespect a foundational Black American icon, somebody we hold near and dear, somebody who is responsible or one of the reasons why her immigrant ass is over here in the first place. Okay. She decided to disrespect her in her song. And guess what? Not only that, she doubled down on it because foundational Black Americans, we said, hey man, that's not cool. Right. Evidence of us checking it back then. Okay.
This is somebody we hold dear.
Mm-hmm.
Rosa Parks is somebody we hold dear. You gonna have to take that back. Nicki Minaj came back. Hold on, because I had to take the screenshot. So an article came out and said Nicki Minaj allegedly says Rosa Parks' lyrics were not to offend or disrespect Parks. This was an article that came out. Nicki Minaj came back and put in her story. She said, I never said this, meaning I never apologized. I had no clue anyone was mad. Don't care.
Ooh.
And then she promoted the song, put the hashtag of the song. God damn.
Double down, yeah.
Huh? Then she put the hashtag of the song. See, that's how they treat us. And then her ass got the nerve to sit up here and talk about somebody cultural appropriation. You want to get on Michael B. Jordan? Are you kidding me? And talking about showing respect for your culture. And by the way, I didn't see any Trinidadians talking about this when this happened last year. Okay. She went out her way. She doubled down on it. See, when it's time to disrespect Black American culture, we all Black, so we can say anything we want.
Pan-Africanism now, y'all. The only difference is where the slave ship dropped us, they start that coon babble. Because see, in a lot of people's eyes, family, in a lot of people's eyes, foundational Black Americans, we have no culture. So who are you Negroes to tell me what I can and cannot say? Immigrants built this country. See, this is why we got to start speaking up. Because see, we've allowed guests in our house, because let's be clear, and I don't care if people get offended by this. If you are a non-foundational Black American, you are a guest in the house that foundational Black Americans get built, okay? We've allowed guests to get too damn comfortable. And we've had this go on in our family for a long time. You know that family member that started moving in and then they get too damn comfortable. They start leaving their drawers in the floor. They start doing extra stuff. They start talking crazy like this ain't your house no more. That's some of our Black immigrant brothers and sisters. Not all, but some of our Black immigrant brothers and sisters, they start talking crazy after a while. They start thinking they running something. Okay? She doubled down on it.
She did.
And like I said, she has a long history of this. Hold on one second, family. Let me go. She has a long, here she is in 2014. Okay. This is another point. She disrespecting a foundational Black American. She entitled a song called Looking Ass Nigga and put a picture of Malcolm X. Okay. Wow. A foundational Black American. Now she don't do this with her Trinidadian people. She don't do this with her Trinidadian people. But she entitled a song, Looking Ass Nigga, and put an iconic picture of Malcolm X holding a gun, looking out the window. That picture that we all love, showing that masculine manhood. But she decided to put Looking Ass Nigga. This is the song. She's got a long history of doing this, but now she got the nerve of, oh, now she the historian. She gonna check Michael B. Jordan. Nikki, sit your ass down. Please. You have no respect. Black Americans have no respect for you. And we need to cancel your ass. All right, family. There it is. 8 minutes of me going in, family. And that was one of the lives. I used to do these legendary lives on Instagram on my page. So I used to do these legendary Instagram lives, and I was going in so you can see me kind of like responding to comments and talking to people in the comment section. But that goes to debunk the whole notion. And I wasn't the only one. A lot of people have been on people like Nicki Minaj and some of these Black immigrant celebrities. Hell, Tyler is now flopping and fleeing. You dig? Tyler thought she was gonna run over here and try to just strong arm her way into FBA culture, and we had to check her. And then her last album sales flopped. We always check you when you get out of pocket. Don't try to sit up here and act like we pick and choose. No, we stand on FBA business at all times. Don't try to rewrite history. See, y'all are the ones who pick and choose. Y'all are the ones when the white folks start coming over, y'all start making them the chiefs of the village. You dig? Y'all are the ones who be inviting them in. Y'all are the ones who be trying to get up underneath them and get cozy after they done sabotaged and just completely destroyed your homeland. That ain't us. We speak truth to power. We stand on FBA business, whether it's coming from a white person, you dig, the disrespect, or a Tether. We're going to stand on business at all times. So like I said, this is back 2020, 2021, whenever she tried to come at our brother Michael B. Jordan, okay? And I was not the only one. This wasn't a random video. This video got like 100,000 likes on the Instagram. You dig? Back in the day, I got to pull up those results soon. You dig? To show you as proof. And like I said, a couple of bloggers picked this up. So myself, I've been standing on the FBA business and calling out tethers like Nicki Minaj. All right? But let's continue, family.
He's funny.
I'm going to keep it a buck. I'm not too broken up about Assata Shakur's passing because, A, I find it very ironic. You pick an African name, you flee to a Latino country for asylum, but what the hell did you actually do for us? Assata Shakur was for self, much like a lot of those Black Panthers. That's why they were dismantled. You use the struggling and suffering of Blacks to further your own movement. And before you get all pissed off, let me explain something to you.
No, ma'am. Hold on. Let's stop you right there. Slow your roll. Slow your roll. And to show you how disingenuous these tethers are, I'm going to show you first, before I even cook her myself, I'm going to let her own words cook what she just said, family. This is this woman, and her name is like Bonnet Business or something like that on TikTok. This is her just last year speaking about Assata Shakur to show you how disingenuous their arguments are. Okay, to show you how they just say things. They say and disrespect foundational Black Americans in order to get clout and to go viral. This is her last year, family.
Tonight, I want to talk about how Cuba takes care of Assata. If you don't know who Assata Shakur is, I'll make another video on that. Normally, like I said, I tell y'all go look it up, but no, because I'm so passionate about this, I'll make you another video if you don't know who Assata Shakur is. And like I said, people send me their videos and their think pieces, and I respond on my page. I don't really care to tag them, because if I don't agree with your think piece, I'm not tagging you. I'm just gonna make my own. And there was a dude who made a 10-minute video, and I watched every minute of it, talking about Cuba needs to turn Assata over to the US. So I'm going to make my video as to why Cuba does not have to and should not and will not. Assata did a lot for Black people.
Yes, you heard it right, family. This is just from last year. This was like December last year, family. December 2024. You heard it right. This shows you the disgusting actions, mindset of these tethers. She literally just said last year, Assata Shakur just did a lot for Black people. Now she waits until Assata Shakur, our dear sister's death, in order to attack her, in order to use this moment, use that trend, in order to tear down foundational Black Americans, not just Assata Shakur, but our groups and armies who came before her. This is why we're delineating, family. This is why we're delineating. How the hell can less than a year ago you just said she did a lot for Black people? Now all of a sudden she didn't do nothing for Black people.
Shit, though.
You can't make it up. I don't even need to really do a reaction video. She debunks herself. She debunks herself. Let's hear it one more time just to make sure we didn't miss anything. This just to make sure we didn't miss anything.
To the US. So I'm going to make my video as to why Cuba does not have to and should not and will not. Assata did a lot for Black people.
All right, there you go, from the horse's mouth, literally and figuratively. You dig? Now let's get back and let me cook some of her talking points that she's talking about and add more nuance to it, family. Because we want to use this as an educational standpoint to educate the babies out there. Because I told y'all on TikTok has a young demographic. And what happens is you have a lot of these babies who are hearing some of these names for the first time. Assata Shakur, the Black Panther Party, the Black Liberation Army. They're hearing some of these names and figures for the first time, so they're very impressionable. They're like, oh, damn, I didn't know that. And you know some of these babies are not going to go and do a deep dive research on it to actually get the truth. That's why we have to take these videos, break them down, debunk them from a non-emotional standpoint, and provide actual truth and substance to them. You dig? So now let me respond. Now she said Assata Shakur didn't do anything for Black people, and we know that was a lie because she herself just admitted that Assata Shakur did a lot for Black people. Assata Shakur was one of the greatest warriors in foundational Black American history. She was a part of the Black Liberation Army. And a lot of people don't know about the Black Liberation Army because they weren't mainstream. The Black Liberation Army was offshoots of the Black Panther Party in the 60s and the RAM movement, the Revolutionary Action Movement. Okay, they went underground. The Black Liberation Army was their underground army in movement. A lot of y'all think the Black Panthers completely disappeared after the 60s. No, many of them went underground, along with other organizations. Many of them said, okay, listen, that stuff that was going on in the 60s, brothers and sisters getting lynched, fire holes, dogs sick on them, we ain't gonna do that. We're gonna go guerrilla war style on these white supremacists. in their soldiers, these suspected race soldiers, especially in law enforcement. So our sister Assata Shakur was part of that movement, and they put in a lot of work, Assata included. They were robbing airplanes, they were robbing banks, they were killing police officers who were attempting to kill them. And Assata Shakur was a part of that, allegedly, because our sister claimed her innocence, but we know she was involved in the shootout that left a police officer in New Jersey dead. Okay. And the white supremacists were trying to railroad her. They were trying to throw her in jail. And they did lock her up and throw her in jail. And it was the Black Liberation Army who broke her out of jail again. Okay. Yep. These brothers and sisters were really stepping by any means necessary. They weren't waiting on the white supremacists to deliver on those civil rights and justice that they guaranteed in the 1960s. They were taking it within their own hands. They said, and they truly live what Malcolm said, the price of freedom is death. So I'm not going to sit up here and watch you railroad my sister. I'm going to take actions into my own hands. I'm not going to sit up here and wait for these racist race soldiers in law enforcement to pull me over and kill me. I'm going to shoot them first. How dare this Tether sit up here and say they didn't do anything for Black people after they sacrificed and laid down their lives? Understand this, family.
So true.
You still have members of the Black Liberation Army, quiet as kept, in prison now.
Right.
They're still locked up. Brothers like Russell Maroon, okay? Brothers like Anthony Bottom, who are still locked up to this day for the work they put in the 70s in order to cement our civil rights, to make sure they weren't violated without consequences. Shout out to those brothers. Make sure you go get their books. Make sure you go support their works. Because without them, we wouldn't be here to this day as foundational Black Americans. Okay? Her brother, her whole family was revolutionary. Her brother, Mutulu Shakur, died in prison off work he put in the 60s and the 70s, making sure foundational Black Americans had their civil rights.
Thank you.
And could walk in this country with their head held high. How dare this Tether sit up here and disrespect them? And it was that revolutionary in.
He's running for office, so he has to get his beauty rest. He had to get some rest, so I decided I'd help him take over. And I was sitting here just retwisting my braids and whatnot, and I hate when they start to fuse together, so I had to re-separate. But I was sitting here just listening, and Chase over here just been going in the last two episodes. I was like, God damn, like. He ain't wrong. He ain't wrong, especially about the Panthers. Like I said earlier, he ain't wrong about that. There was a lot of infighting and disrespectful shit happening. Then was all sensationalized and put a bad look on some of the Panthers and stuff when we were doing some definite too much talking, and infiltrated the third formation. Also too, when everybody went like, Dark 30 decided to go on sabbatical for fucking 20, 30 years, it's a tough thing to try to wake them up. They're not on the same page. And they've been ready for the revolution, not knowing they were already starting the revolution. It's just a trip. But also too, some of our people, don't really think kindly of the Panthers due to all this intel talking and infighting and disrespect towards some of the sisters, had a relationship like fraternization, then the ranks that turned real ugly, fighting amongst themselves as men, kind of shed a bad look. Like, so the handful of good ones are all spread out, and it's a beautiful thing to be a Panther. Check this out. The Panther emblem always will signify till the end of time trust. You see someone like for example, I always wear my pins nowadays. You see me cruising around in this situation, you might stop me and I'll talk you through it. And try to be a peacemaker about the shit until I can no longer support those ideas. You know what I mean? And I'm not gonna help you dig a hole. That's the limit, But I will help you and some other needs. I will direct you and we'll go with you. Is we'll do that. Hold your hand. That when you see a Panther running through the streets, you can always trust that they will be there to help you first and foremost. You know what I mean? They'll be there to help Black people. Everybody else, I know how they thought, they were kumbaya on some days and not on others. But, you see a motherfucker cruise through your neighborhood and you got something you need help with. You could always stop me and let me see if I want to help you. And I will only help you Black folk. Because that emblem was built by Black folk and it ends with Black folk after we get reparations.
Energy that Assata Shakur helped to shape, that Mutulu Shakur helped to shape, that gave birth to a Tupac Shakur.
Yeah.
He's not saying they were his parents, but gave birth to his ideology and the way he thinks. That's why Tupac came off such revolutionary, because he wore that Shakur name. He was raised around that Black Liberation Army and that movement. Remember, a lot of people forget Tupac shot 2 cops. Where do you think that energy came from? Remember, Tupac saw 2 undercover cops down.
That came from the pedigree that he came from. That's where that energy came from. The pedigree from his bloodline, his lineage, which has never been no punk. Never been no punk. So, that's a foundational Black American family right there. Hearing and it came from his pedigree, and I think that we should really look at the Panthers, the ones that are have good formations and stuff like that, because they're out there, they're just building up in other states like our task to do here in Denver. I'm just really, really fucking serious about vetting everything for everything. Just because I've had a lifetime of letdown, so I don't want anything to be let down no more. Now I'm just going to be more intentional about everything I do because don't have time. Some people don't have lifetime to be messing around and joking. And especially amongst serious things like our people and the fact that we're at war with everybody and everybody's buffer class, and racism, white supremacy and whatnot. We have to really be seriously intentional about that. Can't just be no half-stepping, Unlucky I'm a Generation X person that is just believing no half-stepping. No mediocrity. Not everybody can be a winner. You see what I'm saying?
Down here in Atlanta, jumping on a brother.
And he is really good. Like, I listen to a lot of his work. Oh, Chase right there. I like his work. I like when he starts giving it to him. Because you look at him, you don't think he's going to be able to talk as much truth to power as he does. It's a beautiful thing.
Brother, he pulled over on the side of the road and shot him. Where do you think Tupac got that energy from? The Assata Shakurs he was raised around, who was his godmother. The Mutulu Shakurs. He came from that Black Liberation Army energy. You better put some respect on their name, ma'am. Put some respect on their name, our freedom fighters. Is this woman crazy? And they weren't just the only ones. They weren't just the only ones. Rest in power to the brothers and sisters who lost their lives being part of RAM, the Revolutionary Action Committee.
Yep.
Rest in power to the brothers and sisters who lost their lives part of the Black guerrilla family in prison. Rest in power to George Jackson, who was tired of seeing Black inmates killed by these white correctional officers in prison.
That's always been
so he snuck a gun in prison and killed one of those white correctional officers. He laid the murder game down in prison. He said, no, we the Black guerrilla family. Any brothers being harmed out here in California in the prison systems, which spread across the country, they're going to...
Fun fact. Real quick, fun fact. I was with Jesse one time. It was like quite a number of years ago. We was mobbing somewhere, and he was just in all fatigues that day. And I don't remember where we were going, but we were going somewhere. And I was trailing behind him like I always do, like, oh, he's going to take the scenic route. We're going to have to take 15 goddamn buses somewhere. I was mumbling to myself, right? And I walked behind him, and someone stopped him right in the middle of the sidewalk and said, "You in the army, cuz? Are you in the army?" And he's like, "Yeah." He said, "Are you serving the military?" He said, "Yeah." He said, "I'm in the Black Liberation Army." And he started laughing and kept walking. He just kept on walking. I was like, "What?" You bring it up. That's a really old thing because it's kind of taboo. You know, people are like, "Shh, don't talk about the Black Liberation Army out loud." You know? they were acting like that. But when he said that, man, I was just like, "What?" And I started laughing because he was laughing. Because the motherfucker was like, "Oh, okay, sir. Well, thank you for your service." That was one of the things. And he was actually being funny and content, and he was nice. That was the day I remember like it was yesterday. Yeah, he sure did stop and do that. And I was like, this motherfucker right here. In the back, that's all the moment was. Oh, he's gonna be showing. He's gonna be doing something. So he's got some shit going on, you know. That's one of my favorite Jesse Paris moments.
Want to be under our protection, a revolutionary, you dig? Mm-hmm. And after he was killed, there was members of the Black Liberation Army who went out there and killed 2 cops to avenge his death.
Yep.
See, the media wants us to believe that it was the Dr. Kings of the world, rest in power to Dr. King. It was the John Lewises of the world who were marching and getting beat up on bridges in Selma, and the white people of the North. Oh God, dude, they saw it and they just said, dude, the Negro can't live like this. We have to do something.
We have to help them.
And they just gave us our civil rights. No. No. It was them long, hot summers of 1967, family, when brothers and sisters were turning up and giving these white supremacists $1 billion bills in these cities.
Yeah.
It was brothers out in California in the 70s who said, we're not going to go another decade without you giving Black folks civil rights, created an organization that was an offshoot of the Nation of Islam that they don't tell you about called the Death Angels. And they were just out there randomly killing white people. It's known today as the zebra killings. Every night they would just go out there and kill white people. And I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying it's wrong. But they did whatever they felt necessary in order to make sure their people could walk with their head held high and be safe in America. And it shook the Bay Area. It was the Black Liberation Army. It was RAM and other unsung names that we don't know about who are lost to history, who made sure that our people were safe and good. I want y'all to really understand that. It wasn't the Black Americans in the 60s who were singing who got us our rights. It was the Black Americans who were swinging. While at the same time they were doing that, she's talking about they didn't do nothing for Black folks. The Black Panthers introduced the free breakfast for children program. The reason why kids in public schools now have free breakfast is because of the Black Panther Party. That started with them. Think of all the children that are fed in the morning at schools around this country because of the Black Panther Party. If you don't knock it off, they gave us the 10-point system. The Black Panther Party was a tremendous asset to foundational Black Americans.
It was a blueprint, really, a guideline.
A tremendous asset. Stop playing with their name.
Right.
With that being said, let's continue.
When they talk about Black Americans coming into Africa, oh, you got to invest in Africa. You got to come with benefits for all Africans. Whereas, you let other Africans could go freeload in other countries.
Yep. That's how it went down. And we'll soon have that again. I think that all this quiet time at home is for dialogue and, planning. So I think this is all for. Okay. Oops. If you're still sharing. Well, Black Belly, as we come to a close, today is I want to thank y'all the little eyeballs for watching. Thank you for sticking with me through Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Seduction Doll, aka the Black Villain, Lady Cherry, Brandy. just want to thank you for sticking through with me for the latter end of the show. We have come to a point now where it is time to go, and so we're going to go ahead and end the show right here. I want to thank everybody who came through and who stuck out with me or even said hi. And thank you for all of that. I see little eyeballs. Like and share. And yeah, you're right. Like and share. Subscribe and tell your friends, whatever. And we thank you. We will see you later on this evening for Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. And then after that, Frontline Black News will be on right immediately after that. So I'll be heading back to the dollhouse after I run my I see like 2 little errands later on this evening, like mid-afternoon, early evening. So you will see me over there. Thank you. Have a great grand rising. Do great shit. Stay away from the people. And stay on code. Stay black. Dangerous. Thank you. I'm Maxwell. I'll see you soon. Have a great day at work.